Chapter 476. Those who are deeply impressed. Couldn't we have saved them? A man with black hair and blue eyes muttered while kneeling. His pupils were trembling and his hands were shaking. His skin was dry, and the area under his eyes was dark. He looked like someone who hadn't slept properly for days. He appeared to be broken, drenched in regret. Underneath his kneeling form, the ground was filled with sharp gravel. Despite the blood seeping through his pants, he didn't seem to care. His only concern was seeking an answer with desperate eyes. Then the answer came. Yes, we could have done so. The kneeling man opened his mouth again in sync with the response that echoed from somewhere. Right? Well, they say the number on the dice can't change. But what if I forced it to change? What happens then? It would be different. There's nothing that can't be done with willpower. It was a definitive answer. But is that a good thing? The man murmured to the air, yet an answer kept returning. Before him stood nothing but a black wall, and yet the answers kept coming. Then did I let Knight Oara die? That's how it is. Before he knew it, the black wall had disappeared. In its place stood a man with black hair and blue eyes, lips tightly pressed together. It was the same. Two identical figures, yet they did not look at each other. They simply spat out their words. Then was my choice wrong? The kneeling Encrid's pupils shook, and his hands trembled more violently than before. Did you think it was the right one? The standing Encrid asked with an indifferent expression. Tears of blood flowed from the kneeling Encrid's eyes. At first they dripped, then poured like a waterfall. Make that today repeat again. As he screamed in agony, the blood tears flowed desperately. You know it's impossible. The indifferent answer came back. Despite the blood rising up to his ankles, his demeanor remained unfazed. So, I hope you make a better choice next time. The words of the indifferent Encrid standing on the gravel field struck the kneeling Encrid like a dagger, piercing the heart. The physical manifestation of the blade truly penetrated between his ribs. Then blood began to pour from the chest of the kneeling Encrid, flowing like a waterfall. The blood clumped together, turned black, and became a river of dark blood. When did it get there? The river of blood was flowing, and a ferry appeared over it. A purple lamp illuminated the surroundings, and a ferryman in black robes stood rowing the boat. The real Encrid, who had been observing everything, asked, "What are you doing?" Suddenly, the blood disappeared, and the two fake Encrids vanished. The ferryman had finished his one-man play. I was just in the mood to try it. Was it impressive? It was neither bad, nor did it lead to any realizations. Encrid remained unchanged. A perfect today is worse than a failed tomorrow. If you don't move forward, you stagnate. Better to lose your limbs and keep moving. Of course, there may be something you can never compromise on, but always seeking the best path at every crossroads is arrogance. You just do your best with what is given to you in that moment. Encrid lived by this resolve, never getting trapped in today. He had no regrets and was a traveler moving forward. He found it interesting and asked, having never seen a ferryman talk about feelings, "Why all of a sudden? What could possibly make him feel good?" "Don't you know?" the ferryman asked. Encrid, taken aback by the unexpected question, responded calmly, "I don't know." But it was still a decent conversation compared to the madness of his old unit. He had fond memories of his time with them. "You're adding strength to the curse I'm casting." Encrid looked at the ferryman's face that was revealed beneath the robe. His skin was split with a grayish hue, and his eyes were colorless. The lamp swayed, the river churned, and the strange one-man play continued. Thoughts translated into reality. Repeating today was a curse. What he was doing outside was called an exorcism. Normally human exorcisms were forbidden, but technically what he was doing could be considered a totem, not an exorcism. In any case, it was a complicated matter. But one thing was certain. There were 2 curses. Sometimes, without considering the process, conclusions came intuitively. This was one of those times. Are you absorbing the curse in the tent? That's why the ferryman was in a good mood. Instead of answering, the ferryman smiled. His lips curled upward. But it wasn't a pleasant smile. It was a terrifying one. His mouth was dark and empty, with no teeth. But Encrid didn't mind watching it indifferently. There happened something similar before, involving a curse user trying to end you. The ferryman laughed and continued. All the curses around you will gather to you. Do you know what that means? It means you can never leave this place. You're my toy. A sacrifice trapped in today. You'll never escape my grasp. Even in death you'll stay here. So your best bet is to enjoy today. The last words echoed in his head like a hammer hitting it. Even so, Encrid didn't furrow his brows. He just thought. So that's how it is. It wasn't that he had some special power. It was just that he was cursed in a way that absorbed other curses. It wasn't bothersome, but he had been curious as to why this was happening. He remembered that back in Borderguard, Audin had mentioned someone who cast strange curses. It must have been the same person the ferryman was talking about. He had naturally passed away after touching him, but until now, Encrid had believed the assassin sent by the cult had died of natural causes. So will I be cursed for life? At Encrid's question, the ferryman's gaze shifted to the man he had mentioned. The smile that had risen on the ferryman's lips slowly faded. Encrid found the reaction amusing. That's about it. I see. Yes, yeah, go on, yes. The dream ended. When Encrid opened his eyes, it was just before dawn. He felt light and free, as though the curse had no effect on him. So, it absorbs curses. It seemed difficult to feel it physically. Does this mean he can be a bit careless when dealing with spells? Man, I'm so tired, Encrid muttered as he entered the tent, glancing at Rem. He had silently walked over and lay down about 3 steps away. What are you doing? Can't you see? I'm going to sleep. Encrid hesitated, wondering whether to ask if Rem was sleeping at this time, or if he had nowhere else to sleep, then chose the latter. Don't you have a home? I do. Then, Aiul isn't accepting it. It seemed their relationship hadn't been restored yet. Should I really just cut his throat? Stop thinking about nonsense. I'm already thinking about it myself. Rem made the first move. Tell me about your worries. Encrid, thinking it was hopeless, spoke. He was willing to help as much as he had been helped, and he was confident that he was more rational than this ignorant barbarian. Rem seemed to be thinking for a moment, as if choosing his words carefully. Encrid judged it right to speak out what he had already guessed in order to hear what Rem really meant. You can speak. What? Rem blinked and asked. Encrid, feeling it was time to speak frankly, did so. Isn't it about your birth secret? You can talk about it. What's the problem with that? Considering that he was raised to swear like a sailor, a birth secret wasn't much of a concern. Westerners had similar appearances, but Rem's looked a little different. Encrid judged that Rem had some blood from the continent mixed in him. It was a guess, but it seemed correct. The appearance was different. That thought came up when he met Aiul. That was the birth secret. Could it have been a hindrance in their tribe? Whether it was from the mother's or father's side, he was likely of mixed blood. Damn, what are you talking about? Rem widened his eyes in disbelief. His eyes became triangular, and his tone was slightly annoyed. Encrid's intuition warned him. He had made a misstep. Not so? Encrid asked again, and added a brief explanation. Just to confirm, wasn't there some blood from the continent mixed in? I'm a pure Westerner. What are you talking about? Encrid cautiously looked at the child lying below him. The child's name was Jiva, and when she grew up she would surely be quite a beauty. Luagan had vouched for her. Westerners, in general, had beautiful faces. Their cheekbones were prominent, and some had freckles. But by ordinary aesthetic standards, they had quite handsome and pretty faces. According to ancient myths, a bear had become a human and passed down its traits, and that bear was said to have been extremely handsome. There were also rumors about fairy blood mixing in, but that didn't seem to be the case. Encrid could tell from seeing her. The otherworldly beauty granted by fairies was different in aura. These people exuded vitality, fighting and struggling to raise cattle and sheep. Encrid, sitting up with his back against the thick cloth on the ground, looked at Rematched. No matter how he looked at it, Rem looked more like a manly type than a beauty. His muscular arms only accentuated his appearance. His gray hair was tightly tied, and his eyes were fiercely wide. Those eyes looked like they could wield an axe if provoked. He drew his eyes into shapes, sometimes making them look triangular. Not so? Encrid asked again. Maybe there was some ancestral connection Rem didn't know about. Are you looking for trouble? I'm busy right now. I need to sleep and go out again after waking up. Really not? Encrid trusted his instincts. He was sure it wasn't true, but just in case, he wanted to confirm. Let's not talk, really. I'm sleeping. What do you know saying it's fine? Did the curse break your head? Encrid had nothing to say. He had made a mistake. Intuition wasn't always the answer. So he decided that today's schedule would focus on practicing and refreshing his sensory techniques. Nothing too fancy. It was all about warming up his body and listening to various sounds. The sounds of birds crying sheep, mooing cows, and the chirping of belopters. He stepped out of the tent, ready to open his ears. Through sound, he opened his sixth sense. Luagan followed behind without looking. She quietly settled behind him. Dunbakel joined as well. Having nothing else to do, she joined the training when asked. As Encrid twisted his body to stretch, Dunbakel stretched behind him. She arched her back like a cat, pressing her hands against the ground. There was no need to go far, so they spent time like that. Training, occasionally speaking to those who were fully awake. Did you come with Rem? This person was one of them. While training, Rem had left around noon, and by evening, someone had awoken from the curse. Encrid had been in the tent and heard a man speak to him when he returned. He had silver hair with some strands white, but the rest of his hair was as dark as Encrid's. I'm Janara. Call me Enki. People say it's hard to pronounce with such a long name. After exchanging pleasantries, the man spoke. That guy's not someone who listens to others. It seemed the relationship between leader and subordinate sounded a bit strange to the man. The man's gaze seemed intent on observing Encrid. Encrid replied, looking at him. If he doesn't listen, we can always use this to communicate. He pointed to Acker. It wasn't a lie. If necessary, communication could happen through a beating. Of course, right now, it was possible to have that conversation without the beating. You fight better than Rem? The man acted surprised. A little. I win about 9 out of 10 times. It wasn't true in the past, but now it was. To be precise, it would be hard to win 9 out of 10, but sometimes one had to indulge in a bit of bravado. The word little didn't quite match the following words, but the man didn't mind. He had a mischievous look in his eyes, though he didn't express much admiration. Impressive. Even without magic, a guy who fights better than Rem. Does magic change things? It would make things completely different. He'd be worthy of being called a hero. He's a man who resides in the dark sky by his own power. Why didn't he use magic? It was anyone's guess. I heard from Hera. I got beaten by 2 giants and cursed. Thought I was finished, but now I owes you my thanks. Janara had purple veins sticking out on his limbs, looking as though they were wrapped tightly around them. It was said to be a curse called Boromaine's Curse. The name was quite descriptive. The curse was said to be modeled after the appearance of the purple-skinned mains. Even if the curse weakened, it still seemed painful. Encrid knew this from the 2 days of seeing it. Oara blinked his eyes, which were crusted with sleep. Then he tried to get up, but lay back down, still unable to move his body. I can't get up, so take my greeting in words. This man was also an interesting person. Sure. Encrid casually accepted the words. They were just people he liked. Especially, when my body's better, we should spar. I'm curious about your skills. It was a pleasant surprise to hear that. Do you know a way to get better quickly? Encrid asked Hera. Think I should shut up and rest? Oara laughed at that, then coughed a bit, still clearly struggling with his body. But he didn't lose his sense of humor. The next person to wake up was a woman around Hera's age. She quickly grasped the situation and said, Thank you. I'd even want to give you my daughter if I could. Oara quickly interrupted. You don't have a daughter. Exactly. That's why I'd give her to you. The two of them laughed together. Their laughter sounded quite similar. Encrid also joined in the laughter. It was a joke that was worth laughing at, unlike the typical fairy jokes. Encrid found these people quite enjoyable. They were lively and pleasant. Chapter 477. The Silent Escape. Aiul cursed under her breath. It had been 3 days since Aiul arrived at the tent. It was the moment the sun was just rising, and he was in the middle of moving his body using the isolation technique. While standing in front of the tent, he saw Aiul approaching. Her sunburned brown skin, the markings drawn on her face, and her bright, shining eyes. Her impression was different. She seemed softer than before, and at least she didn't seem like someone who would swing an axe to decapitate anyone. Her words reflected that too. It's nice to meet you. I'm Aiul. Her demeanor was completely different from the first time they met. She was calm. Was she really Westerner? Encrid seemed to understand the habits of Westerners well. They were straightforward and didn't hide anything, much like Rem. This feels a bit awkward for introductions, doesn't it? Encrid casually said, stretching his muscles. He grabbed the tip of his left finger with his right hand and rotated his arm, stretching from the elbow to the wrist, loosening up his muscles and tendons. Flexibility doesn't come overnight. It requires daily training. Of course, Encrid had been doing this for years. As Encrid stretched, Aiul's eyes scanned his body. Despite his large frame and muscular build, his body was surprisingly flexible, tough and solid, yet elastic. If cannibals saw him, they'd probably shake their heads in disapproval. Cannibals tended to dislike tough, rigid bodies. That's true, but proper greetings are still necessary. Aiul observed his body but showed no signs of emotion in her eyes. She was calm. Well, I suppose so. Encrid nodded and Aiul asked, Can we speak casually? That works for me. After settling into a more comfortable tone, Aiul seemed to appreciate Encrid, who had become a human totem. I was thinking of showing you around a bit, Aiul said while gently holding her colorful skirt. Encrid suspected there were probably 2 long daggers hidden under the skirt, near her thighs. Even without seeing them directly, he could tell from her walk and gestures. Her steps were uneven, with more weight on her right leg. There was likely a heavier weapon concealed there. Encrid remembered how when he first saw Rem, it was clear she wasn't the type to wander around unarmed with her axe. Aiul, too, was a warrior. Her appearance and behavior suggested it. The fluttering skirt seemed like it could be used to conceal something. If she were Rem's wife, perhaps she would use that skirt to obscure her opponent's view in battle. Aiul seemed like someone who would turn any situation into a fight. Aiul, facing the rising sun, waited for Encrid's response. The warm sunlight that began to pour down with the dawn made the dry air more comfortable for movement. Encrid, having just finished his stretching, wiped the sweat from his brow, and entered the tent to ask Hira if it was okay to clear the area. "Will you be back before noon?" Hira asked, her tone more like a request. She seemed concerned, since it had been 3 days without proper sleep. Encrid nodded in agreement. Some of the people lying nearby recognized him, and after 3 days, there were more people starting to recover. One of them was the child he had first encountered. "My name is Jiba. I'm planning to marry you later, mister." The child was bold. Luagarn, seeing that, puffed out her cheeks and stuck out her tongue while laughing. "Get in line, little human, huh? There are already plenty of competitors in front of you." Jiba sulked for a moment at her words. She had just gotten up from the bed and immediately claimed he would marry. She was a truly bold child. Her mother, however, just calmly listened to her child's declaration. "Should we follow?" she asked, meaning she'd stay close if needed. Encrid shook his head and went back outside. "Let's go," Ayul said, and Encrid followed her outside. There had been a man staring at him strangely for days near the tent, but Encrid ignored it. The man's gaze was filled with a strange mix of love and hate. He was someone Encrid had never met before, but seemed to have no ill intentions, perhaps because he was close to Jiba's mother. Ayul led Encrid out from the tent. Between the rows of tents, the sunlight greeted their steps. "Did you cut off Rem's head?" Encrid stopped mid-step, widening his stride. Ants were crawling under his left foot, and as he moved, the ants scattered. A dung beetle busily rolled a cow's dung nearby. Would Luagarn eat that too? Unlikely, it seemed. She appeared to be picky about food, just like humans. When a person's head is cut off, they die. Ayul stated the obvious. Seems like he did something bad enough to deserve it. Encrid agreed but stopped himself from adding more. Yesterday's events came to mind. The day Ram stayed at Ayul's home. "I want to have a child. If there was something you wanted, you had to state it boldly, right?" Ayul did just that. Her partner, however, was indifferent. "Is that so?" He looked the same as always, focused on axes, fighting, and cannibalism, with little interest in anything else. Wasn't he more mischievous before? Ayul pushed the thought aside. They were a week away from their wedding. Rem had been fully dedicated to battles and hunting. Looking at him, Ayul thought, "It feels like he's running away." It was just a feeling, but Ayul couldn't help but wonder. Would Rem really want to run away? He loved this land more than anything, more than himself. Ayul liked that about him. So, he wasn't running away. She was sure of it. 1 week after the wedding, Rem chose to sleep in the fields rather than at home, as a warrior from the cannibal tribe had taken the life of another warrior from their tribe. Under the low sky, the wide clouds looked like a white ceiling, with blood dripping from his axe, painting red streaks across it. "Ah!" Her partner let out a scream of victory. That insane battle had been the turning point. Rem left. The reason? Ayul didn't know. He never said a word. At first, it was shocking. This guy. Rem had said before that he had never thought of any woman other than his partner. They had grown up together, using similar techniques and developing similar temperaments. "I don't doubt your mother, but you two seem like you're from the same womb." At that time, his father, who wasn't yet the clan leader, would often say such things. Really? Ayul found those words pleasing. Had Rem felt differently? Was his partner the person he was meant to live with for life, not like him? Was there a misalignment of hearts? Was it just me? Had he been the only one to harbor such feelings? Rem left. After a month, the shock turned to anger. Was it reasonable to leave without even a letter? Forget about it. Her father, who had become the clan leader, said that. Many things happened after that. The sun set and traces of the 4 seasons remained on the fields. Amidst the summer winds, Ayul made a decision. "If you come back, I'll cut off your head." Beyond shock and anger, What remained was a murderous intent. And then Rem returned. You said you wanted a child, didn't you? After avoiding Aiul for several days, Rem approached and said these words. His shadow stretched long in front of the tent. Aiul looked at the shadow and spoke. Right now, I'd rather cut one of your limbs off and hang it on the wall. It was a harsh remark. She probably wasn't referring to cutting off his arms or legs. She must have been talking about something unnecessary, something not even useful. Rem scratched his head. He couldn't act shamelessly in front of Aiul, unlike with everyone else. He had abandoned his responsibilities and thrown away his duties. The worst of all was leaving his partner in such a way. Rem admitted his faults. That was why, standing here now, he could say it. What kind of world do you think the child should live in? He had once thought of the Western lands as stagnant, believing the people of the West were those who had lost the will to move forward. Wouldn't it be better to be like the immortal bastard who lived madly without fear of fire? But no, that wasn't the case. He wasn't comparing himself to a madman who defied the laws and broke taboos. It was just that frustrating. Was it a step taken to achieve something? No. It was just an excuse, a reason. Rem had realized that after leaving the Western lands, more specifically, after seeing someone like Encrid, there had been something he had once given up without even knowing what it was. I will change it. That was his resolve, to change the West. But before he could recognize that, he had abandoned it, forgotten it, and thrown it away. Rem had been a failure and a runaway. He had accepted it and therefore couldn't receive divine blessings. The moment he did, he would die. That would be the end. There would be no chance to change, no opportunity for life. He couldn't walk into the valley of death like that. Rem became a fugitive who indulged in the pleasures left in the world. He could no longer see Aiul. He couldn't show her his pathetic side, nor could he ask her to live with some fool as his partner and lifelong companion. So, he ran away. Ah, how embarrassing. Really? Apparently so. Rem was ashamed, but he didn't run any further. Now he had learned and understood. He knew how pathetic he was, and how he should live. Running away doesn't solve anything. It was better to walk a path where death might be waiting, than to live as a puppet continuing an insignificant life. And so, he would walk that path. But he didn't believe he would die. In this unfair world, he would shout. This wouldn't be a hindrance. If there was something he wanted, he would go after it. Encrid had done just that. When Rem first saw him, he was just a reckless man about to die. Later, he became someone amusing to watch. Afterward, he was someone too valuable to die. As time passed, the captain who had struggled in front of him appeared in his mind. He spoke with his hands, feet, and body. He would not give up, nor would he despair. He would walk through whatever stood in his way. He was that kind of person. Rem learned. He realized. He looked back at his life. He thought of what he had left behind. Everything had been an excuse. The lost fool and the stray cat had just given him a trigger. Only then did Rem turn his head and look at the Western lands. He faced what he had abandoned and given up. And now, he could say it. It's embarrassing, but I ran away. Rem spoke honestly and plainly. His words came steadily, without hesitation, and he could now speak clearly, thanks to the improvement in his ability to articulate. The reason he ran away, and if his child were to be born, he hoped the world they would live in wouldn't be like it is now. That had become his goal. Aiul continued to look at Rem's shadow. Both Rem, speaking, and Aiul, listening, were calm and composed. If it's enough for you, I'll cut whatever you want and give it to you. If that was his atonement, Rem was willing to do so. Aiul raised her head, and her gaze moved from Rem's feet to his knees, from his knees to his waist, from his waist to his chest, and finally to his face. At the end of that gaze, gray eyes met hers. Rem had always been honest, especially with himself. Was this the moment she had been waiting for? It would have been better if he had said it earlier, but now that she had heard it, she could at least refrain from killing it. It took a long time. I'm sorry. Rem spoke. Aiul couldn't forgive the past version of Rem, but she could feel the torment of the person she had chosen as her partner. Without realizing it, a single tear fell from Aiul's eye. It was because of dust, though today was as clear as any day with no dust in the air. Under the bright moonlight, Aiul reached out her hand. Hold it. Rem grabbed that hand. I'll let you sleep inside tonight, Aiul said. Perhaps not just tonight, but for many nights to come. They talked. Rem laid bare his inner thoughts, and Aiul expressed her lingering frustrations. After their conversation, Aiul felt a little uneasy. Well, there's still something I want to do. So as soon as you come back, you beg for forgiveness, and then say you're leaving again. Just taking the magic with you. This damn bastard. Aiul couldn't help but curse. Chapter 478. Observation, nature, jest, solitude. Last night, Rem spoke. He spoke of the way Encrid had shown him how to live. The path he walked had illuminated the road he needed to take. For that she was grateful, though she found it aggravating that he'd decided to follow this man again. Gratitude was gratitude. And so, Aiul wanted to show him what she cherished, what her family, her friends, and the West loved. I want to show you something, Aiul said, leading Encrid. The two walked, avoiding ants, observing insects, and feeling the wind against them. They quickly left their temporary shelter, their strides steady and sure. In the West, magical beasts weren't as common as across the continent, but that didn't mean one could wander around carelessly. Still, neither Encrid nor Aiul were the type to be troubled by a few monsters. They had already cleared out a few packs while their tribe was settling, so the area was largely safe. Perhaps only the trickster cat-like creatures, copycats, might appear. These weren't dangerous so much as they were a nuisance, creatures adept at exploiting human vulnerabilities through sound. In fact, the term stray cat was often used as an insult in the West. That was when Encrid finally realized why Jaxon was referred to as a sly stray cat. It was, indeed, an insult, though, even before knowing, it had always sounded like one. The pair's brisk pace took them up a small hill, and Encrid glanced skyward. Beautiful, isn't it? Aiul asked. Encrid nodded. The sky looked like it was draped with a white ceiling, with clouds stretched low and wide, covering the heavens. Yet it wasn't dark. The thin clouds allowed sunlight to filter through, casting a soft glow on the land. It was a mesmerizing sight. Those are sunshade clouds, Aiul explained. This was a scene unique to the West, and it was breathtaking. The clouds, the sunlight, and even the distant horizon. It reminded him of a knight named Oara, whose kindness had been akin to sunlight. This sunlight was like her smile, neither harsh nor scorching but gently enveloping. It was different from the blinding light of the city Oara, which fought against the darkness of the magical realm, breaking through the mist with force. The sunlight of the West didn't break anything. It simply wrapped the land in a gentle embrace. This sunlight then resembled the night Oara, a protector, nurturing and warm. Do you think it's worth protecting? One day the ferryman had asked this question out of the blue. The intent behind it was obvious, even without a direct object. Is what you're trying to protect worth it? Is there a reason to endure the pain and press on? Encrid didn't bother answering. He already knew the answer. Value is determined by oneself. Just because someone called a sage says something doesn't mean you should follow it. What others decide cannot define your standards. This is your life. Thus, worth is something you complete through your own perspective. The people of the West understood this. Aiul began to speak, a story that might seem unremarkable, or, depending on one's view, like the inheritance of the Western spirit. On days when the sunlight is strong, heat haze rises over there. Strangely, after such blazing sunlight, it always rains a few days later. We call it the bear's blessing. To explain why it was called that would likely require delving into long myths. It's not abundant here, but there aren't too many hardships either. What is worth protecting? Aiul expressed that he loved the West, that protecting it was a joy. I've never seen snow, but I imagine it's like the white hailstones we get. By hailstones he meant the hard pellets of ice. Comparing those to soft snow might seem far-fetched, but still, snow must be beautiful too, she added. Loving the West didn't mean looking down on other places. Of course, if he said snow was beautiful to the army, they'd likely make him run a lap around the training grounds with their weapons drawn. But no one could deny its beauty. There had been days when Encrid gazed at snow-covered mountains, and others when he admired autumn-colored forests. In his hometown, 2 large trees guarded the village entrance. Their trunks were so wide that even with arms outstretched, one couldn't encircle them. In autumn, the trees bore fiery red leaves, in summer, lush green ones, and in winter, their bare branches were blanketed in snow. To Encrid, those trees were beautiful. The worth of what you protect is something you determine for yourself. Aiul was the same. The people of the West were the same. We love this land, Aiul declared. Therefore they had no need to covet the rest of the continent. If something was lacking, they would live with that lack. What had endured for ages became tradition, and the traditions of the West were rooted in their spirit. That day, Encrid saw the sunshade clouds and the cloud tower. From a high ridge, the horizon stretched out, and from beyond it, a white column of clouds descended like a tower. They returned in the afternoon, after observing the horizon, sunlight, wind, and clouds. By sunset, Aiul had come again. Hira, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. Though Encrid had become a sort of talisman or human totem, he didn't have to stay in the tent all day. The same curse couldn't strike again unless the someone conducted a group ritual. Hira understood how difficult such collective rituals were. They likely required sacrifices. It was no simple feat to spread a strange curse like this, and without offerings, it wouldn't even be possible to attempt. The eldest shaman had countered the curse by offering his consciousness and lifespan as sacrifices. Such a curse couldn't be executed or blocked without sacrifices. This was why the eldest shaman hadn't yet awakened. What was sacrificed rarely returned so easily. Rem sometimes asked if the eldest shaman would awaken, but even Hira couldn't say when. If not for him, the entire tribe would have fallen to the curse, she thought. By reducing its scale and buying time, the eldest shaman had managed a remarkable feat. It was easy to say, but from a shamanic perspective, he had succeeded in several gambles. Luck had been on their side, as if someone somewhere had absorbed misfortune for the tribe. Hira left it at that. It wasn't her place to analyze everything. Her task was to work tirelessly to erase the traces of the curse as quickly as possible. Heating the short needles in her hands over a flame, she nodded. That was her true response to Aiul's earlier question. Hira, are you okay? Let's go, Aiul said, once again leading Encrid. This time, they were headed to a vast lake. You haven't ridden one before, have you? She asked, holding reins. At the other end was a belopter, a creature with vertically slit pupils that observed Encrid curiously. Beside her were Jewel, and the man who had stood guard outside the tent. The man had short hair, and a blade-like pattern etched onto his forehead, his expression naturally fierce. Aiul had brought 4 belopters with her. Do you know where Rem is sleeping? When she asked why he hadn't been around, the response came quickly. He sleeps with me. Where else would he sleep? It's only natural for a married couple to share the same house, Ayul remarked in a matter-of-fact tone. What charm could have turned Ayul's heart? Given that Rem's only talent seemed to be chopping wood, he might have won her over by force. Encrid resolved to tell him that such behavior toward one's wife was unacceptable. Jewel, standing nearby, simply chuckled. The man next to him, however, was discreetly radiating hostility toward Encrid, and the reason for it was becoming clear. His gaze kept shifting between Encrid and the woman who had followed him. Benefactor Owl. It was Jiba's mother, who had insisted on following despite Encrid's reassurances that it wasn't necessary. Even now, she was urging him to step on her hands so he could mount the Belopter. Please, climb up. I can manage on my own, Encrid replied. He moved to the opposite side, lightly pushed off the ground, and mounted the Belopter with ease. The creature, apparently docile, didn't flinch despite bearing his weight. It briefly bent its knees to adjust, but then rose back up. If it were human, one might say it had excellent reflexes. It seemed to understand how to balance the force placed on its back. Reman had mentioned the creature was smarter and more agile than a horse, though perhaps not as clever as Weird Eyes. Weird Eyes wasn't just intelligent, it had an indomitable spirit. Despite being part beast, Weird Eyes had dared to mate with mares, and was even rumored to have spread its seed near Green Pearl. That information came from Noir, who had been Crace's lover and once served under Green Pearl's commander. Why such thoughts surfaced now, Encrid couldn't say. Perhaps seeing the mount triggered them. Shaking off the distraction, he grabbed the reins of the Belopter. He had been told the reins, clamped in its mouth, would guide the creature with a simple tug. Luagarn, meanwhile, stayed behind at the tents for a reason. A peculiar smell lingers, Luagarn remarked once preparations to depart were complete. I bathed 2 days ago, Dunbakel chimed in, her legs stiff from sitting too long. It's not that kind of smell, Luagarn said softly, scanning the surroundings. Encrid didn't pay much attention. Frogs might have dull senses overall, but when it came to their chosen objectives and desires, they often surpassed beastfolk in sensitivity. It seemed something had caught Luagarn's attention. Let's move, Ayul commanded, leading the way. The Belopter started bounding forward, its strides rhythmic against the ground. Encrid tightened his legs and used his core strength to stay steady. It wasn't easy to adapt to the ride, as the creature moved quite differently from a horse. Having trouble? Jewel asked from beside him, offering guidance. Don't tense up. Let your legs hang loose. The Belopter is smart, just let it take the lead. This one's well trained. Following Jewel's advice, Encrid loosened his posture. Ayul slowed her pace slightly. Kids with a knack for riding take to it immediately. You're a bit slow, though, Ayul teased. The implication was clear. Someone naturally gifted in physical abilities would pick it up quickly. Still, after a while, Encrid began to adjust. His improved control over his body played a role in helping him adapt more quickly than before. They arrived at a vast lake, so large its shores stretched beyond view. A grand lake, Ayul commented with a smile. Western regions seldom had mist over their waters, but today was an exception. Beneath the clear sky, the lake reflected the heavens. Fish darted playfully beneath the shimmering waves, and white pebbles along the shore added to the lake's pristine appearance. While admiring the scenery, the hostile Westerner spoke up. What are your intentions toward that woman? Blunt and to the point, a typical Westerner. There was no need to clarify who he meant, Jiba's mother. I have no interest and no intentions, Encrid replied calmly. Remember, Jiba is still a child, the man insisted. Encrid reassured him with a cool demeanor. Do you know how to fight? I'm a warrior. Then let's spar. Words alone wouldn't suffice. They clashed briefly, exchanging strikes. The man wielded a broad falchion, demonstrating decent skill. With continued training, he could likely surpass most squires. He had potential. I'm not interested, so stop worrying. And yes, I'm aware Jiba is young, Encrid said, tripping the man and striking his solar plexus. The Westerner gasped, his face pale from the blow, but he managed to cough and respond. I know. It's just jealousy. Typical of a Westerner, transparent about his emotions. Encrid found the trait refreshing. How skilled is Jonara? You mean the Jonanara of the Majarai tribe? He's the best warrior, the man replied, with Aiul chiming in. The best warrior means the strongest in the tribe. Encrid had already deduced as much. Returning to camp, they resumed training and banter with Jonara. I saw a wide river. Beyond it, I glimpsed my deceased father, someone recounted upon waking. And, Jonanara prompted, while Encrid also listened intently. I crossed the river. How could I not when he was calling me? Even Jiba had joined, ears perked to the tale. The storyteller cast his gaze far into the distance, as if recalling a vivid memory. The water reached my waist, but the current wasn't strong. With soaked pants clinging to my legs, I trudged on until I stood before my father. And then? Jonara asked again. Curiosity piqued. I socked him in the jaw and came back, telling him it wasn't my time yet. Despite his frailty, the man slapped his own arm and raised a fist as if reenacting the act. His claim to have struck his father's chin left everyone laughing. Jonara guffawed, Jiba giggled, and her mother couldn't hold back her laughter either. So, is this the land of the sky god? Or did the earth mother pull me back? Seeing your face, Jonara, it seems I'm still in our filthy homeland, the man jested. Even in his weakened state, he managed to crack jokes. Stranger, they say when you wake, you should thank your savior. Did you blackmail Hera for help? He quipped. What do you think? Or did you seduce her with that face? I wouldn't have guessed she'd fall for it, he laughed. Later, when Encrid was called a human totem, the man rose with effort to bow his head. Thank you. I would have died in regret otherwise. Stranger, I will repay your kindness. Moore woke up, and Encrid observed the Westerner's way of life. After seeing the great lake, the sky's veiled sun, and rolling hills called Mirorium, he continued training within the camp. Then came a thunderous voice from outside the tent. Oh, man! It was like the heavens roared, tearing through his eardrums. Encrid stepped out and saw the tent flap ajar. Beyond it loomed a massive head with bulging eyes, shattering any sense of perspective. A giant. Encrid had heard of the two giants threatening the tribe. Monsters beyond even junior knights. Now, seeing them firsthand, he understood the danger. Rem entered the tent just as Encrid turned to follow. There you are, Rem said, stepping outside. Encrid followed him to a feeble wooden fence. Bring me 5 humans. I'm hungry, bellowed the ignorant giant, wielding a grotesque, blood-stained club. Its foul odor reeked of blood and base desires. Quite a formidable foe, Luagarn remarked, gauging its strength. Encrid agreed. Among giants, this one was exceptional. A true predator. 2 giants now loomed before them, blocking the horizon Aiul had shown him earlier. Rem gripped his axe, ready to charge. But Encrid, who had approached unnoticed, grabbed his wrist. You want to do this together? No. Then what? Rem's questioning gaze asked. Encrid stepped forward, speaking calmly. I'll handle it alone. Rem hesitated. He too recognized the giants as dangerous foes. Alone? Encrid did not repeat himself. He simply advanced. Chapter 479. Dawn's Cry. 2 giants stood before him. Encrid stepped forward. Scenes flickered through his mind. Jiba, Jonara, the playful jests of the woman, Hera, Rem, Aiul, and the things the Westerners had shown him. The laughter they shared and the lives they led. Was it worth protecting? He believed so. I'll devour everything. A thunderous roar erupted from the mouth of one of the giants. Encrid didn't stop his stride, nor did he avert his gaze from the two giants. Could he perfectly gauge their strength by sight alone? No. Did he feel like he would lose? Absolutely not. That thought didn't cross his mind. The Western tribes had labeled these two as monsters, the strongest fighters among the giants. Among the Westerners, some bore expressions of fear, while others mustered courage, forced or genuine. Encrid felt the weight of their gazes on him, their eyes, their worry, reaching his back. Still, his eyes remained fixed on the giants. They filled his vision completely, obscuring the rest of the Western plains. Facing them alone is too dangerous. The Westerner harboring a hidden affection for Jiba's mother shouted from behind. Was it dangerous? Perhaps, but that didn't matter to him. He simply felt capable. He wanted to do this. One won't be enough. One of the giants barked, looking at Encrid as if he were prey. Was this what they thought of him, despite his sword and deliberate steps? They saw no value in his presence. Beasts, incapable of seeing beyond their hunger and greed. Encrid raised his head, meeting the giant's eyes. All he saw was raw desire, no more than a predator's instinct. To call them monsters was no exaggeration. Taininga. He loosened the latch on his sword's sheath with his thumb, and drew Aka. The blade shimmered in the calm sunlight. Stay out of this. Encrid spoke, directing his words at Rem, who followed behind him. Rem furrowed his brow and responded. Must you? Why face them alone? He seemed to ask. I believe the stronger, more capable fighter should take the lead. Encrid's reply wasn't an explanation but a declaration of resolve. Damn it, seriously, muttered under his breath. It was true, though. For now, Encrid was ahead of him. The two giants had reddish skin. Encrid found himself curious about the color of their blood. He continued forward until stopping at a distance where one swing of their club could easily kill him. Since the battle in Oara, Encrid had never neglected his training. He sparred with Rem, sought help from Luagane, and occasionally dueled with Dunbakel. It was routine, a cycle of practice and discipline. From this repetition, something began to bloom within him. What he learned from Oara, what she left behind, and the fruits of his relentless efforts now coalesced into a single growing entity. The buds of this flower began to unfold, petal by petal. Only two of you. Encrid raised his sword and asked. Some found joy in peace. Others sought to destroy it. Before him stood such destroyers, threats to the West, its people, and their lives. Unknowingly, Luagane gripped the hilt of her loop sword. What's this? Encrid was the same as always, or maybe not. He swung his sword in a wide arc toward empty air, or so it seemed. The blade's edge found the giant's foot, precisely where it was about to land. The giant had tried to kick Encrid, but Encrid had already struck the spot where the movement would end. It was a feat only possible because he had read the giant's intent and muscle movements. Whoosh! Shh! Acre's blade glided across the giant's foot, slashing deeply. The giant retaliated by slamming its fist down, but Encrid dodged with a frog-like step, feinting left before darting right. Boom! The fist struck the ground, shaking it violently. Dust billowed and dirt and rocks scattered in all directions. You little pest! The disparity was clear. The giants neither trained nor refined their skills. They relied solely on their innate strength. But they had survived thus far because they were undeniably powerful. As one giant's heavy fist cratered the ground, a faint line appeared through the rising dust. Luagane narrowed her eyes. The line bent, curving gracefully like a drawn thread. A frog's eyes were sharp, and she realized what it was. Aker. It was Encrid's sword. What he wielded now carried traces of Ora's teachings, a seamless, flowing technique born of long, steady breaths. That line slashed through the giant's arm, shin, and waist. Splurt! Blood spurted from the giant's waist, dark and viscous. Its thick fur offered no protection against Acker's keen edge and the will wielding it. Even amidst the dust, Encrid's presence was unmistakable, marked by two glowing azure eyes. The owner of those eyes launched upward, stepping off the giant's foot and knee to propel himself higher. Gah! The giant roared, swinging its massive hands wildly, dropping its club in the process. I'll help you. The second giant charged in, swinging its open hand toward Encrid. The injured giant clapped its hands together, aiming to crush him. Clap! The strike missed entirely, the sound echoing loudly. The second giant's hand, aiming to assist, smacked its companion square in the chest instead. Ah! The injured giant howled in pain. By then, Encrid had already leapt over its shoulder. While doing so, he drew a gladius and dragged its edge across the giant's back. Shh! Cut! Oh! Ah! Another scream erupted. The giant bled profusely from its waist, legs, arms, and back. One knee hit the ground as the wounded giant swung its arms aimlessly. The second giant grabbed its club and struck diagonally at its fallen ally's back. Whoosh! The sheer force blew away the dust, but Encrid had already disappeared. The club struck nothing but air, and with a dull thud, the fallen giant sprouted a sharp protrusion from the bridge of its nose. That protrusion was Acker. Encrid yanked the sword free, shattering bone as he did. Blood gushed, and the giant collapsed face first into the ground. Thud-dut-tune. One giant fell lifeless, head down. Who are you? The remaining giant roared. Was there any point in talking? No. Encrid swung his sword once more. Luagarne, as a frog, didn't sweat. But even she felt a chill watching him. The giant's tongue darted nervously, and its eyes rolled as if searching for an escape. A knight? No, it wasn't. Despite rummaging through everything he had seen and heard, this was unlike anything he had encountered before. Not a knight. If he had to describe it, perhaps it was something between a knight and a semi-knight. Or to put it another way, the strongest semi-knight on the continent. Not quite a knight, but certainly no mere semi-knight either. He couldn't wield will at will, but in critical moments, strikes forged from sheer determination erupted without fail. Just like moments ago. The step he used to dodge the giant's club was extraordinary, and the speed of his thrust after that was even more so. It was the same type of thrust he had used to slay a ghoul before, leaving the giant unable to even think of dodging. It died on the spot. The remaining giant, terrified, rolled its eyes and spoke. I don't even like humans. The three giants he'd seen previously had shown intelligence, but this one was different. It rambled nonsensically. I won't eat you. I'll leave. I'm leaving now. While there were rumors that giants were stupid, if they were truly dim-witted, they wouldn't have survived as a race for so long. This particular giant wasn't representative. It was just exceptionally dull. Encrid lowered his arm as he watched the giant with its half-severed wrist. To Luagarn, it looked like he was preparing for a final strike, but to the giant, it appeared as if Encrid had let his guard down. You're trusting me? Thank you. I have treasures, lots of them. I'll give you treasures. The giant inched forward hesitantly. Its 2 steps, though enormous, looked more like a tentative shuffle as it carefully placed its feet on the ground, gauging the situation. Then, suddenly, it swung its club with all its might. Encrid moved at the same time. His sword slashed through the air, blending mid-strike with a heavy technique. His foot pushed off, and his body glided forward. Only Rem fully understood what had happened. It was a level of swordsmanship few could perceive. His body became a straight line, while his blade drew arcs that could cut through anything. Crunch dial. The sword cleaved through muscle, bone, and nerves alike. The giant's club smashed down onto empty ground with a heavy thud. Gay, Shakta. The giant should have collapsed immediately, foam bubbling from its mouth, after being cut so deeply from chest to stomach. Yet its incredible vitality allowed it to stagger back even in its death throes. Encrid countered with his sword hand, driving a punch into the retreating giant's foot. Boom! Crunch! The skin tore, bone shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. The giant fell and moved no more. Silence descended, enveloping the battlefield in eerie calm. Encrid casually wiped his blade on the fur of the fallen giant's clothing. The ground was soaked in dark purple blood. Though the clouds above shaded the sun, they weren't enough to block it entirely. As if preordained, the clouds parted and sunlight poured down, brighter and more radiant than ever. The clan chief, watching the scene unfold, was on the verge of tears. His clan, the largest in the western region, had been on the brink of annihilation. Despair had come in many forms: an outsider magician, curses, and the giants. While they had dispelled the curse, relief remained elusive because the giants still loomed. But now, they were gone. The very giants who had slaughtered, devoured, and oppressed his people. The warrior who shattered that boulder-like oppression stood bathed in light. He turned briefly, then faced the western lands once more. "Now I see," he murmured, gazing toward the horizon. Beyond the beautiful plains, the seamless line of the horizon was breathtaking. The clan chief wept openly. Suppressing tears wasn't the Western way. "Welcome, the great warrior," he proclaimed, his voice thick with emotion. It was the highest praise for the one who had saved his people. "Welcome the warrior," someone echoed. Hera, who had been groggily watching the scene, gaped. She had been awestruck when she saw him fight the twins. But this was something else. A monster. His skill and power were beyond belief. The man Rem had brought had single-handedly vanquished the threat to their tribe. That simple fact sent shivers through her. "Ah!" Hera let out a breathless sigh, her body trembling as though in the throes of divine revelation. Some of the shamans quaked as well, overcome by the moment. The warriors, who had been the tribe's last line of defense, clenched their fists. They knew Rem's strength well, and they also knew that even he couldn't have handled two giants alone. That was why they had donned their armor despite their injuries and brought the totems to the fight. Yet, the man before them had slain the giants without assistance, slicing them apart with ease. "He's not just a bit better than Rem," murmured Luagarn, astonished. The gap was undeniable, though her words stemmed from ignorance of Rem's current state. Even Rem shared a similar sentiment. "I'm feeling the pressure now," he thought. It wasn't that he minded losing to Encrid, but this was too much. A ritual was necessary. Encrid, meanwhile, pressed forward into unfamiliar lands, using his sword as a staff for support. But Rem had no intention of simply standing by. After all, the hero who had slain their enemy and saved the tribe turned back from the horizon and made a simple request. Some water to wash up. The giant's blood clung unpleasantly to him. "Savior!" someone cried out. The tribe erupted with cheers, an overwhelming wave of joy and fervor. The air itself seemed to grow warmer. "This calls for the dawn bird's cry," Janara muttered. Of course, the dawn bird never cried. As the herald of the sun, it only moved forward. But in this context, the metaphor meant it was a moment of immense, joyous surprise. Janara sat down heavily, his strength spent. Despite his awe, a niggling worry crept in. Maybe I shouldn't have asked him for a spar, he thought, beginning to regret his earlier challenge. Chapter 480. "The giant slayer, I've made up my mind, mister," said Jiba, her words cutting through the still air. Encrid looked up from drying his damp hair, her sudden declaration pulling his attention away from the lingering warmth of the recent battle. Jiba's small figure stood resolute before him, her eyes alight with an intensity that made her seem far older than her years. Her damp hair clung to her face as she spoke, her gaze unwavering. "I'm going to become your bride. Just wait 5 years." Beside them, Luagarn puffed out her cheeks in an effort to stifle his laughter, while Dunbakel tilted her head, her sharp gaze flicking between the two. "Will 5 years be enough?" Dunbakel asked, skeptical. "Doesn't seem like there's much to grow from." Jiba's small frame straightened defiantly. "Look at my mom. I'll grow tremendously." What exactly would grow remained a mystery, though Jiba's mother, seated nearby, wordlessly straightened her back and thrust her chest out with pride. The Western man sitting beside her nodded approvingly, his face a portrait of agreement. Rem, unfamiliar with the dynamics of this particular tent, finally broke his silence. "Who's this kid?" "She's Jiba, the plucky little dreamer," Encrid replied with his usual bluntness, drying his hair with a cloth Jiba's mother had thoughtfully provided. "A dreamer without much support," Rem observed, raising an eyebrow at the peculiar situation. While most dreams were worthy of encouragement, this one seemed destined for complications. After all, marriage required mutual consent, not to mention understanding. To Encrid, Jiba was simply a spirited child, one fortunate to have survived thus far. Her bold proclamation, while endearing, held no real weight in his mind. Jiba, having said her piece, stepped back. She understood when to retreat, particularly when the lingering heat of combat still coursed through the camp, and others sought Encrid's attention. "You've improved significantly," Rem noted, his tone carrying genuine admiration. He wasn't wrong. The murmurs calling Encrid a great warrior or savior no longer seemed exaggerated. Even Riem, with his keen eye for strength, couldn't deny the skill Encrid had demonstrated. The victories over the twin giants were not mere feats of strength. They were proof of cultivated experience, honed abilities, and an unyielding spirit. Rem mused quietly. Combat is unpredictable. Even a knight might fall to a squire. Skills only provide so much certainty. Encrid's evolution wasn't just about strength. It was about depth, a refinement born from surviving countless battles. As Riem observed, his abilities had been elevated across all aspects: speed, judgment, adaptability, and an uncanny mental resilience. It was an alchemy of knowledge. "That's extraordinary," said Ayu, who had been silently listening. Her voice carried awe. Jewel, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. "I had a feeling you weren't ordinary when I first saw you, but this—" His voice trailed off, as though words failed to capture the enormity of what he'd witnessed. Even a Western elder, his face still streaked with the remnants of tears, stepped forward to express his gratitude. "You saved my tribe from the curse and slew the giants." "I don't know how to thank you enough." Encrid, bewildered, glanced at the man. "You're the chieftain?" The elder chuckled. "Didn't you know?" Encrid shook his head. The man had always seemed kind but unassuming, his gestures limited to gifts of fruit and quiet thanks. That such a humble figure led the tribe felt surprising. "Regardless, what you've done for us goes beyond words. If there's anything you need, even my position as chieftain is yours to claim." The camp buzzed with activity as the moment of levity, Jiba's innocent declaration and the chieftain's effusive thanks, gave way to the rhythm of daily responsibilities. One by one, the others dispersed, leaving Encrid a rare moment of solitude. "Let's spar later," said a voice. It was Jonara, his western teeth bared in a challenging grin. "Didn't you say you'd wait until he's full of—" Encrid replied. Jonara shrugged. "What's the fun in holding back?" His sharpened fangs gleamed as he spoke. "Won't change the outcome," Encrid said with a smirk. "You've got away with words, don't you? Been told that before." Encrid turned inward, his thoughts drifting to the battles and growth that had brought him here. Each step, each swing of his sword, had been a process of learning and unlearning, a layering of techniques from mercenary traditions to the fluid movements of unnamed sword styles. It was a discipline of breaking apart, understanding and rebuilding. And now, standing at the precipice of even greater strength, he prepared to face what lay ahead. I think I could go further. It was a realization born from intuition and insight, something observed and understood through reflection. So, what was needed now? For now I suppose you don't need me, Luagarn said. Her words were accurate. While he still wielded his sword as always, it felt more fitting now to embody each concept physically, rather than ponder and deliberate. That seems to be the case. Good timing, isn't it? Luagarn murmured as she prepared to leave. Lately, she often went out, though he didn't bother asking why. If it mattered, she'd eventually share it herself. With this atmosphere, life didn't change much. Encrid remained deeply immersed in training, as always. You're free to leave if you'd like, but if staying here is more comfortable, that's fine too. Let me know if there's anything you want. I can procure most things, Hera said, the familiar reed stick in her mouth. Though she'd always been kind, her attentiveness had become even more pronounced. At meals, Jiba's mother served them dishes, just as she always had. This is wind rabbit meat, a specialty of the West. Please enjoy. Wind rabbits were native to the region, nimble creatures twice as fast as normal rabbits. Only the most skilled hunters could catch them, even in the West. The meat was tender, almost melting in the mouth, ground Western style and mixed with grain flour. It was grilled flat, dissolving effortlessly on the tongue. We've got a guy in our unit named Cray. If he tasted this, he'd probably suggest opening a shop immediately, Encrid said with genuine praise. Though Hera and the other Westerners often asked what he wanted, Encrid only expressed a desire for sparring partners. Are your wounds still not fully recovered? Hera asked. Jonarara shook his head. Not yet. It wasn't avoidance. As he had realized earlier, a proper clash required preparation. Surprisingly, or perhaps inevitably, finding sparring partners wasn't difficult. Westerners prided themselves on their resilience, viewing retreat as shameful. There were plenty eager to fight Encrid, drawn by his strength. Among them was one who had observed his battles 10 days ago and come to learn. A scar on the back is shameful for a Westerner, said the newcomer. He had short gray hair, a sharp jawline, and a determined look. What if it's from an ambush? Well, that can't be helped. Westerners weren't rigid to a fault. They were flexible and above all loved a good joke. Encrid smiled, catching the wooden sword tossed to him by his opponent. The craftsmanship seemed off, the balance unsteady, but it was clearly carved with care. This sword feels wrong, Encrid thought, testing its weight. Was it poorly made or purposefully crafted for this duel? The man continued speaking, even as he approached, wooden sword in hand. They say it's dishonorable to fight unfairly, but mid-sentence he suddenly lunged, swinging his sword. His cloak whipped violently, its patterned design blurring Encrid's vision. Everything, his weapon, his movements, even his words, was calculated to gain the upper hand. Tactics, Encrid noted silently. Deception, too, was a form of strategy, but such ploys held no sway over him. The wooden sword, it turned out, was hollowed and brittle. Feigning engagement, Encrid let his sword drop. But his opponent's swing followed through, snapping his weapon in two. Just how rotten was that thing? Encrid wondered. Seizing the moment, he stepped in close, driving the heel of his palm into the man's solar plexus. He didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, the man would have been a corpse. A sharp crack echoed. His opponent collapsed, unable to react, gasping for air as if lifeless. You trying to kill him? Dunbakel asked, stepping in to prop the man up. Cough. Huff. I saw my dead father, the fallen warrior managed to wheeze. Examining his own hand, Encrid thought, still need to work on control. Another challenger, a female warrior, stepped forward. Her braided hair framed broad, muscular shoulders, and she wielded a massive axe. Watching her comrade barely survive didn't faze her. Even if you go all out, I don't think I'll die. Shall we? She asked. Encrid nodded, sidestepping her powerful strikes before delivering a precise blow to the back of her neck, rendering her unconscious. He realized that this settlement held many skilled fighters, and their numbers seemed to be growing. Is it true he's that formidable? Some newcomers asked, approaching to witness the warrior who felled a giant. Show respect. Act up and you'll end up dead, Janara warned them. Yes, sir, they replied, nodding obediently. Though impressed by Encrid's feats, they had their own duties, sharpening weapons, meditating, training. The settlement was clearly preparing for battle. The giant's death wasn't the end of things. It was only the beginning. Chapter 481. Dreams, flowers. Dreams, you always have people around you, don't you? The ferryman appeared again after a long time. Rippling water, a purple lamp, and a blurred face. Today the ferryman had one eye shut, with the other open. Encrid reflected on the ferryman's recent words. People? People? Of course, there are people. What else would there be? Or is this some kind of clue? Then another thought struck him. Has anything this ferryman said ever been helpful? It didn't seem so. Most of the advice was along the lines of run away or give up. Encrid let the words go in one ear and out the other. He stopped himself from asking whether the ferryman was just lonely, rowing endlessly on the water. It wasn't worth saying. Not everything needed to be spoken aloud. Being tactful wasn't dishonest. It was just being considerate. You are never truly alone, the ferryman repeated. Encrid cast his gaze into the distance, beyond the ferryman, and across the river. There was nothing to see. The only things discernible were within the range of the lamp's light, the ferryman, the small boat, the oar, and Encrid himself. The scenery wasn't picturesque, like the vast landscapes of the west. The river was just endless, dark water. Bringing his eyes back to the ferryman, Encrid wondered if another soliloquy was about to begin. Loneliness will consume you. That sounded familiar. The ferryman had said something like it before. Still keeping one eye closed, the ferryman met Encrid's gaze. His own grey eyes stared into Encrid's blue ones. After a moment of silence, Encrid spoke. Is this the companion to the foreboding you mentioned earlier? There comes a point where even the most patient person cannot remain silent. This wasn't about tact, it was instinctual. Hearing such words had made his tongue move on its own. It was like a swordsman instinctively deflecting a poorly aimed strike. The ferryman shut his mouth. He looked irritated but said nothing more. The dream ended. Encrid opened his eyes. The familiar ceiling of the tent greeted him. Awake? Two eyes stared at him. Though there were violet veins in the whites, the irises were a warm, deep brown. The gaze felt fresh, untouched by hardship. Above those eyes was a smooth forehead, and below, a harmonious blend of features made for a pleasant face. The owner of those eyes, Jiba, would grow into someone truly stunning. You're up early, Encrid muttered. Jiba beamed. I woke up a while ago. Whether as a human totem or a protective charm, Encrid wasn't sure what his role was. But he knew that his presence weakened the curse afflicting these people. Jananara was moving again, and Jiba was now playful with the other children. Hira said they needed a few more days to recover fully, but Jananara was already saying she was fit to fight. Not perfect, but functional. The eldest shaman, however, remained unconscious. That was a problem Encrid couldn't solve. Still, the ferryman wasn't entirely wrong. There were many people around him now. Initially, it had just been Rem, Dunbakel, and Luagar. You're surprisingly diligent, Jananara commented, rubbing sleep from his eyes. Nearby, Hera was packing tobacco into a pipe. Luagarn, a long-time companion, stretched with a yawn, while Dunbakel woke sluggishly. "What are you doing?" At that moment, Rem entered the tent. He was covered in leaves and thorns, evidence of whatever he'd been up to since dawn. "What were you doing outside?" Encrid asked, nudging Jiba's forehead as he spoke. Rem held up his left hand. The faint light of dawn made it easy to discern the object he carried. Flowers. White and red blooms, arranged neatly into a bouquet, tied at the base with what seemed like stems. "These flowers only bloom at this time of year," Rem explained. "Flowers? Aiul likes them." Rem was unashamed, confident as always. Encrid realized why Rem hadn't found the giant after days of searching. He'd been busy picking flowers, so instead of going straight to her, "You came here first." Aiul's voice called from outside the tent. "I stopped by on the way," Rem replied. "Sure you did," Aiul said, entering. Though her tone was sharp, the murderous edge of the past was absent. Her eyes softened as they landed on the flowers in Rem's hands. "See you later," Rem said, turning to leave. Aiul grabbed his arm firmly. She wasn't letting him go. Encrid watched the scene and thought of the ferryman's warnings. Wasn't there supposed to be a crisis? Aiul and Rem seemed perfectly fine now. "That guy is so carefree," Janara remarked, voicing Encrid's thoughts. Still, it was a pleasant sight. It seemed likely that Rem would stay. Aiul appeared intent on making that happen, and Rem didn't seem to mind. Starting a family meant settling down, after all. "Dunbakel, let's go," Encrid said, rising to his feet. The morning sun cast light over the camp. Encrid couldn't pinpoint the change he felt, but something had shifted within him. "I can win." Even if there were 3 giants, he was ready. Luagarn sat, reflecting on a dream from the night before. It had been unsettling. It had been a while. A familiar face had appeared, but in the last moment, Luagarn failed to recall it. What could matter as much as desire and yearning to a frog? Spiritual love was their ideal, sometimes leading them to choose humans as partners. It wasn't common. Few possessed both the beauty and inner grace to captivate a frog. Luagarn's first lover had been a mistake, but the second, a remarkable person. "Laga, what do you think lies beyond that?" Looking at a map of the continent, the lover had asked. Being a frog, Luagarn had responded like one. Does it matter? At the time, her goal wasn't exploration, but mastering combat techniques. And she'd fallen for someone dazzling, a man who shone just by being. He laughed loudly. "It doesn't matter," he said. He never forced anyone into anything. "I'm going to make a map that covers the whole continent." It was his job to go to places where no one had set foot and study and investigate. His swordsmanship wasn't particularly impressive, but he had those who shared his vision. Mercenaries, former thieves, and discharged soldiers, including frogs. There were more than 10 of them in total. All, including Luagarn, wandered for their own goals and gains. They dug up ruins, took on commissions, and moved as needed. These tasks continued. However, was it easy to explore the unknown? There were those who left. "You need Krona to do anything. What can you do in a beggar's situation?" There were sharp criticisms. The nobles who promised to support often withdrew their words. "People all think differently and their values vary. I can't force anyone." He could have resented them, but he didn't. He never treated people that way. And then it happened. Before they reached the eastern frontier of the continent, a plague spread nearby. Luagarn then remembered her first lover, someone about the age of a ghoul's son. It was when she was still immature. She had chosen him just by his looks, but the man was one who would roam the gambling halls using Luagarn's name. The frog backed him up, so who would dare treat him poorly? He lied whenever he opened his mouth. To sum it up, he was a crazy fool. Luagan broke all 10 of his fingers to knock some sense into him. He cried, snot running down his face, and promised to quit gambling, but 3 days later, he was hanging around the gambling hall again. His fingers hadn't even fully healed. Luagan didn't kill him. He wasn't worth it. He was just a man with a decent face. His second lover was a man of good character and big dreams. He couldn't just pass by a place where the plague was spreading. Not good. He tried to find the source of the disease, only to discover that someone was behind it. If we leave it be, people will die. He had a somewhat naive sense of justice, and Luagan had confidence. The kind of arrogant confidence that made her think she could protect at least his man in almost any situation. She should have stopped him. Lua, I'm sorry. His dying lover spoke. Luagan, who had lost her arm trying to protect him, had no time for tears. The opponent was a heretic. It was a tragedy. Have you heard of the dog of Warin? He summoned dozens of black hunting dogs with thick soot. In the place where the plague had devoured a whole city, Luagan tasted despair. Chase the heretics. The army of the holy city came and swept through the area. Luagan barely survived because of them. After surviving, she spent a long time hunting heretics. I will eradicate all the cultists from this continent. But that couldn't become her goal. The frog's desire didn't revolve around revenge. A new goal arose. The unknown stirs the heart of man. Experience changed her goals. Desire followed suit. The gift his second lover gave her had shifted the direction of her desires. The death of his lover repeated endlessly in her mind. Even after waking from dreams, it continued. It ached. It hurt terribly. She placed her hand over that aching spot. Even though the hardened breastplate that she never removed at night protected it well. Still, I feel like I'm going to break and tear apart. Suddenly, negative thoughts kept coming. In the end, it felt like everything would burn and disappear. Frogs were mentally strong, but that didn't mean they were perfect. There were days like this, days when everything just felt off. The image in Luagan's head became a disjointed montage of past scenes, leading up to the present. Ah! A yell brought her back to the present. The focus returned to the frog's eyes, now back in the moment. In front of her, a person drenched in sweat with black hair was seen. A human who had exceeded the rank of semi-knight. That was an inexplicable mystery. Exceeding even the will of a semi-knight? How? She couldn't understand the process. She could only think of luck or some divine prank. But when she saw the man in front of her, even those thoughts vanished. Encrid simply swung his sword. Repeatedly practiced everything he had learned. It never seemed boring. It was always the same. The Encrid of yesterday and the Encrid of today were different, yet he didn't live differently. He proved himself through action, through life. He simply swung his sword. Watching him, Luagan's random thoughts began to fade. After a few days, for some reason, she felt strangely uneasy and looked around. She saw traces of soot, but couldn't be sure if they belonged to heretics. However, keeping silent about it felt unsettling, so she spoke up. I think I saw traces of the heretics, but I'm not sure. Encrid stopped swinging his sword and turned his head. Lowering Akka, he spoke while turning his back to the sun. Is that so? He didn't seem to care at all. In fact, whether it was heretics, their parents or grandparents, what did it matter? If they were enemies, he'd just kill them. That was why he was swinging his sword now. The next day, Luagan's mood had improved considerably. 2 days later, a group of warriors, led by the sword wielder, gathered. It's a fight. When he spoke, one of the tribal warriors raised his axe high. For the soul of the West! For the soul of the West! They all shouted as they raised their weapons. It was battle. The number of warriors gathered barely exceeded 200. It was probably just over 150. Among them were Rem, Encrid, Dunbakel, and Luagarn. Everyone was going to fight, so they couldn't just sit back. Encrid, however, thought he didn't need to drag the fight out. Even though the chief had told him he could stay behind and wait for the main force to arrive, Encrid ignored that and charged ahead. Chapter 482. How to face a Majarai, Garum, Maru, Fortune Teller, Cloud, and Henny. These were the 6 main tribes of the western region, excluding minor clans. The western tribes were a collective of numerous smaller tribes, each initially nameless, eventually gathering to form larger entities. This created a duality where both smaller offshoots and the parent tribes shared identical names. For instance, a single elder could decide to leave their tribe with their family. If they were from the Narai tribe, they might simply be called Little Narai. Over time, the largest faction became known as Big Narai, which was Rem's tribe. The Western tribal society functioned under this framework, with titles like Chieftain, Chief Warrior, and Eldest Shaman serving as both positions of power and symbols of strength. Big Narai, being the largest, was regarded as the parent of all tribes. Encrid, piecing together tales he'd heard of the Western tribes, understood this structure well. Many came to share their stories with him, whether they were from the Narai tribe or a Maru warrior who visited often. After sparring matches, some sought his teachings, and during moments of rest, conversations flowed freely. It seemed gossiping was one of the Westerners' favorite pastimes. Finding someone reserved was a rarity. Encrid thought back to his upbringing in a similar environment, in a small settlement born of refugees from war. There, everyone knew each other, if not by blood, then by shared struggles. The village was a patchwork of the wounded and weary from across the continent. There was the apple seller who skillfully carved away rot, the old woman who roasted potatoes over the fire, and the foul-mouthed crone who once sold her body. It was a place where mercenaries, fleeing battles and monsters, found a fragile sense of home. It'll be repaid in kind. Before setting out, Jonara grinned broadly, his sharp teeth glinting. His laughter carried a solemn resolve, one only someone prepared to risk their life could exude. Retribution. Even in his own village, a similar concept existed. If you didn't retaliate, you became a target. Encrid understood it instinctively. Jonara donned a wolf-shaped headdress. When draped and crouching, he could easily pass for a wolf. Despite the violet veins visible on his arms, a remnant of a curse, he showed no signs of retreat. As Big Narai's chief warrior, backing down from this fight was never an option. The Western tribes weren't passive victims. They gathered their warriors and worked to resist the curse. Leading them was the chieftain of the Narai tribe, who stood beside Jonara with a calm facade masking his unease. He whispered a prayer to the sky god. Yet beneath the surface, he knew their position was precarious. Suppressing the curse had already taken a toll, especially when both the eldest shaman and the chief warrior had been afflicted. Still, their intervention had spared most of the tribe. It was like holding back a flood with a boulder, buying time to build defenses. The plan relied on shoring up their barriers before the water could seep through again. However, their plight worsened when 2 giants appeared, threatening the coalition of 5 tribes led by Big Narai. In the chaos, Maru's chief warrior was slain. "I'll hold them off. Everyone, retreat to Big Narai." The Maru warrior, who once taught festival-goers how to wield clubs, stood resolutely with 3 others. Even Rem had learned from him in the past. Yet against 2 giants, it was a losing battle. Those giants were slain by an outsider who arrived with Rem, shocking the Western tribes, especially the Maru. "Hero!" The exclamation from a member of the Maru tribe echoed the awe that rippled through them. It was justified. The Narain chieftain continued to rally warriors. Their goal was to reclaim the sacred ground and eliminate the giants, the fortune-teller tribe's curse casters, and their mysterious orchestrator. They had no time to consider their chances of victory. Delay would mean succumbing to the curse. And though the giants' hesitation had bought them time, it was unclear why they hadn't launched a full assault earlier. At the sacred ground, the gathered warriors prepared for battle. "Coming with us?" The Majarai chieftain turned toward the voice behind him. The speaker was a relaxed yet commanding figure. Black-haired, clad in black leather armor, carrying 3 swords and armed with a collection of enchanted gear. Despite his heavy equipment, it all seemed necessary and never cumbersome. The man's question was answered by Em, standing nearby. "He says he's coming as her companion." Rem's words drew a response from Aiul, standing by his side. "Of course he is." The chieftain, both Aiul's father and leader of Big Narai, looked at his daughter. He couldn't tell her to stay behind, not when others were expected to risk their lives. As chieftain, he bore the responsibility for all. "Let's break them all." The chieftain shouted once more, masking his unease. John and Oara gave a half-hearted response with a simple gesture. The warriors nodded and strode forward with determined steps. Encrid glanced at the chieftain, who was constantly muttering something.
"Why is that person even coming along? There might be cultists as well, not just giants. Seems like."
"You knew?" When asked, Rem lowered his voice considerably as he replied, "Did you really think I was just out picking flowers?" "I guess I did. Your eyes look strange." "They're not," Dunbakel interjected from beside them, tilting her head. "So there are a bunch of giants gathered? Will we be enough?" In an uncharacteristically sharp observation, she pointed out the concern. "First, we assess their strength," Luagarn interjected appropriately. "We're not charging in for a full-on battle right away. We're going in to gauge the enemy's scale, set up a nearby camp, and proceed systematically. Fighting isn't just about running in blindly, swinging your weapon. At least, not for normal fights." He was right. Encrid knew there were still plenty of warriors left behind. The twins, Hira, and other shamans hadn't joined them. This group was more like a reconnaissance unit in preparation for a larger confrontation. People call Westerners savages, but that doesn't mean they're thoughtless brutes who fight without any strategy or tactics. 10 warriors mounted on voluptas accompanied them. In addition, there were just over 50 other fighters, but fewer than 20 of them seemed truly capable by Luagarn's standards. "The rest will have to stay sharp if they want to survive," Luagarn said, her tone slower and her gaze deeper, as if she had reached some profound understanding. There was no need to ask what it was. Life tends to bring various realizations over time, and they can often be helpful. If they became a hindrance, Luagarn would quickly snap out of it. She was that kind of frog. Encrid trusted that much. The journey ahead didn't feel particularly tense. It wasn't the time for that. His instincts weren't issuing any warnings either. When they encountered the enemy, they would fight. That was all there was to it. The giants could present danger or unforeseen threats. But for now, Encrid wasn't anxious. They said the sacred site was a cliff with over 100 caves. A long time ago, bears, tigers, wolves, foxes, and all sorts of animals were blessed by the sky god in those caves and became humans. Or so the myth goes, Rem had once said. As they walked, Rem casually picked his ear while Aiul scolded him to stay alert, reminding him there were more enemies than just the giant. "The enemy knows nothing. They'll have to take a lot of hits before they figure things out," Luagarn muttered, her tone oddly changed. "What don't they know?" For a brief moment, Dunbakel displayed sharp intuition, but she soon seemed to know less than the enemy themselves. Recently, she appeared to have given up thinking altogether. Aside from sleeping, training, and reluctantly bathing after being nagged, she didn't seem to do anything. Swiping at butterflies with her claws was the most effort she put in. Encrid, overhearing Luagan's remark, agreed. What didn't the enemy know? They didn't know him, nor did they know Rem. 2 giants were dead. Would they increase their vigilance? Probably. So what? Luagan had mentioned being somewhere between a squire and a knight. What did that even mean? Encrid didn't know, nor did he need to. He simply did things his way. He found the idea of categorizing swordsmen amusing. Sure, does a mid-level soldier always defeat a low-level one? Does a knight always beat a squire? Fights don't start on perfectly leveled ground with formalities. The battlefield is a place where lives are at stake, and one must always be prepared to die. A knight can fall to a squire if they're careless. Complacency leads to defeat. Defeat leads to death. Thus, one must always give their best. Well, maybe I can ignore their spells a bit. They said ferrymen's curses devoured everything. Walking with such thoughts, Encrid refocused his mind. This ability to steel himself was one of his strengths. Even against a child, he wouldn't let his guard down. After all, once you've been stabbed in the gut by a 12-year-old, you learn your lesson. When they arrived at the sacred site, they saw small hills ahead, flanked by tall ridges that formed a canyon. In the wide open space, dozens of giants gathered, looking almost like an army. At a glance, there were over 30 heads. They weren't in perfect formation, but stood in crude ranks. Even so, the sight of these towering figures was enough to instill immense pressure. Several Westerners gulped audibly. Damn, they're all ready to fight. So, it's you, the outsider, came a voice. Before the giants stood an old man, unnoticed at first due to the towering figures around him. A line of humans stood behind him, all filthy and disheveled, as though they were Dunbakel's kin. Their unwashed faces were pitch black, making their eyes stand out starkly. One of them smacked his lips, revealing blackened teeth. Among them, the elderly man in a long cloak holding a wooden staff looked like the stereotypical wizard. Encrid dug his toes into the ground. While Luagan had immersed him in the lake of experience, Esther had taught him how to handle mages. How to handle mages. Strike them down before they can utter a word. Encrid did just that. He planted his left foot, driving his thigh muscles into the ground. The force propelled him forward. It was a charge adapted from a knight's strike, far faster and more explosive than the squire from the Crimson Cloak Knights had ever displayed in Aspen's battlefield. Most of the Westerners couldn't even follow Encrid's movements. Boom! The ground burst, dirt spraying like a fountain. Crack! Acre's blade was already slicing diagonally through the mage's body. The sound was like wood splitting as it tore through flesh and bone. The strike had cut the mage's mouth mid-sentence. He couldn't finish his words, yet his eyes lacked the shadow of death. Instead, his form blurred, and another identical figure emerged behind him. You filthy! Before he could finish, a spark shot from Encrid's left hand, piercing the mage's face. Rule number 2 for handling mages: never give them a chance to speak. Impatient, aren't you? Behind him, Rem also leapt forward, pushing off the ground. There was no time for astonishment or hesitation. The brawl erupted instantly. Rem knew it was generally unwise to engage giants in such chaotic melee combat. But honestly, it didn't matter now. Seeing Encrid and Rem, Jonara joined in as well. They'd come to fight, so what was the point in talking? Now was the time to settle scores. Chapter 483. Reckless calm, the western lands were vast. Beyond the 6 tribes, there were others who clung to their traditions, whether out of stubbornness or devotion. Among them was someone the short-haired blonde had met in the city of Oara. Even Rem knew one such person, a wanderer who dabbled in cursed poisons, as the blonde had mentioned. Didn't you say leaving traces everywhere was dangerous? Then why use cursed poison? While picking flowers and tracking the signs of giants, Rem stumbled upon an old friend from a smaller tribe. "How did you figure it out?" the black-eyed woman asked, her tone free of suspicion and full of pure curiosity, as always. She stood above Rem on a slope, while he remained below. That was typical of her. Even the fact that Rem had returned to the Western lands didn't seem to surprise her. She likely hadn't even noticed his absence. "Just happened to," Rem answered casually. Her black eyes blinked a few times. Whatever thoughts, she remained impenetrable, but her nature and goals hadn't changed. She was still the same person who preferred to step back like a ghost, observing people from a distance and finding joy in merely watching the world go by. As the wind blew her long hair around, she tied it back with a ribbon she had pulled out, her movements unhurried and practical. There's no one else who uses cursed poison, so it wasn't hard to connect the dots. The encounter was purely coincidental. Tribes like hers avoided interaction with outsiders, believing that isolation was the only way to preserve their spiritual essence. And yet, amidst such insular traditions, anomalies occasionally emerged. This particular woman, gazing at the stars one night, had wandered beyond her tribe's borders, eventually reaching the frontier settlements. She believed her tribe could no longer afford to stay isolated, a stance born of both ideology and personal desire. "Stagnant water rots," she used to say. Her belief, however, was underpinned by a simple yearning to observe the world and its people. Rem, in the past, dismissed their customs as nonsense. They claimed that merely conversing with others or mingling thoughts could erode their spiritual power. Women who had never touched a man were deemed worthy of becoming priestesses. It was absurd. Magic didn't work that way. Yet, Rem acknowledged that their faith lent them power. Rituals rooted in deep belief strengthened their magic. These tribes worshipped the same sky god born from birch trees, but their way of life was starkly different. Was it fair to criticize them for it, to scorn their traditions, or force them to change? There was no need. They harmed no one and simply wished to live as they always had. If anything, they were often the targets of aggression, as some groups coveted their spiritual energy. But these tribes, for their part, avoided conflict, rarely seeking any form of exchange with the outside world. Even this black-eyed anomaly, whom Rem jokingly called a misfit, did little beyond occasionally venturing out to observe the world. "This time, you've gone far, haven't you?" Rem asked. The black-eyed woman replied without hesitation. It wasn't a secret, and the issue remained unresolved even now. 3 summers ago, a madman tried to steal our sacred offering. We lost part of it, and have been searching for it ever since. The cursed poison practitioners were formidable. Even Rem couldn't take on an entire tribe alone. But this so-called offering, it was the core of their faith, akin to a holy relic in the wider world. When their traditions, energy, or beliefs were violated, even these pacifist tribes were willing to engage with the outside world through battle. And some lunatic had dared to steal it. Misfit had likely seen or heard more of the outside world than anyone else in her tribe. Though she hadn't come seeking help, it was clear they had been the first victims. It was a foreigner from the continent, a mage, she explained. Rem pieced together what he knew, arranging the fragments in his mind to form a picture. He sought the motives behind the events, but his interest was less about solving the mystery and more about confronting whoever had done this. "Want to join me in taking them down and reclaiming the offering?" he asked. "We know where they are, but if we fight, we'll lose," she admitted. Their tribe's priestess had already lost an arm in a previous encounter. For them, the offering was vital, but sacrificing the entire tribe to retrieve it wasn't an option. "Fine, when we fight you can come and take it back," Rem said simply. Rem moved with precision, his left axe deflecting a giant's club as his right axe slashed horizontally. Splurge. The club ricocheted off his left axe, and the right axe cleaved into the giant's shin, splitting flesh as purple blood spurted out. Could have just found it and handed it back, Rem thought, leaping aside. Boom! The club smashed into the ground, sending stones flying. The terrain was rugged, covered in gravel, rocks, and sand. The giant's strength left deep craters wherever its weapon struck. The giant was powerful, but its strength was meaningless if its attacks didn't connect. Rem, however, remained calm. Compared to facing 10,000 phantoms, this was easy. Whoosh! A club swung down toward him. It was a dark brown weapon, its uniform appearance suggesting it had been crafted for the giants. Someone had supplied them with these weapons, likely at great expense. As the club descended, Rem raised his left axe, bending his knees slightly and leaning forward. Crash! A deafening sound erupted as the club struck, but Rem wasn't crushed. Instead, the club halted mid-strike. Using his monstrous strength, Rem absorbed the impact with his arm, channeling the force through his body and into the ground. His muscles distributed the energy evenly, softening the blow. In the past, he would have taken it head-on with brute force. Not anymore. He had grown more skilled, more experienced. Crack! A fracture appeared in the club where his axe had struck. Without hesitation, Rem charged forward. Dur-dur. Pia-dur. The club split apart under the force of the axe in Rem's left hand. Alarmed, the giant lashed out with a kick, sending Rem flying backward. Undeterred, Rem pushed forward with the axe in his right hand, setting up his next move. With his left hand, he batted away the shattered remains of the club and aimed the blade of his axe at the giant's ankle. A sluggish target compared to Encrid's swordsmanship. He spun, drawing a tight circle with his axe. Crack! Dot! Goon! Condiwan! Chu! Bajian Sir Da! Rashfro! Crotfrearandera! The giant's skin was as tough as iron, impervious to ordinary blades. But Rem's axe bit through without hesitation, slicing deep. Dark purple blood spurted violently as the nearly severed ankle dangled grotesquely. The massive body collapsed with a heavy thud, pooling blood spreading quickly across the ground. Gorah! The giant howled in agony, but its eyes remained lifeless. Those dull, unfocused pupils had seemed off from the beginning. There was no trace of thought behind them, only an empty, animalistic haze, like someone heavily drugged. These giants were unlike the adversaries Rem had faced when first entering the West. Or maybe they were the same. Those other enemies hadn't been particularly normal either. But did it matter? The giant, roaring in pain, swung its massive hand wildly. Rem sidestepped and struck with his left axe, deflecting the incoming blow. Thunk! The blade cracked under the strain. Without hesitation, Rem hurled the broken weapon like a spear. Though the jagged edge couldn't pierce the giant's tough hide, it was sharp enough to target its vulnerable eye. The makeshift projectile flew straight and true, stabbing into the giant's pupil. Grah! The giant let out another tortured scream, as clear fluid mixed with dark purple blood and splattered across the ground. Hand me another axe, Rem commanded, stretching a hand backward. Behind him stood a warrior carrying a literal arsenal of axes. In the hierarchy of their group, this person was akin to a squire, a helper responsible for logistical tasks and combat support. Here, they were referred to as small warriors. At first, the small warrior had been puzzled about the excessive number of axes they were made to carry. Now, they understood. Weapons that could endure Rem's strength were a rare commodity. Ha! With a sharp cry, the small warrior hurled an axe. It spun through the air and landed perfectly in Rem's waiting hand. Thwack! Rem caught the axe effortlessly, flexing his neck from side to side as he prepared for his next move. Keep your damn eyes open, he muttered. None of the giants responded. They showed no fear, no hesitation, only a blind, unrelenting desire to kill. Their white eyes, with unfocused dark pupils, held no life. The only emotion visible was a raw, primal bloodlust. For most, facing such creatures would have been paralyzing. But not for Riam. His lips curled into a crooked grin. Bunch of mindless bastards. He hefted the axe onto his shoulder, exuding an air of casual confidence. Meanwhile, Encrid continued slicing through the mages. The curse. The enemy mage, caught in a strange, silent affliction, struggled to complete his spells. Encrid paid no mind, relentlessly pressing the attack. His strikes were methodical, precise, and unyielding, his persistence reminiscent of Ora's endless assault. Nearby, other mages began to chant and clasp their hands in preparation for a ritual. Snap! A whip cracked through the air, disrupting their incantations. It was Luagarn. "So, you're all cultists," Lagarn said coolly, her tone calm but laced with cold fury. "Rethier, your enemies are gathered here in droves." Muttering words incomprehensible to anyone else, Luagarn dove into the fray, wielding both his whip and blade. Ram, always aware of his surroundings even amidst the chaos, spared a glance toward Luagarn's battle. The faces of the enemies were familiar. Some were fairies, but most were human, and disturbingly recognizable. They were the cannibals he had fought in the past, lunatics who believed consuming human flesh would grant them power. These were the very same ones whose heads he had split open before leaving. Their alliance with the cultists wasn't surprising, nor was it entirely their fault. After all, the man who was supposed to be their champion had met his end beneath Rem's axe. From there it was a downward spiral: oppression, desperation, and finally the lure of the cultists. Rem didn't dwell on the morality of it all. What was done was done. There was no point in regretting it. The battle was chaotic. But it wasn't a true melee. Only a handful of combatants fought. To his right, Dunbakel dashed forward, slashing at the wrist and forearm of a giant with her curved blades. With sudden audacity, she darted under her opponent's guard and sliced vertically through its chin, then withdrew just as quickly. Her movements were faster than ever, leaving streaks of dark purple blood in her wake. "They're cultists!" Luagarn shouted. "I see now. Slaying them one by one with a sword is the only way this will ever end." Her voice was steady, but burned with righteous anger. Rem couldn't help but wonder why Luagarn was suddenly so impassioned. Regardless, as long as she fought well, it didn't matter. Clang-dot-dee. Rem clashed the blades of his twin axes together, letting out a sharp metallic ring. No matter their madness or savagery, these enemies had endangered his wife and family. If Ayul had died, he would have lost all restraint. "Not a single one of you gets past me," he muttered, though the words felt unnecessary. The giants were too far gone to take orders or retreat. Nearby, the best warrior Majarai, known as Jonara, raised his totem. A weathered wolf's head carved from dark wood. Wolf God, he prayed, veins bulging violet against his skin. With a fierce invocation, he called upon the spirit of the wolf to descend and devour his foes. Chapter 484. The Chieftain's relief. The Chieftain let out a sigh of relief. The term descent, the summoning of a god to this land, carried a weight that could bring dire consequences. In the continent, particularly within the holy nation, uttering such words would instantly summon the inquisitors. They would not stop until they had their quarry, ensuring the accused could never again chew meat, pulling teeth, fingernails, or toenails in the process while demanding, "Confess to your heresy." From the perspective of certain zealots, the entire western region could be seen as a haven of heresy. Were it not for the existence of the sacred demon sanctuary, war might still rage between the continent and the West. History recorded instances of the West and the continent waging wars over differing ideologies. Conflicts born of religious discord, linguistic misunderstandings, and opposing philosophies on life. Rulers, seeking to assert their will, often turn such differences into violent clashes. Perhaps some rulers even used religion as an excuse to gain profit through war. But fortunately, this was not one of those times. Who would dare to claim they would subjugate the Western heretics when the sacred demon sanctuary was so openly revered? Such a claim would mark one as mad. Few would agree, and no one would take such declarations seriously in this era, where even the West's cultural uniqueness was respected. Terms like heretic or barbarian were merely slurs to demean them. Of course, Oara cared little about what others called him. To him, it was enough to revere the god he believed in, rip them apart, devour, and shred them to pieces. It was a curse. From the blackened fragment of wood in Oara's grasp, dark smoke began to rise. The smoke didn't disperse but instead coalesced in front of him, taking shape. Its sharp ears stood out in stark white, contrasting with the rest of its pitch-black form. Amid the swirling dark smoke, the white ears gleamed distinctly. "Go forth." Blood dripped from Oara's mouth, his lips stained red as he issued her command. The instant his words ended, the legless wolf of smoke surged forward. Its undulating body made it appear as though it was running, despite having no limbs. Two white streaks, drawn by its pale ears, sliced through the air. "Oh!" The wolf's howl reverberated, shaking the very core of those who heard it. In an instant the black smoke darted past the tribespeople and sank its fangs into the thigh of a giant. The target was one that had eluded Rem's axe by shifting sideways. No matter how skilled Rem was, he was only one man. Even without using any curses, it was impossible to single-handedly hold off dozens of giants with mere physical ability. Some of the giants had started to retreat, sensing an opening, and it was in this moment that the wolf emerged, sinking its teeth into one's thigh. The smoky fangs pierced the giant's thick skin with ease. It was a surreal sight, the tearing of flesh visible through the smoky veil. Crunch! Purple blood splattered through the smoke. Grah! The giant let out a scream, swiping at the wolf with its massive hands. Though momentarily disrupted, the smoke reformed into its original shape. Rip, bite. The wolf summoned by Oara ignored the flailing hands of its prey. It bit down once, twice, relentlessly gnawing at the giant's flesh. Chunks of flesh were ripped away, blood splattering everywhere. The wolf buried its head deeper into the mangled thigh, the giant's agonized cries becoming even more horrifying. "Ah!" This was expected. A bite from a wolf was painful enough on its own, but the fangs of the wolf god carried a curse of pain. Each bite inflicted agony akin to needles, driven onto fingernails or fingers, digging into festering wounds. During the last giant incursion, the curse had failed, likely due to interference from an enemy shaman or mage, possibly a dog of the continent. But this time, there was no such obstruction. Even though Oara had prepared for potential interference, such a scenario made it difficult to imagine what countermeasures the enemy could possibly take. "Damn it! Hey you, this..." The enemy leader could barely string a sentence together while fending off relentless sword strikes. His form flickered, skillfully evading Encrid's strikes for now. But how long could that last? Encrid, the outsider, swung his blade with an unyielding calm that was unsettling. Should I avoid that sparring match with him? Even a bold warrior of the West could not help but feel dismayed at such overwhelming skill. Despite his fleeting thoughts, Oara couldn't suppress the bile rising in his throat, and spat out blood. It felt as though his innards were being squeezed. The summoning of the wolf god had strained his body severely. Before, he might have forced himself to endure for appearances, but there was no need for such pretenses now. "Don't overdo it. You're a patient. Just watch and let us handle it." Rem's voice rang out from the front lines. Despite the content of his words, the fact that he noticed him spitting blood from afar was oddly reassuring. "Mind your own business." Wiping his mouth, Janara retorted, though he doubted Rem even heard him. The tribal warriors raised their spears high. The trembling earth, mother of the land, guide us, protect us. Two shamans shook their rattles, murmuring prayers. The sound was like that of children's toys to allies, but to the giants it was anything but. Goo. The giants wavered, some staggering as though struck. The shaman's chant was a sound-based curse that assaulted the giants' senses. Between the wolf god, the rattles, and the fearless western warriors, the giants suddenly seemed manageable. Unsurprisingly, the most overwhelming presence on the battlefield was still Rem. Don't get yourselves killed for nothing. Aiul, take charge. Despite being in the midst of the giants, swinging two axes relentlessly, Rem issued commands with composure. Dalai Maru, Tamu, and Altan. Ready your slings. Langanaran, Tan, and Han, prepare your spears. Aiul, the leader of the Western warriors, responded immediately. When Janara was incapacitated, it was Aiul who had rallied the warriors and taken command. She was a pillar of the tribe, ensuring its cohesion in times of crisis. The warriors rearranged their formations swiftly. 4 took out slings, positioning themselves in pairs, while the rest readied their black-tipped spears. The spears tipped with obsidian blades were fragile but ideal for a decisive strike. The western tribes were no fools. They had prepared well for such battles. Even without Rem, they would have fought fiercely, albeit with more difficulty. Now the battle seemed so manageable it could be observed from a straw mat. Wah! Wah! Among the chaos, a beastkin darted through the giants with movements that seemed almost divine. Bounding off a giant's thigh, the beastkin soared upward, seizing a greasy tuft of hair and slamming an elbow into the crown of its skull. Crack! The sound of bone shattering echoed. The giant staggered, attempting to stay upright, but the beastkin, relentless, clawed into the fractured skull before leaping away. Thud Dachwell. Whoa! The giant collapsed with a strange guttural groan, its mangled head leaking blood and viscera, signaling it would not rise again. The chieftain rubbed his eyes, fearing that if this were a dream, waking up would be a loss. Of course, it was no dream. He knew that well. The chieftain was no fool, unable to distinguish reality. It was simply all too surreal. In one corner, a figure flickered and danced through a storm of blades. The wielder of those blades was the outsider, Encrid, Rem's companion. All cultists are my enemies. I will destroy them all. The frog fought as though possessed, cheeks puffed up, muttering incessantly. Just hearing her words exuded an intense bloodlust. Alongside her was a beastkin, battling a giant. Yes, those 3 were outsiders. It made sense they could fight like that. Even through the chieftain's eyes, their skills were difficult to gauge. But the other one was different. The hero candidate who had brought the outsiders, Rem? The chieftain's gaze rested on one particular spot, where the returned prodigal son was chopping giants like firewood. An axe. Each time one broke, a new one was handed to him, and he kept splitting logs without pause. The only difference was that the logs being cleaved weren't green or dried wood, but rather the flesh of giants. The man-eating giants that had threatened the tribe were being reduced to splinters, unworthy even of kindling, and dying one after another. It would be a lie to say the chieftain didn't feel a sense of satisfaction. He had endured this torment, barely holding on. The pressure he had endured could crush a person entirely. Sleepless nights, a suffocating chest, and a wildly beating heart. His anxiety had grown so severe that his appetite vanished. His face grew gaunt, his days bleaker. If not for the ceremonial markings on his face, he would have looked like a corpse. Such was the weight he bore, the hardships he endured. The chieftain, more than anyone, knew the reality. We're doomed. The dark clouds that hung over the western lands obscured the sun, and blanketed the skies. He had tried everything, anything, desperately. Searching for smaller tribes to aid them, he had prioritized that over summoning Riem, yet no one responded. He had even attempted to secretly negotiate with the Seer tribe, to no avail. He was ready to promise them anything, to become a great tribe if that was their desire, to give them all they wanted if only they would return and stop this madness. But they wouldn't listen. He had thought of seeking aid from powers beyond the continent, across the frontier, but nothing went as planned. Not securing help from other continents, not finding smaller tribes, nothing worked. Day by day, the situation worsened. A curse fell upon them. The eldest shaman collapsed, and their greatest warrior, Jonanara, was bedridden. Damn it all. The chieftain knew escape was a viable option. But how could he abandon the western lands? This was the land they were born on, raised on, and where they would one day be buried. Low clouds, high clouds, the sun-hiding clouds, the Great Lake, the sand-covered canyon, the Mer Hills. He loved them all. If this was the end, he would accept it. Despair gnawed at his insides, leaving only a hollow shell awaiting death. Then, at his lowest, when Rem returned, when the curse was lifted, and 2 giants were felled, hope appeared. Yet, never like now, the chieftain felt serenity. Rem kicked a giant's ankle, and the chieftain watched. The giant was twice Rem's size. Normally, a kick like that wouldn't even make the giant flinch. But this was different. With a single kick, the giant lost its balance. Its ankle bone snapped audibly beneath its leathery hide, and it toppled sideways. The blade of Rem's axe met the giant's neck. Thud! With a clean strike, dark purple blood spurted forth. The neck-cleaving blow left Rem coated in gore, grinning. Hey, there's less than half of you left now, Rem said, the returned prodigal son. He was different now. Without shamanic powers, without a blessed weapon, he fought. He fought astoundingly, exceptionally well. The chieftain felt relief. This battle, they had won. Tonight he wouldn't wake up in a cold sweat. Even when the foreigner Encrid first leapt into the fray, his heart, which had skipped a beat, now thudded steadily once more. The relief brought by calm and safety. Even as blood sprayed, bones broke, and screams echoed ahead, the chieftain felt peace. Jonara had coughed up blood, but his condition seemed manageable with a few days' rest. The chieftain muttered, "We've won." Of course, it was a premature conclusion. Luagarn hated the cultists, yet knew her battles rarely ended with satisfaction. Can all cultists be slain? No. How? Can the cult be eradicated? No. How? After losing her second lover, Luagarn had wandered aimlessly for a time. She cared for nothing except killing cultists. While it might have been logical to make their destruction her ultimate goal, she didn't, because it was futile. Setting that as her aim would ensure its failure. So, she shifted her desires. She pursued the unknown. It was a fitting alternative, equally satisfying and seemingly plausible. From the outside, it might seem as though the frog's desires stemmed from instinct or some inscrutable source. But her understanding was different. Where there's will, desire follows. True frogs cultivated their desires. They expressed what they wanted clearly and pursued it with reason. They weren't led by baseless whims. It was a sudden realization, a nightmare of her worst moments, a faint trace of cultist influence. Ultimately, she faced enemies destined to be lifelong foes. Traveling with Encrid wasn't unpleasant. Exploring the unknown was enjoyable. Someday she hoped to step foot in the east. She would complete the map her former lover had dreamed of. Luagarn observed Encrid wielding his sword. Watching his daily life for so long had given her insights. Explore the unknown. Destroy cultists. How? Whether there was an end or not, she would keep at it diligently. Even if the end brought sorrow, she would savor the process. A man wielded his sword with a smile, unrelenting, tirelessly training every day. Croak. Amidst her fury, Luagarn laughed. But to the cultists, her mix of laughter and anger was indistinguishable. Crazy frog. Crush her heart. Tear out her heart. The savages and cannibals howled ceaselessly. Their intent was clear. She was to react to the word heart. Luagarn stood firm, letting the irksome words pass her by. One of them stomped the ground, magical energy flowing from his boots. His body flickered and moved rapidly to her side. It was an item enchanted with a high-speed movement spell. She had encountered it before, when facing the Knoll colony. Encrid had been there too. The memory surfaced, and she couldn't help but let out a battle cry. Croak, croak. The frog's war cry. Simultaneously, her loop sword slashed upward to her right, cleaving through the air where a cultist mage had just appeared. Whoosh! The powerful strike forced the cultist to retreat in panic. Shh! The cultist leader, a woman, gestured sharply. The other cultists began to gather around her. In the meantime, a one-eyed fairy lunged to stall for time. Not a formidable opponent, but difficult to subdue quickly. It was a clever ploy to buy time. Summon the warrior's arm. One of the cultists muttered, stretching a hand forward. A black droplet formed at his fingertips, falling to the ground and expanding into a dark pool. From it emerged a pitch-black hand. A cultist spell. Chapter 485. Breaking chains and advancing rise. Warrior's leg. One of the cannibals muttered as he extended his foot. He appeared weaker than the previous caster, a cannibal adorned with a colorful headband and chaotic patterns smeared across his face. His filthy leg turned black and began to crumble. Crack. The magic backlash had begun. Ugh! The cannibal grunted, clenching his teeth to endure the agony. His muscles, bones, and leathery skin twisted unnaturally, emitting a chilling sound that would make anyone's skin crawl. Below the knee, his leg detached, turning into a black mass that pooled on the ground. From this black pool, a muscular black leg regrew. After producing one arm and two legs this way, one of the casters collapsed, bleeding profusely from his eyes and nose. His body imploded inward, forming a pool of black blood from which a dark, grotesque figure emerged. The creature had thin arms and legs but no head. Instead, it bore a single newly formed arm and two legs attached to a soot-like humanoid body. Its lone hand gripped a long, rod-like weapon, a spear, to be precise. It was a dark warrior born of death itself, perhaps best described as a death knight, the pinnacle of necromancy. The sorcery used to create this creature was of a lesser degree, yet it still yielded a formidable result. It began with capturing a skilled warrior, tearing out their heart, and keeping them suspended in a state between life and death for 7 agonizing days. Though their body was dead, the sorcery deluded them into believing they still lived. Whose heart is that? While their body succumbed, their mind remained intact. Once they believed themselves alive, necromantic rituals completed the transformation. A death-born warrior emerged, incapable of understanding the words of the living or speaking them. Only the primal urge to fight remained. Fight, kill, and pierce their enemies. Luagarn lashed her whip at the dark warrior's head. Snap! The warrior countered, twirling the shaft of their spear to intercept the whip's tip, causing it to coil around the shaft. Without hesitation, Lua lunged forward, swinging her loop sword horizontally in a sharp arc, intending to cleave through the enemy's torso. However, the black warrior drew the spear back, using its strength to parry the blade. Clang! The whip unraveled from the spear as Lua retreated, reclaiming the whip's handle. With a calm voice she muttered, "Ignite." Flames erupted from the whip's center, their heat intensifying the surrounding air. Even with the advantage of a magical weapon, her combat instincts warned her of looming defeat. It wasn't just the Death Warrior. More enemies were approaching. Among them, figures stood out. A half-fairy with a mutilated ear, and a half-giant whose angular face resembled a stone slab. These were no ordinary Westerners. Their appearance and clothing suggested a foreign origin. Lua's combat intuition spoke one word: death. The ominous presence of an enemy with black hair, featureless white eyes, and unsettling tattoos beneath each eye. A teardrop on the left and a dagger on the right only deepened her foreboding. Even so, Lua resolved, these cultists are my enemies. Whether I win or lose doesn't matter. My anger is justified. With a mix of grim determination and defiance, Lua puffed her cheeks, ready to unleash everything she had. Victory or not, vengeance was the only path. Did you think giants were all I prepared? The apostle of the sacred demon cult, cornered and silenced by a relentless barrage of blades, bristled with anger. I divided the West and created giants. You have no idea how many seeds I've sown over the years. You think you can stop this? Their ultimate goal was to turn this place into a demonic sanctuary by summoning demons and harvesting the fear, despair, and futile hopes of the Westerners. The apostles sought to turn the very land into a cursed domain, but the constant flurry of strikes prevented them from focusing. Their lips unable to chant, and even forming hand seals was thwarted. Curse you! Though enraged, the apostle recognized that succumbing to anger would only worsen the situation. They closed their eyes and began to pray silently. Within the sanctuary lies our slumbering God. Awaken him to govern this land. Deliver divine retribution to all the fools. Hang and kill all who dare to falsely claim kingship. Split the hearts of those who insult the one true God, slumbering in the demonic abyss with their misguided faith. The end be reborn anew, thus the world will answer the true God's call. While delivering this declaration, the soothsayer tribe joined the fray, and two hidden warriors began approaching him. They were meant to handle the one continuously swinging their blade toward his mouth and hands. Once the adversary was restrained, bound, and brought to their knees, he would speak. Why do you wield such power to walk a misguided path? Stand beside me and feel true joy as we honor the God of the abyss. If you refuse, I will have you die and be reborn to stand beside the apostle. Regardless of your will, I will make it so. The apostle, known for his verbosity, had countless thoughts and words tangled within him. Yet every time he tried to speak, a blade would slice through the air. The incorporeal spell allowed him to let the blade pass through harmlessly. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. However, staying in this state made it frustratingly impossible to cast proper spells. Still, he thought there might be a way to utter his voice amidst the chaos. Desperate to speak, the apostle resorted to trickery. If he could convey his will, then surely he could also cast his prepared spells. He decided to open a gap through unconventional means. I will make you listen to me. Clever. The apostle, unable to speak continuously, broke his words into single syllables. Encrid, wielding only Acker, pressed the mage relentlessly, occasionally adding bursts from spark to the mix. This approach ensured the mage couldn't chant or use intricate hand signs. By blocking their chants and signs, the mage would need to rely solely on willpower to cast. But that is no easy feat for any mage. So, cut their hands and silence their voice. Esther's teachings were sound, and Encrid followed them faithfully. The opponent still couldn't properly cast magic. But how long could this go on? Even if Encrid slashed away tirelessly for 3 days and nights, would the mage relent? He wasn't sure. With their mouth silenced, the mage began attempting communication through their eyes. Their rolling, expressive gaze made it seem like they might even conjure a spell with their eyeballs. Would Audin make such an expression if he lost his mind? No, probably not. Encrid dismissed the thought and focused on slicing through his opponent's incorporeal form, which felt like cutting through mist. Despite the lack of resistance, Encrid persisted. Reborn. After several more strikes, the mage's intent shifted. Instead of spewing meaningless demands, they began a new chant. Encrid's instincts flared as the resonance of magic reached him. Even with Encrid's interruptions, the mage managed to chant syllables between slashes. What kind of people were the apostles of the Demon Abyss Church? They were said to be geniuses, after all. The apostle accounted for Encrid's interference and manipulated their magic accordingly. There was no need for a lengthy incantation. Preparations had already been made. Reborn. 6 syllables formed the spell. Beneath the earth, sacrificial offerings responded to the apostle's call. Thanks to Rem and Dunbakel, the number of giants had been significantly reduced. Yet at the apostle's command, the dead giants began to stir. Shattered flesh reassembled, severed heads regenerated atop necks, and writhing masses of muscle and sinew formed new eyes, noses, and mouths. It was grotesque, enough to induce nausea. Despite their muddled gazes, the resurrected giants moved again, exactly as they had before their deaths. What kind of monstrous regeneration was this? Even trolls or frogs couldn't replicate such recovery. Awaken. The apostle continued their incantation, and before Encrid's eyes, a creature materialized. A towering beast with a crimson comb larger than an average human's head. Below it was the head of a chicken, a body covered in steel-like feathers, yellow legs with razor-sharp talons, and a serpentine tail slithering across the ground. Encrid quickly recalled the scene moments earlier. A crimson magic circle had appeared on the ground, and from beneath, the creature emerged. A cockatrice. A creature that shot petrifying beams from its eyes. The beast wasted no time. It aimed its deadly gaze at Encrid while preparing to peck him with its beak and slash with venomous claws. But before the cockatrice could act, a streak of light flashed, severing its neck. The cut was so swift it seemed the beast had offered its neck willingly, though this was merely an illusion created by the difference in speed. Sleesh! Thunk! The beast's head soared into the air, its glowing eyes dimming. The summoned cockatrice perished without unleashing a single attack or cry. However, its death brought its summoner a brief opening. Chains of Gulak. The apostle dispelled their incorporeal state and cast a spell. Green chains shot up from the ground, coiling around Encrid's calves and forearms. Trying to slash an incorporeal opponent? How crude. Encrid heard a faint mocking voice, but he ignored it along with the chains binding him. What was willpower? It was the desire to act. Encrid poured his intent into advancing and slashing. Chains tightening around him, and phantom whispers didn't matter. Snap! Bang! The chains shattered under the force of his movements, unable to withstand the strength of his well-trained muscles. If Audin had witnessed this, he might have prayed fervently, asking for his father's guidance. You! The apostle, preparing another spell, cried out in shock. They were visibly startled. Who wouldn't be? What kind of lunatic breaks magic with raw strength? The apostle's hybrid subordinates, a half-giant and a half-fairy, rushed forward to intercept Encrid. Both aimed to hold him down, and for a brief moment they succeeded, but only for half a breath. Encrid, unfazed, moved his arms. His blades swung in half-tempo, striking at irregular intervals to slice and pierce. Boom. Crack. Stab. Chapter 486. A series of coincidences. There are those stronger in real combat than in training. Why is that so? Is it due to heightened senses? Or perhaps a matter of talent? Maybe it's because they can only concentrate fully in moments of crisis. None of these applied to Encrid. He possessed none of those qualities. His senses were average, making his responses to unconventional attacks awkward. He lacked any spark of genius or original brilliance. Concentration in crisis? If he had that, he wouldn't have faced death as often as he had. What he did have, however, was experience. He carried the weight of countless hours of training, practice, and rehearsal. What if I twist like this? Or deflect like that? What if I deflect and strike immediately? He repeatedly tested his ideas with his body, refining them through relentless iteration. This was after he mastered the essential forms of swordsmanship across various schools. Without rest, without boredom, he simply kept at it. His method could easily be dismissed as mindless, even foolish. Yet, through this approach, he worked out practical applications of his ideas in real combat. Lacking natural talent, he repeated every action countless times. Through repetition, he uncovered subtle differences in technique. Where others succeeded with 10 swings, he needed 100. When 100 wasn't enough, he swung 1,000 times. What happens then? You focus on the essence of a technique rather than its utility. There's no other choice when comprehension is mandatory. Why does a technique involve clashing blades at a certain point? Why turn the body to evade the opponent's blade? Why position the blade to press into the crook of the opponent's elbow? The partial turn creates an opportunity to press down on the opponent's hand. Positioning the blade in the crook of the elbow disrupts the opponent's leverage, rendering them momentarily powerless. But is it always necessary to twist the body? Could footwork suffice if mobility is essential? Is gripping the opponent's hand always required? What about counterattacking during deflection? These are the fundamentals, the reasons behind the movements. Encrid repeated, reflected, and practiced these fundamentals endlessly, even at the brink of death. This constant pursuit is why Encrid excelled in real combat far beyond training. His unyielding determination set him apart in battle. His sapphire blue eyes shone as he confronted an apostle, a master of necromancy. Intangibility won't work, Encrid thought. The apostle couldn't fully utilize their magical realm in an intangible state. Their barriers and prepared spells required substance. They relied on synthetic relics imbued with mana, artifacts made from treasures obtained in a magical land. The apostles suppressed their fear. Succumbing to terror would render their incantations useless. Their calculations began but faltered from the start. They couldn't even see Encrid's strikes. Clang, crash, clang. Within a single breath, the apostles' barriers shattered. Should I hold out? I must. Before the final barrier fell, the apostle invoked another spell. Rise, 8 siblings of Gulak. They opened their magical realm, summoning 8 ghouls. From the ground, mid-air, and pitch-black voids, grotesque figures emerged. These were synthetic creations, each with unique traits. Elongated arms, venomous fangs, and more. But the apostle was unfortunate. Encrid had prior experience with night-class ghouls from the Grey Forest, a demonic land near the city of Oara. That experience remained vividly with him. The blue-eyed swordsman swung his blade 8 times. A diagonal cut as he stepped to the side, a horizontal slash as he drew back, a downward cleave to the crown. He deflected an outstretched claw with his blade, thrusting immediately afterward. Precision didn't mean sacrificing lethality. The so-called snake blade technique demonstrated its full effectiveness. Next came a horizontal slash that decapitated another ghoul. A piercing thrust followed, then an upward slice that split a ghoul's head in 2. Finally, a horizontal strike removed the top of the last ghoul's skull, and with his left hand, Encrid reversed his grip to deliver a single-handed stab. The apostle, despite their preparations, couldn't follow the speed of the assault. Whack! Crack! Squelch! Crunch! The 8 ghouls fell in quick succession, their bodies mangled and lifeless. Eyes wide, the apostle clutched their relic. They saw 2 streaks of light, blue and silver, that seemed to stretch endlessly, their movements extending time itself. I'll block it. The apostle still had spells ready, barriers designed to absorb physical impact, and artifacts for protection. Even their skin had been augmented to be as tough as a monster's hide. But these defenses mattered little. Encrid's blade, driven by the essence of technique and brute force, tore through everything. Slice! The apostle's head soared into the air before falling lifelessly to the ground. Suddenly a voice cried out. Father! A young man, barely more than a boy, emerged from the seer tribe in the canyon, tears streaming from markings on his face. The boy's cry triggered a monstrous roar from the giants in the vicinity. Roar! Their muscles swelled, veins turning a vivid purple. Their eyes glowed like blazing torches, and their skin darkened to a deep, foreboding hue. The giant's transformation exuded an overwhelming presence, as though even sunlight and wind bowed before them. Though much of the apostle's will had burned away before full realization, a single command activated the synthetic relic. It unleashed the awakening of every giant present. You wretch! As soon as Encrid killed the apostle, he felt a force coming from behind him, and swiftly turned, swinging Acker. It was a light strike, but not something that could be easily dodged or blocked. The angle was tricky, and it carried both strength and speed. But it was blocked. It was surprising, but Encrid didn't react. He quickly recovered his sword, and with the same angle, he struck again. This time, it was a powerful blow, akin to a heavy sword's downward strike aimed at the collarbone. Instead of a slicing motion, it was more of a pushing strike. The opponent was halfway off the ground. While swinging the sword, Encrid's eyes scanned the opponent's attire and stance. A vest made of short fur, pants, shin guards, facial markings, and a black stick slanted across their back, a blade made of obsidian. The weapon that blocked Acker was a dagger called a karambit. It was so sturdy that it neither broke nor cut Acker's blade. Only the edges of the dagger were slightly chipped. The opponent's eyes were filled with resentment and curses. He managed to block the second strike as well. The dagger twisted to deflect the sword's force. This was truly impressive. Considering his talent, he might be on par with M. For now, he might fall short, but left unchecked, he would quickly grow stronger. He twisted the dagger to deflect the sword's direction. Then, as the sword hit the ground, he rolled backward. Encrid attempted to chase, but stopped. It was a warning from his intuition. As the opponent rolled backward, an obsidian spear floated in the air. A trick? No, it was sorcery. Without being touched, the spear floated on its own and flew toward Encrid. His sense of danger flared, prompting him to halt. Though it was invisible, Encrid believed there was something holding the spear in mid-air. Perhaps some kind of ancestral deity, as they say in the West. Ting! Blocking the spear was no trouble at all. Encrid confirmed the spear's speed and deflected it with his blade. He then took a large step forward, and while advancing, he swung Acker over his head, rotating it halfway behind him before bringing it down, aiming to strike vertically. All of these movements happened in one breath. Wham! Once again, Acker did not strike the enemy. The sword swished through empty air. The opponent had withdrawn, stepping back. As he retreated, the opponent extended his left hand. The rings on his fingers jingled. Golden bells hung from each finger. He raised his left hand, shook it, and spoke. I will take your eyes. Encrid blinked, but nothing happened. The opponent, with his left hand still extended, froze. Creak. The opponent gritted his teeth and shouted again, "Take 3 steps and fall." The first curse was that of the blind, the second that of the cripple. Naturally, neither took effect. Encrid felt no sense of dread. He only had a fleeting thought. Perhaps the ferryman had a feast in front of him, wherever he was. Delicious. Or maybe he shouted something like that. You've swallowed the curse. A youthful voice sounded. The opponent glared at Encrid fiercely, then fled. He kicked the ground a few times and his body faded, disappearing into the distance. Watching him flee, Encrid threw a dagger. The dagger flew with a sharp hiss and embedded itself into the fleeing sorcerer's back. The sorcerer staggered for a moment but continued running until he vanished. He was too fast to pursue. Still, there was a more pressing matter. The giant and the black warrior were still fighting behind. Chapter 487. It was no big deal. Encrid immediately turned his body toward the black warrior. Though the giant horde seemed to writhe and prepare for awakening, it felt manageable. It should be fine. Rem was there. Dunbakel was there. And above all, Aiul and her people fought skillfully. This was where it began. His instincts told him so. "He's coming!" One of the cannibals shouted at the sight of Encrid, his voice filled with fear. And why wouldn't it be? The one who had led them until now lay lifeless, his head severed from his neck. Encrid caught a glimpse of the cannibal's blackened teeth, but let it slide. The situation, the battlefield, it all seeped into his mind, making the priorities clear. He organized the sensory input, a skill honed during his battles with Aspen. Beyond strategies and tactics, he instinctively understood what needed to be done. As Encrid charged, fear grew in the eyes of the cannibal horde. Pupils trembled, and some hands shook uncontrollably. How can we survive against such a monster? In truth, they had no need to ponder this. Once dead, such worries would become irrelevant. Though there were a few scratches on the protective armor of Luagan, there were no severe wounds. A jagged piece of metal stuck out from her abdomen, the remnant of a cannibal's spear that had broken mid-flight. On the other hand, the black warrior on the opposing side had lost an arm, its stump burnt and twisted, likely the work of a flame whip. The battle seemed evenly matched, but the black warrior had the cannibals on his side, while Luagan had the Westerners. Was it precarious? It had been. Not anymore. A faint shadow appeared behind the black warrior. Of course it was Encrid. Moving with blinding speed, he swung his sword. The silver blade severed the dead warrior's neck cleanly. Spirit dying. Though the soot scattered, the neck reattached almost instantly. It was a body impervious to ordinary attacks unless imbued with magic. But that was no issue. Encrid wielded Aka, a magic sword capable of wounding even the black warrior. Still, it wasn't a sword strong enough to deliver a fatal blow in one strike. And lately, he felt the sword's energy waning slightly, though it was still functional. Even after his slashes lightened the warrior's dark form, it remained undying. It doesn't die. Was there no point in decapitating it? What now? Perhaps repeated attacks to dissipate the darkness? His thoughts were brief, and his actions swift. Encrid swung Acre like a branch, slashing rapidly and repeatedly. The blade, moving at incredible speed, cleaved through the black warrior's body again and again. The black warrior retaliated with a spear, but it was futile. Encrid shifted his position, dodging the spear and delivering 3 more cuts. After a total of 19 slashes, the black, shadowy warrior began to dissipate. Ordinarily, such an enemy required magical tools or ritualistic handling. That's why Janara had been preparing to summon her wolf again, even at great cost. But there was no need for that now. Seeing the summoned foe crumble under Encrid's swift strikes, Janara reflected. Do I really need to spar him? The shadowy figure dissolved like smoke from a cigarette, scattering into the air. Sunlight filtered through as the black smoke disappeared, and the formidable enemy that had endangered Luagarn vanished without much resistance. The disparity in strength was undeniable. "Run! The sand ghost!" The cannibal horde scattered in all directions. They chanted incantations and fled on foot. Luagarn shouted and began chasing them down. "Not a single one will escape." Encrid let them go without pursuit. The fleeing cannibals wielded odd charms and weapons, but they seemed no match for Luagarn. One cannibal threw a charm, causing sand to rise and form into humanoid shapes. However, Luagarn's flame whip wrapped around them, igniting them into blackened ashes. Luagarn wasn't the only one taking action. Over 5 Western warriors used spears or slings to intercept the fleeing enemies. Janara hurled a hand axe with incredible force. Whoosh! The spinning axe struck a fleeing cannibal in the back, making a dull sound as he collapsed forward. Immediately, his head was crushed under the foot of the frog. Crunch! Crunch! The sound of a skull breaking was followed by his eyes popping out and rolling on the ground. Death. Luagarn continued chasing others. Though cannibal magic caused some unpredictability, Encrid blocked further magical efforts with ease. He couldn't fully grasp the nature of the intervention, but it simply felt right. The threat was gone. The remaining enemies were too weak to pose any danger, fleeing as fast as they could. "Enki, it's not over." Janara called out to Encrid, who nodded and turned away. The battle wouldn't end until the enemy's last resistance was quelled. "You want to die twice? Fine, then die." At that moment, Rem's shout echoed. It didn't matter that the defeated enemies resurrected or that over a dozen threatening giants remained. Encrid watched as Rem fought fiercely. With his left-hand axe, he deflected a giant's club, while his right-hand axe slashed its wrist. The powerful blow sent the giant's hand flying. Next, he aimed for the neck. Stepping onto the giant's foot, he launched herself upward, his axe cutting through the giant's throat. Slash! A new mouth appeared on its neck, gushing blood. Rem's arm guard was soaked red. Blood splattered everywhere, and beside him stood Ayul. "Kill them all." She swung her axe with a loud cry, her movements demonstrating techniques likely taught by the twins. Her entire body emitted a faint blue aura, which enhanced her speed and precision. The combination of her powerful physique and the heavy axe created devastating strikes. One of her swings cracked a giant's shin bone, causing black blood to ooze from the wound. The massive creature couldn't support its weight and fell with a thud. Another giant swung its fist, only for Ayul to catch it single-handedly. Thud! Instead of deflecting, she held it firmly, an immense display of strength. "The spirit of the bear is with me," Ayul murmured, deflecting the giant's fist and delivering a massive blow with her oversized battle axe. Crunch! On. Bones shattered, and black blood sprayed as Ayul smiled faintly, a smile of joy and exhilaration. The female Rarem was undeniably formidable. The couple fought like a well-coordinated pair, while Dunbakel also wreaked havoc nearby. Why do they keep coming back to life? Though faced with persistent foes, she employed hit-and-run tactics, buying time for the Westerners to throw spears. Even Dunbakel seemed more than capable of holding her own, despite the number of giants. Then, unexpectedly, something else happened. Thwip, thwip, thwip. A group of smaller Westerners fired darts and swung grappling hooks, blinding the giants and causing blood to pour from their eyes and noses. Though not enough to kill instantly, it significantly weakened their combat abilities. The poison was likely the work of the small tribe summoned by Armem. Recognizing them as allies, Encrid joined the fray with measured movements. A giant suddenly swung its arms and legs like a windmill as it approached. Encrid parried the blows from its club and feet with his sword Acker, and then thrust upwards, piercing the giant's head. As he pulled out the blade with a wet squelch, streams of blood sprayed out. The giant twitched on the ground for a moment, but did not rise again. "Doesn't look like it'll come back to life," he muttered. Though many Westerners had been terrified by the recent resurgence of awakened giants, they had grown accustomed to such horrors. They no longer panicked but remained steadfast. Facing the giant directly, Encrid quickly realized it was weaker compared to the two he had fought previously. Normally, a necromancer would summon spectral armor and bone weapons to fully empower these deathly giant warriors, but the necromancer had already been slain. This left the giants as incomplete versions of their intended might. The chief, observing the battle, was overcome with tears. He had feared something might go wrong mid-fight, but was relieved it hadn't. The warriors, led by the chief, had marched out with resolve, ready to die for their homeland, their freedom, and their survival. But to their astonishment, no one had perished. Even the final desperate curse of the fallen necromancer had been destroyed by Encrid, Rem, and the blade of the beast-woman warrior. Poison from their shamans had immobilized the giant's feet. From a distance, tribal villagers stopped throwing spears. The giants were all dead. With no more foes to fight, the small tribes that had joined the battle quickly retreated, vanishing as silently as they had arrived. They considered even conversing with others a potential breach of their traditions. The Westerners respected their culture and let them go without question. The battle had begun at dawn and ended well before noon. Yet, no one felt the anticlimax of an easy victory. Nor did anyone presume the outcome had been simple. They only felt the weight of survival, the recognition that they had eliminated a threat to their existence. Basking in the gentle warmth of the western sun, Encrid felt the wind blow cool against his skin. Purple blood flowed in rivulets like streams, its stench thick in the air. Corpses lay scattered across the battlefield. Yet, the Westerners, including their chief, seemed oblivious to these grisly details. Their eyes were fixed on two figures in the distance, those who had led and concluded the battle. Who were they? One was the prodigal son who had returned. The other, the outsider he had brought with him. While Encrid enjoyed the breeze with Acker hanging loosely in his hand, Rem approached him. Anticipating what Rem might say, Encrid spoke first. "You don't need to bow your head and thank me. What are you talking about?" Rem tilted his head, confused. Fortunately, their conversation was out of earshot, sparing the spectators from having their awe shattered by mundane banter. Only Aiul came close, observing Encrid with a mix of incredulity and curiosity. "Isn't this guy a little unhinged?" she wondered. Still, as their benefactor, she kept her thoughts to herself. Saying otherwise might make her seem ungrateful. A fool undeserving of the salvation they had been granted. "Well," Encrid continued, "if you're thankful, just do better from now on. Are you sure you're all right? You sound like you're hearing things. Maybe we really should bring you to a priest?" Rem's response was dry, but it carried a familiarity that Aiul could recognize. It spoke volumes about how these two had been living, fighting, and joking together. She couldn't help but feel a bittersweet warmth as she watched them. This was the time her husband had spent apart from her. Seeing Encrid and Rem together, she could glimpse a version of Rem's life she had never known. They had fought, they had won, and now they shared a frivolous joke. "Let's have a drink," Rem said in his own way of expressing gratitude. Encrid nodded nonchalantly. Sure. To him it was no big deal. Compared to what Rem had given him over time, this truly felt insignificant. The battle was over. The threat to the west had passed. Yet, the story wasn't finished. Chapter 488. Loot, bracelets, gifts, and food, whether or not the elder shaman woke. Encrid kept himself busy. This involved honing isolation techniques that tightened his muscles and applied oil to them, as well as having Loagarn strike his body with a blunt club. Thunk! Even with moderate force, the blow left him breathless, which was exactly how he wanted it. The pain ensured his body toughened. Without pain, there was no strengthening. After enduring countless strikes, he began to suspect that the will of rejection might be manifesting in the areas being hit. Though it wasn't entirely certain yet, he figured consistent practice would reveal the truth. As Encrid continued his strike training, "Is it a hobby of yours to enjoy getting hit?" A twin approached and asked, curious. "I'm training to take blows to the sides," Encrid replied with a half-joking tone. The twins furrowed their brows simultaneously, questioning whether this was genuinely helpful training. "Don't try this recklessly. It'll ruin your body," Luagarn interjected sagely, cautioning the twins. "Then, how does an honored warrior like you train?" This time another Western warrior asked. A man with 3 deep scars running from his forehead, across his left eye, and down to his cheek. He'd once fallen victim to a shape-shifting monster in his youth. Since then, he had been called 3 Claws. "I started by striking with soft things, gradually moving to harder ones," Encrid answered, straightening his back. There was no secret to this. When Audin had taught him, it wasn't some mysterious technique. It wasn't even a technique in the proper sense. Soft things indeed, but not truly soft. Audin's idea of soft was his fist smashing into Encrid with just enough restraint. Looking back, it was undeniably crude. Would he do it again if asked? Certainly, since the benefits were undeniable. But did he want to? Even Encrid would hesitate, given the sheer pain and the initial uncertainty of its effectiveness. He'd only followed through because Audin had egged him on. Once the results showed, though, it didn't seem so bad. "It still sounds painful," one of the twins muttered, before seguing into a tangent that was even more irrelevant. The twins' father was Oara, whom Encrid had saved. "Thank you so much," they said earnestly. Despite their rugged appearance, broad shoulders and arms strong enough to subdue a bull, their gratitude was surprisingly heartfelt. Unbeknownst to Encrid, the twins had much to be thankful for. In fact, all the Westerners did. Had Rem not returned, had Encrid the Frog and Dunbakel not come together, the worst could have happened. Janara would have used his life to fuel a forbidden spell, briefly fighting as a hero, before withering into a mummy-like husk, dying in agony. The transgression against natural order would have burdened his soul even in the afterlife. The fact that Janara avoided such a fate, and that their land was saved, was reason enough for the twins to express their gratitude. "Yeah, sure," Encrid replied casually, finding no need to dwell on it. Was he supposed to demand repayment for saving their lives? He hadn't done it expecting anything in return. If anything, Encrid himself had already received plenty. The morning after practicing isolation techniques, Encrid trained in swordsmanship, sparred with Luagarn, exchanged techniques with Dunbakel, and even matched blades with Oara. Oara wasn't bad at all, wielding a battle axe in one hand and a spear in the other. Both weapons were handled at a highly competent level. "Who do you think taught Rem?" "I thought he said he was self-taught." "That bastard!" On that point we agree. During their sparring break, the two bonded over their mutual disdain for Rem, a strangely satisfying topic of conversation. Oara was a cheerful man, as most Westerners tended to be. The sparring sessions ended. Gratitude from many, including the twins, was received, and there were even women offering to marry Encrid on the spot. Luagarn shook her head, discouraging the offers. "Forget it. There's already a black-haired beauty and a fairy waiting for him back home," Luagarn pointed out, prompting all but one woman, Jiba, to abandon their pursuits. Even Jiba's persistence seemed futile. After news spread that the elder shaman had awakened, Rem disappeared. With nothing better to do, Encrid resumed his training. Westerners gathered to watch, spar or train themselves, filling the air with shouts and laughter. "Take this! Hiya! Ya!" Children played with wooden sticks, pretending to duel, while nearby girls engaged in a gentler game resembling houseplay. "Where have you been, dear husband?" a girl asked, playfully striking a boy with her palm in mock scolding. It was amusing to watch, though the content reminded Encrid of Rem and Aiul's story, a tale that would likely become a legend. A husband who fled under the cover of night, returned home, survived, and lived a loving life with his wife. Not a bad title, Encrid mused, thinking it could make for a great story. If he'd been a bard, he might have dedicated himself to spreading such tales. But instead, he swung his sword. Suddenly he stopped, a stray thought intruding. Plunging the end of his sword into the ground, Encrid let fragments of memory resurface. What was that voice I heard back then? It was during the fight against the Apostle. Trying to cut a unmaterialized opponent. That's pretty stupid. He'd heard those words. On the battlefield, hallucinations and auditory delusions weren't uncommon. He'd once seen a comrade scream for his mother mid-battle, only to charge forward and get skewered by an enemy spear. Fear and panic often triggered such visions. Even Dunbakel had been overwhelmed by terror during their fight in the Grey Forest demonic domain. But this voice? No. Encrid dismissed the idea that it was merely a hallucination. His mental fortitude had never wavered, and his willpower had always been strong. If it wasn't a spell, then what was it? He didn't know. And since it hadn't happened again, he chose to ignore it for now. Instead, his thoughts shifted to the spoils of battle, the things the Apostle had left behind. Among them was a peculiar item, a silver chalice, intricately embossed with tree root patterns so realistic it seemed a tree should grow from it. The chalice was filled with a deep purple liquid resembling the blood of giants. "It reeks," Dunbakel commented, grimacing at the sharp, musty odor. The unpleasant yet strangely compelling scent lingered in the air. "Can I smell it again?" Dunbakel had mentioned it several times. Anyone could tell something was off, whether it was Dunbakel, the root-carved silver cup, or both, when she spent the whole day spacing out and suddenly insisted on sniffing it again. "Have you lost your mind?" Encrid scolded her gently, by which he meant adding a touch of physical persuasion. He kicked at Dunbakel's shin with his left foot and slapped her forehead with the palm of his right hand. It was a modified version of the dual extension-style mercenary swordplay from Vow. While Dunbakel managed to dodge the kick, she couldn't avoid the slap, and with a groan she staggered back. Even she must have realized something was wrong. It's strange. I keep thinking about the smell, and I feel like I need to sniff it again. I even want to run away with it. Resist it. Yeah, okay. Encrid convinced Dunbakel without using his fists, and surprisingly, Dunbakel complied easily. The root-carved silver cup emerged from the cultist's belongings. Despite being an artifact of a heretical group, its exterior radiated a sense of purity. It was certainly not a cursed item from the demon realm. "We should take it to a proper priest for disposal. It's not related to curses, so keeping it is fine," Rem advised. Naturally, Encrid ended up holding onto it, not because of any lack of self-control on Dunbakel's part. Sometimes, items that can enthrall people simply by existing show up. "This seems like one of those," added Luagarn, who had calmed down after nearly losing herself to plowing down cultists. "A corrupted relic, maybe. Returning to the mainland and leaving it at any temple might suffice. But finding a virtuous priest? That might be a tall order. Such individuals were as rare as honest thieves, kind-hearted bandits, or kings who prioritize their people. Still, a priest capable of wielding holy power. That was more plausible. Maybe Audin knows someone." Audin spent his days praying, though he always seemed to avoid priests whenever they visited the city. Still, he might know someone. It was worth asking later. Several other magical tools were among the gathered items, all stuffed into Encrid's backpack. His load had grown heavier since departure, not an illusion. They had also collected items from the city of Oara and loot from battles in the west. Were they trophies? They felt more like troublesome items they couldn't leave behind. Among them was the blade from Carmen collection, a transparent bladed sword meant for Jaxon. If we keep wandering for another year, we might need a cart instead of a backpack. It wasn't an exaggeration. Good fortune is vital for long journeys, said the mother of Jibba as she handed over bracelets crafted with leather, fabric, and strands of hair. These bracelets, woven with sincerity, served as charms for luck and tools to ward off insects. The collective prayer of the women elevated them into magical artifacts. One adorned Encrid's arm, a colorful string bracelet large enough to secure above his elbow. Among other gifts was an oddly dried fish, its flesh hard as a rock. The tail was crispy, and the eyes had been removed from the head, leaving it looking like a makeshift club. As Encrid examined it, the giver explained, "This is a fish from a great lake, dried for preservation. It's quite peculiar, isn't it? Let me show you how to make it easy to carry." He demonstrated by snapping off the head and tail and tucking the pieces into a cloth pouch. Then he split the flesh to remove the dried bones, with a few deft motions. What remained was a cleaned, dried piece of fish, ready for travel. Just tear it apart like this. The man showed him how to shred the flesh into strips for portable dried food. Boil it in water and it makes a hearty broth. Despite being dried fish, it emitted almost no smell. The faint scent that lingered was far from unpleasant. "Doesn't it smell nice? We coat it with powdered herbs, which whets the appetite." The man rubbed his nose with a smile as Encrid silently observed. Curious, he tasted a strip. It was hard, requiring effort to chew, but his saliva softened it, revealing a savory flavor. Though he had eaten boiled dried fish before, this was his first time consuming it raw. The initial texture was unusual, but it grew tender as he chewed, leaving a pleasant, nutty aftertaste. It turned out to be a prized food among local hunters, rich in nutrients and easy to carry. Preparing it for portability required special techniques to prevent spoilage, making it an expensive delicacy. Unlike pemmican, common on the continent, it was milder and more palatable. Pemmican often developed an off-putting smell and taste over time, earning infamy among soldiers as worse than the enemy. Aged pemmican was particularly dreadful, something to be consumed only when desperate. "How is it? Ha ha ha!" The man's cheerful laughter was infectious. This dried fish, rich in tradition and taste, came with fascinating stories, shared by the generous giver with undeniable charm. It's good. Chapter 489, The Path of Grime. "My mother was ready to cut my manhood," declared a Westerner, his face adorned with tree leaf patterns. "If she had a daughter, she'd have tried to pair her with the honorary hero." This brazen statement elicited laughter. The one joking about offering her daughter earlier was none other than this man's mother. Since she lacked a daughter, she'd considered removing her son's manhood. A bizarre jest that caught everyone off guard, including Encrid, who couldn't help but smirk at the timing. But the man wasn't done. Lucky fish carries a peculiar scent that attracts belopters. If one goes missing, we sometimes use it for tracking. It's handy for that purpose. This peculiar dried fish, called lucky fish, was more than food. It was a keepsake, a charm of sorts. While it served as emergency sustenance, its cultural significance made it a revered item in the West. "In the old days," the man continued, "many hunters went missing. Without proper burials, their souls couldn't join the sky god, so finding their bodies was vital. Lucky fish's scent often led to the lost. Over time, scattered tribes coalesced into communities. These groups formed families and eventually established the Western tribes we see today, an evolution chronicled both in myths and anthropology. Here's a gift," the man added, his cheerful smile free of shadows. Encrid accepted the small cloth pouch with gratitude. Even Dunbakel, who had sampled the fish, nodded in approval, declaring it delicious. "Do beastfolk enjoy it too?" the man quipped, laughing heartily, his grin now free of the darkness that had once lingered on everyone's faces. The heavy burden Encrid noticed upon arrival had dissipated. The villagers' laughter now felt genuine, untainted. Encrid watched this scene of joy, his mind drifting to memories of the city of Oara, a place where children's laughter dispelled dark clouds. The warmth of the present moment brought a single thought to mind: the reason I wield a sword. Encrid reflected silently. To see people smile like this. It was a simple answer, one that encapsulated his journey thus far. The day passed with training, sparring matches, and teaching others. Evening arrived, bringing a hearty meal of tender boiled beef and turnip stew. All. As Encrid enjoyed the quiet, Rem approached him with an update. "They say it'll take over a month," Rem began. Fresh from a bath and dressed in a finely crafted leather garment, gifted by Jeba's mother, Encrid raised an eyebrow. The West's leatherwork was exceptional, rivaling the craftsmanship of mainland metalsmiths. "So? I'm going to show the Graris, Encrid replied, shaking the water from his hair. "We'll have to wait," Rem reiterated, clearly referring to their return journey. "Why?" Rem's answer was clear: to beat that directionally challenged bastard senseless. Understanding dawned immediately. Rem wasn't one to take a beating without returning the favor. Even if magic rituals were in progress, the score needed settling. The following days passed with training and exploration. Encrid taught willing learners, sparred with eager twins, and marveled at the persistence of Westerners seeking to better themselves. It was a place of growth, community, and quiet joy, a reminder of the many reasons Encrid chose to fight. Encrid was a teacher who spared no effort in teaching. Compared to Rem or others, he could undoubtedly be called an excellent teacher. It was only natural. His path had been painstakingly carved out step by step, chewing through every challenge carefully, because he lacked innate talent. Those with talent were taught in ways that suited them. Likewise, those without were taught in ways tailored to their needs. If one doesn't climb a mountain, they can't see the view from the top. And if one rushes to the summit in a single leap, they miss the scenery along the way. Encrid had done both. He climbed steadily, step by step, savoring every moment. Naturally, this made him an effective teacher. But you need to build your stamina first. Run from morning to night. Here you pretend to swing an axe, but aim to trip your opponent instead. Practice the correct posture and basic skills every morning until noon. He wasn't a soft teacher. Hard work was mandatory for achieving what one desired. Encrid didn't compromise on this. If you didn't want to do it, you were free to quit. Many did. Yet, no one resented or blamed Encrid for it. Even after quitting, they lingered nearby, grilling meat, simmering stew, or just hanging out. The Westerners even devised a card game using 20 wooden cards reinforced with leather, each decorated with drawings of animals and flowers. "It's called Baktu," someone explained. Sometimes they bet using kronas. Though bartering was more common here, people would often trade quality leather or beast teeth instead of coins. Necklaces strung with such teeth were also seen. While the continent called them savages in need of enlightenment, these people had their own culture worthy of respect. That's how Encrid saw it. Was it uncomfortable to accept? Perhaps, or perhaps not. These were matters a sword couldn't resolve. A sword could protect people, slay monsters, or lead one to war. But it wasn't a tool for addressing culture or politics. Such things were best left to others. He didn't need to involve himself. He simply hoped things would turn out well. As Encrid passed the time, the morning sun rose, and Rem arrived. "What are you doing?" "Just watching." Ayul and Jewel accompanied him. "Will Luagarn and Smelly come with us?" Rem asked, looking past Encrid. Dunbakel, who was nodding off on a small rock, perked up immediately upon hearing Smelly, recognizing it as his nickname. It seemed his obliviousness only applied when it wasn't necessary. "Where to?" "We're heading somewhere with the captain. I'm coming." Luagarn chimed in from the side. Although she found the Westerners amusing and stimulating, her strongest interest lay in Encrid. His existence continued to baffle her. How does he block curses? She couldn't grasp the principle or the reason. He hadn't learned sorcery, nor did he possess any magical tools. As for his swordsmanship, how could one explain its development? Even now he seemed to have reached his limit, both in talent and skill. Further dramatic improvement seemed impossible. He could grow slightly stronger and tougher, but only marginally. That was his ceiling. It had been evident from their first meeting. And yet, this man stood in the liminal space between knight and squire. How? She didn't know. Occasionally a person would break through their limits through sheer fortune, cases beyond even a frog's ability to analyze talent. They existed, often attributed to divine intervention or a goddess's kiss of fortune. But this isn't luck. To Luagarn, luck was the result of preparation. Without preparation, even fortune was meaningless. In her eyes, Encrid prepared every day, tirelessly. Born without innate gifts. That didn't matter. "I'll become a knight." That's what he declared. And he simply moved toward that goal, without hesitation or doubt. Luagarn shuddered with admiration daily. She felt this fascination growing with each encounter. Where could I ever find another like him? Nowhere. Then I must follow him. Initially, her motives were partially selfish. She'd hoped to secure him as a spiritual partner. But those desires had long since vanished. Now, she simply wished to stay by his side, to see where his path led, how he walked it, and how the world changed with each step. I'm curious. That insatiable curiosity was what drove her to follow him so closely. "All right, Smelly," Dunbakel agreed, nodding without much thought. It wasn't like she had anything better to do. "Let's go, then." "It'll probably take about a month," Rem announced. "A month?" That sounded long. Encrid considered this and asked, "You're not going to tell us where we're going? Didn't I mention it?" "No, you didn't." "Ah, that's because the captain was spouting nonsense yesterday. Only someone like Rem could shift the blame so effortlessly." Ayul nodded as though it made sense, accepting absurdity as a matter of course. There was a saying in the West, when the husband sings, the wife follows. Rem blaming others, and Ayul nodding in agreement, was an irritatingly fitting image. Encrid waited patiently for an explanation, and Rem, sensing no further need for excuses, finally elaborated. "There's something called the Path of Grime." It was a tale rooted in ancient traditions, passed down through time. Chapter 490. Picnic Rem's explanations had improved, though they still left much to be desired. Ayul and Juol, however, were astonished. "Where did you pick up this knack for talking? I hope you haven't been using it to charm other women. Did you attend some speech academy on the continent or what?" Encrid felt a mix of understanding and resistance toward their amazement. Rem, in his view, was far from an eloquent speaker. If he had ever tried being a bard, Rem would have likely caused widespread frustration instead of inspiration. "The Path of Grime is... I'll send you a demon, a hunch, and a fireman that go off." Well, Grime was a person. This is the path he walked. And this path is basically his life story. Got it so far? Of course, if the listener was exceptional, Rem's clumsy delivery wasn't a problem. Encrid was, as always, an attentive audience. He listened with focus and responded appropriately, prompting Rem to speak with more enthusiasm. Encrid's knack for distilling convoluted narratives into their core essence allowed him to grasp the tale. The Path of Grime referred to a historical figure from the Western lands, a legendary hero named Grime, who had traversed a land, akin to a pilgrimage. Unlike religious pilgrimages, Grime's journey could be dubbed a hunting path, for he chose locations inhabited by creatures that needed to be slain. Wherever Grime went, he sought and destroyed monsters, magical beasts, and all manner of abominations. Grime's journey was an epic tale that balanced between myth and reality. He set a monstrous man-eating tree ablaze with sorcery, discovered the weakness of a many-tentacled beast lurking in a lake, and even killed a bandit using an enchanted cloak of invisibility. Some of these tales seemed implausible, colored with the embellishments of oral storytelling. At one point, the Western regions had adapted Grime's story into a rite of passage. Young men and women would replicate sections of his path to mark their coming of age. "We'll be walking the real path of Grime," Rem declared. Unlike the ceremonial rite of passage, which had been watered down for safety, Rem proposed walking the actual route Grime had taken, specifically his final journey. This wasn't about honoring the hero, but more about exploration and practical reasons. It's the perfect time. A lot of interesting sights are gathered along this route. Rem's intent was straightforward, with a hint of mischief. Encrid noticed the hefty backpack slung over Rem's and the other's shoulders. "You could have told me to pack," Encrid remarked. "Why bother? We've got everything ready. It's just a picnic," Ayul responded casually. A picnic, of all things, to retrace the path of a hero who had slain monstrous beings. The Westerners nearby blinked in confusion. Though absurd, the term fit when applied to Rem's group. After all, they weren't embarking on some perilous quest filled with legendary beasts. And so, their journey began. "Let's go." "Yeah, let's." Encrid needed little persuasion. With a quick pack of a few belongings, including gifted items and spare clothes, he joined the others. "A month? That sounds nice," said a beast woman who had been grumbling about the sparse bathing opportunities. Now, the excuse to forego regular washing lifted her spirits. Their group included Encrid, Ariam, Dunbakel, Luagarn, Ayul, and Jewel. 6 in total. Before departure, Jonara bid them farewell with characteristic humor. "I'd love to join, but someone needs to recover, deal with the fortune-tellers, and handle the remaining cannibals. Don't miss me too much." "Terribly disappointing," Encrid replied in a deadpan tone. Jonara smirked, amused. Encrid asked about the chief shaman, who was still bedridden. Ram explained, "He's recovering and preparing. A month isn't much time. It's fast, even. By the way, he wanted me to thank you." "It was nothing," Encrid responded, his usual dismissiveness intact. Ram glanced at him, once again struck by how extraordinary Encrid was. An ordinary man in appearance, yet extraordinary in resolve and in ability. "Let's get moving. Let's get moving." Ram slung an arm over Encrid's shoulder. "Doesn't this bother you? Getting taller, eh?" Though Encrid had always been the taller of the two, Rem's effort to sling his arm over his taller friend's shoulder was amusing. "How about a sparring session later?" Rem asked. "Sounds good." As they moved, Jewel explained that their tribe planned to live nomadically for the year. After recent losses, abandoning smaller groups to fend for themselves would have been equivalent to a death sentence. Instead, the larger tribe would take responsibility for their survival. Before leaving, Encrid had arranged for letters to be delivered via merchants passing through the region. These letters, addressed to a king and the border guard, carried a simple request: send surplus bread if available. Though mundane, Encrid trusted the recipients, Krang and Krays, sharp-minded individuals, to interpret and act wisely. The journey promised cool breezes, untraveled paths, and quiet companionship. Walking alongside Ayul, Encrid inquired casually, "Rem said you won't be coming along." "I know," she replied. "Aren't you?" "Why would I?" Her nonchalant reply mirrored Rem's. "You're staying behind?" Encrid asked, surprised. "Us. Ayul answered, leaning on her staff. I'm with child. Her statement left Encrid momentarily speechless. After a pause, he asked, What? Ayul explained that those attuned to spiritual energies, like shamans, could detect the presence of new life within themselves early on. Rem had already achieved another milestone. In the Western lands, pregnancy didn't equate to frailty. Ayul planned to continue her duties and only take additional rest when absolutely necessary. I'll work for the tribe, protect them, and raise my child. I love this land and have no desire to leave it, she declared, her hand resting protectively over her abdomen. Ayul's determination shone in her serene expression, radiating strength and beauty. Though Encrid admired her resolve, it wasn't as a man admiring a woman, but rather an appreciation for a radiant soul. Is it fine if Rem won't be here? It's a bit disappointing, but it's okay. He's not leaving forever. He'll do as he pleases anyway. I don't need some guy who just hangs around and whines with nothing but his shell left. That seemed true. Any regular man wouldn't have arms as thick as Ayul's biceps. If we were talking about health, she was a beauty with a body so fit it could put even Teresa or Dunbakel to shame. Her mind was sharp and understanding as well. It wasn't surprising that Rem had fallen for her. As Ayul continued speaking, Rem, who had been listening intently, interrupted with a question. That's how it turned out. But why do you think I'll stay here? Encrid thought that when it came to matters like this, Rem's instincts were as dull as Dunbakel's. Well, your wife, the West, and the reasons to stay are plenty, aren't they? Encrid gently tried to console him, but Ayul had heard everything. You crazy fool, is leaving really the right thing to do? She sent him off with a somewhat affectionate curse mixed in. The journey began with a bit of noise. It wasn't unpleasant, though. Joel, seeing this, laughed and gestured to the Belopter. The 6 companions were accompanied by 6 Belopters. Encrid's mount was one with red scales shaped like flames on its back, overall a brownish color. Watching it, Encrid couldn't help but think of Weird Eyes. Riding him, he often felt a strange satisfaction. Would there ever be a time to charge with him again? With such thoughts, Encrid rode the Belopter. There wasn't anything particularly difficult about the journey. Help me! Help me! In the middle of the trip, a monster, the copycat, appeared. I'll take care of it. Jewel stepped up and drove it off with a few rocks. Killing it here will attract others with the blood scent. The reason for driving it off instead of killing it was clear. It meant they had a skilled hunter in their group. It's a Ratman group. I'll go take care of it. When an unavoidable group of monsters came, anyone, whether EM or someone else, would step up and swiftly deal with them. He'd rush in, splitting the skulls with an axe, and with a swift kick, crush the skulls of another monster right behind. Watching it made the monsters look almost pitiful. We'll move toward the waters today. Though mostly wasteland, here and there, small lakes and sparse grasslands appeared. The western journey was mostly land that wasn't quite prairie or wasteland. The Belopters ate grass, drank water from the lakes, and even enjoyed dried fish. They were generally good eaters, but they especially loved fish. Grrr. When fed, they affectionately nuzzled their heads against their caretaker, making it hard not to feel a bond. Their scales were cool, though not cold enough to surprise. The night came, and they set up a campfire. Dunbakel, using her beastkin hunting instincts, returned with a rabbit and a mole. Well done! Joel, impressed, took on the task of cooking. Hunting in the West wasn't easy, but Dunbakel had managed it effortlessly. As Jewel started preparing the food, Ayul took a step back. I know she's my wife, but remember, if she starts cooking, stop her. Rem spoke in a subdued tone, and Ayul, perhaps uncertain of her own cooking skills, refrained from stepping forward. Jewel was a better cook than Rem anyway. Finding a waterside, Jewel cleaned the rabbit and mole, removing blood and innards, and simmered them into a stew.
The scent of the bubbling stew, the Savorian-eyed, especially with the added salt and herbs.
It turned out Jewel had been in charge of cooking during their tribe's communal living. But he was also good at fighting and hunting, which is why he often took on various tasks. Jewel had said that he enjoyed watching others eat what he cooked, rather than just making food for himself.
Then why'd you come along this time? I couldn't miss the chance to cook for the hero who saved the tribe.
That was the answer. It was a cheerful one, and after dinner Jewel took the lead in washing the dishes. Everyone's a benefactor. I don't want to burden anyone with chores. The journey was said to take about a month. Until then, it seemed Jewel intended to take on all the chores. After a hearty meal, they stood with swords in hand. Rem stood opposite Encrid. Whoosh! The wind blew. The crumbled sandstone turned into dust and irritated their eyes. Both Encrid and Rem squinted instinctively, protecting their eyes from the dust. Let's have a match. Is it okay to lose in front of your wife? Rem chuckled. He certainly knew how to speak. I've got something prepared to make it more fun. They were in the west. Rem was from the west. Though his weapon and magic had to be sought in the Holy Land, there were shortcuts. During his time fighting the immortal lunatic on the continent, he had learned something new. Ayul. After practicing for a few days, he was prepared. Ayul had initially hesitated, but, after trying it, realized there were no issues or side effects, and even thought about studying it further. In the meantime, Rem had taught the tribe people how to use the heart of the beast. It was an improved version, perhaps. Watching Encrid use it, Rem mixed his own understanding into it. Now, most of the West could use this technique. But for now, it was time to receive Ayul's magic into his body. Bear's strength. With those words, something formless entered Rem. Encrid could see something flickering above Rem's shoulder. What was that? It reminded him of when Ayul fought, and something had appeared above her body as well. Rem's grey eyes shimmered with a strange light. Encrid tightened his grip on Acker. Then, the axe came flying toward him. It was a strike on the level of a knight's blow. In that instant, Encrid tilted Acker to the side, making it parallel to the ground. The axe blade fell, both weapons meeting. Clang! A deafening noise erupted. The impact sent Encrid's body flying back. He allowed the force to push him back, his feet leaving long marks on the ground. Rem, in his axe-wielding stance, twisted his lips into a smile. How's that? What could be said? Encrid smiled too. Chapter 491. Rematched. Jewel couldn't help but laugh while crying. Yeah, if he only got beaten up, he wouldn't be Rem. He wasn't sure what would happen if he truly found his own magic. But for now, it seemed he could still hang out with him. All right, boss. This should be fun, right? After Rem spoke with his axe, Encrid had to respond. He gripped Acker and assumed his stance. Ever since battling giants and mages, Encrid had been obsessively replaying his past experiences. It was a habit. This was the conclusion he'd come to. Every fight felt slightly lacking. None were satisfied. Disappointing. The giant was just strong. The mage wasn't a swordsman. He had felt some pleasure, even a thrill. But those were the results of past experiences. So, if he didn't want a worthy opponent to clash swords with, he would be lying. The giant's strength was threatening, but its technique was terrible. Strength alone couldn't win. It wasn't enough. Timing and precision were far more important. The difference between a correct strike delivered with the proper posture and a random slash was huge. How to corner an opponent with the correct stance. The correct form, refined by Luagan's experiences, combined with Encrid's time and effort. This was the sword that would trap Rem. Top-down strikes, sweeping cuts, diagonal cuts, horizontal overhead strikes, and mid-sword spinning strikes. Every movement conveyed one message. He would thrust with one hand. This was the final and most important attack of their duel. Rem was ready. Of course. Why would he be caught off guard when he was shown the move? While Encrid pressured him with a proper stance, he mixed in a trick. A deceitful blade. The feint had begun. Always undo. Guns. Encrid, with every move he made in this swordplay, had set up a trap. He made it seem like he would thrust with one hand, only to suddenly close the distance. In an instant he lunged forward, catching Rem off guard. Seeing Encrid close the distance, Rem swung his axe with his fist. Encrid readied his left hand, positioning the blade forward. If they stayed like this, Rem would strike with his fist against the blade. Though Rem could break most blades with his fist, the blade in Encrid's hand was enchanted. Instead of striking with his fist, Rem bent his wrist, extending the axe's blade and pressing it against Encrid's. The clash of blade and axe resounded, both tangling and separating repeatedly. The sound of metal clashing echoed with a satisfying spark. In that brief moment, Encrid released Acker from his hand and extended his finger, aiming for Rem's eye. A typical Valor fighting technique, blinding the opponent. It was a quick move, faster than before, targeting Rem's moment of vulnerability. Still, Rem tilted his head back to avoid it. The fingertip grazed his chin, drawing a drop of blood, and a few grey whiskers flew up. Encrid's finger had torn a bit of Rem's skin. Rem stepped forward to kick, but Encrid absorbed the strike with his knee. The two exchanged blows, then retreated, and before long, Encrid brought his sword down vertically. Ayul, watching from behind Rem, thought it looked like two blue meteors falling from above. Encrid's eyes had created that illusion. It was a full-powered downward strike with his sword, a knight's blow. This entire fight had been building to this one moment. Their duel had been fought with about 80% of their power. If they had used their full strength, one of them would be at risk of death. But now, both were fully invested, and without realizing it, they had given it their all. When Rem saw the approaching sword, he raised his axe to meet it. It looked like he was about to clash brute force against brute force. Just before the two weapons collided, Rem's wrist gently bent as he raised the axe. The sword, in a mid-sword downward cut, was redirected by the axe's edge. It was a flowing blade. And just like that, they both froze. Encrid with his sword held at an angle, and Rem holding his axe in front of his stomach. If they fought any longer, one of them might die. It was that deadly. No! Could this even be called a duel? Joe had unconsciously held his breath, then exhaled loudly. Despite the intense fight, both were smiling. "How is that?" Rem asked. "This is serious," Encrid replied with a smile creeping onto his face. "It's damn fun," Rem chuckled. He didn't need to say it aloud. It was already clear. The captain would smile if he really enjoyed something, but he didn't seem to realize it himself. It was pure, like a child receiving a gift. "Both of you are crazy," Jewel said. "I almost fell." Ayul marveled as well. "That's a bit scary," Rem remarked. Dunbakel nodded silently. They were exactly the type of people who did that. Luagan shuddered again. She was starting to feel as though she was watching Encrid simply to be amazed. He's terrifyingly strong now. When Rem got serious and fought with all his might, it became clearer how much Encrid had grown. And he'll grow even more. For the first time, it seemed like Encrid wasn't at his limit, but was still improving. If Luagan's talent reading sense wasn't malfunctioning, it was certainly true. She thought this because of a small realization. Looking at the smiling Encrid, a sudden understanding flashed in her mind. He's smiling. Grins joy, exhilaration. Encrid chases his dreams. And he enjoys the process. That's why he doesn't stop. When Luagan saw that smile, the realization hit her all at once. If we fight like this again, I might leave my child without a father. Let's do it again after I find some magic. And I need to replace this axe, Rem said, raising his axe, which had cracks all over it. It looked like it might break with just a tap. Encrid nodded in agreement. If they fought like this one more time, one of them might die. Yeah, Encrid replied, nonchalantly packing up his things. It was time to continue the journey. They encountered monsters and unique landscapes along the way. This is where the black meteors fell. From here south, they say it's called the Horizon Land. Rem, Jewel, or Ayul would often explain as they traveled. The monsters were no match for them, so the hunting route became a leisurely one. It was no surprise given their lopsided strength, with Encrid and Rem included. Horizon Land was dry, with almost no grass. Large trees, rocks, and hills dotted the landscape, but it was mostly just vast land. It was so wide that if your eyesight was good enough, you could see moving dots far in the distance. Though it looked barren, with the sunlight and breeze, it also felt peaceful. They traveled on, eventually reaching the site of their previous battle. This is called the Sandbar Gorge. It's where you can pass through and end up in the Sand River, the desert, you know. Rem explained. I've heard of a desert, it's just land made of sand. I haven't been to one, though. That place is the most dangerous for frogs, Rem added. Luagarn had always felt uncomfortable in dry places, though she managed to endure. Some frogs went into a frenzy when wounded in the heart, but Luagarn stayed calm unless dealing with heretics. Jewel remarked how hard it was to explore the desert. Once you go in, you get lost and die, Ayul added. Encrid agreed, not eager to enter. Although they expected traces of a recent battle, everything had vanished, including the giant's corpse. The gorge was deep. As they passed the cleared entrance, they saw many caves on one of the walls. They had to look up to see the high cliffs filled with cave openings. This is a sacred place, Jewel said. It was a holy site in the west, symbolizing magic and acting as a graveyard. When asked if she felt a divine energy, Luagarn wasn't sure. It was strange, though. The many caves and animals climbing the cliffs were fascinating. Is that a monkey? Rem asked, but Jewel explained that it was a cross between a bear and a monkey. Bear monkey. Jewel went on to explain that it was a sacred animal, one that shouldn't be harmed. Even though it appeared clumsy with its pointy ears and round body, it didn't seem to have any problem with humans. One even came up, left something, and walked away. A small red fruit. When split, it revealed tiny seeds inside, much like pomegranate seeds. Everlasting life. Sour, but sweet and delicious. Since we've received a gift, we should return the favor, Jewel said, offering pieces of lucky fish or grain snacks. The bear monkey cautiously approached and took the food, eyeing them suspiciously. Though it seemed wary, it didn't seem entirely untrusting. Cannibal tribes attack even bear monkeys, but by the looks of it, it doesn't seem like they're hiding here, Jewel remarked. Those who ran away at that time. Yeah, our people probably still chase them. Hunters have gathered and are moving together, so they should catch them soon. The west is wide, but there's nowhere to hide. Encrid remembered the moment when he plunged his dagger into the back of the last man who had wielded the spear. The wound was deep, so it would be hard for the man to move properly, wouldn't it? Were the cultists' healing techniques as powerful as holy magic? If so, he might be able to walk on his two legs, but otherwise, he'd have become immobile. He had stabbed the area around the back, near the spine. It was a serious wound unless he was wearing some artifact like the bandage armor that Encrid himself wore. If not, it would be a fatal injury. Yet, somehow, that man had managed to keep fleeing. He hadn't been caught or imprisoned, nor had he died already. Just that fact alone suggested he wasn't an ordinary person. His skills were extraordinary. Let's go. The road of Grime was far from over. They continued their journey while discussing various things, sparring, cooking, and even throwing Dunbakel into the lake. Most of the time they rode balopters, but compared to the continent, the land felt much wider. There were no mountain ranges blocking their view. Out of nowhere, a ghoul appeared during their westward journey. Gruar! The ghoul, a monster that was rare to see in the west, symbolized the demonic domain. Dunbakel took action, drawing her curved sword from her waist and swiftly slashing its neck. With a dry thud, the head flew off and tumbled to the ground, blood spilling. After a few more ghouls appeared, Aiul spoke in a serious tone. Rem, from here on, this is a forbidden zone. I know. We shouldn't go any further. I know. Despite that, Rem kept walking forward. As he did, he spoke. I said we would follow the road of Grime. Grime, the legendary hero, had not met a happy ending. He had sought the demonic domain and died fighting the monsters that emerged from there. His end was not happy, but brutal, and yet it was a testament to his greatness. There is a demonic domain in the west, too. Ram said. I said, the demonic domain stretched across the continent. The largest was the southern demonic domain, but that wasn't the only one. This was something he had heard over time, and there are demonic domains with names as well. Rem knew more than Encrid did. He had seen one during his rite of passage in the west. It was a secret known to only a few. During the rite of passage, Rem had approached the boundary of the demonic domain and had seen inside. The demonic domain here is called Silence. With those words, Rem stopped walking and then, with a smile, asked, Would you like to take a look? Encrid nodded without hesitation. He would draw his sword to protect. That had been his dream, to be a knight. One of the obstacles to that dream was the demonic domains. It was also the demonic domain's fragment of Beelrog who had killed Oara. Aiul, it'll be fun. You know why it's called Silence, right? Jewel, after a long pause, tried to reassure Aiul. She reluctantly nodded in agreement. They had been riding balopters for over 20 days, not at full speed, but they had still covered a lot of ground. Their destination was the demonic domain. As they traveled further, the light soil gradually darkened. But it wasn't just dark. A foul stench started to fill the air. Gruar. They encountered a few more ghouls and mutated ratmen. However, the numbers were still small. The amount was too few to be called a demonic domain. The grassy fields that had surrounded them disappeared, and small hills began to block their way. The hills were low but stretched far on either side, all covered in black. They climbed the hills, and by the time they reached the top, Aiul said nothing more. Some of the Westerners claimed that merely setting foot here would lead to death, but those in the know understood there were no such curses. Entering further would have adverse effects on the body, but this was merely the outskirts. They hadn't even reached the true demonic domain. Beyond the hills was the real demonic domain. Once they reached the top of the hill, they saw that the dark, murky colors were interrupted by occasional lighter hues. The gray trees, the symbol of the demonic domains, had a bizarre shape. Their branches and leaves seemed to form the silhouette of a disheveled woman. The rocks, dark brown in color and shaped like human hearts, stood without any light. The air, thick with a heavy and oppressive atmosphere, was no longer cool but suffocating. The gray forest demonic domain was a curse that had once fallen on the city of Oara. It was a curse that had been split and destroyed by the knight Oara. And now, the curse that had descended on the western lands was right before their eyes. The black mist spread out in all directions, making the horizon impossible to see clearly. This is the second time a something has appeared from this demonic domain. And both times, the west almost fell apart, Rem said. It was a past event. Boromane was one of them. They say that from a magical perspective, names imbue power, but that's why the curse was named that, Rem continued. Was Boromane the name of the curse cast by the fortune-teller tribe? Encrid noticed a certain fire in Rem's eyes. There was a determination to put an end to the demonic domain. There must be a reason for that. Did someone you know or a family member suffer from it? When Boromane had appeared, that could have been the case, and Rem's dying father might have said, "Run away, don't fight, leave the demonic domains alone." People living in the Western continent wouldn't try to fight the demonic domain, for doing so would only lead to death. That didn't sit well with Rem. He must have considered it the enemy of his family, the enemy of his father. Rem scoffed at Encrid's question and replied, "What's that supposed to mean? I just didn't like it being so close." It was a response that showed he didn't want it nearby. "Is that all?" Encrid asked. "What else should there be?" Rem, as expected, had a way of replying that sounded like a challenge, but it was no surprise. It was classic Dia. He just didn't want it near him. "You didn't come here to charge in, right? Hold back." "Why?" "Well, when you see demonic domains or monsters, your eyes tend to get a bit wild. It's like how the frog gets when she sees the cult." "Me? Yeah." Encrid didn't like the way Ram was looking at him, as if he were some kind of madman. "If we charge in now, it's suicide. Get a grip. If not, we'll stop you by force. You'll be ready." Rem's seriousness made Encrid curse under his breath. "That bastard. Don't die." "Get a grip," Rem shouted, not letting up. Unable to hold it in, Encrid swung his acker. They had a bit of a tussle in the demonic domain and the forbidden zone, but they didn't get serious. The sparring stopped when Encrid struck Rem's side with his fist. Since Rem didn't use magic, Encrid had the upper hand. Both of them, covered in sweat, suddenly burst into laughter. It was clear they were joking. They weren't going to risk their lives just to erase the demonic domains right now. It was a declaration of their determination, but they weren't going to do anything foolish. "Anyway, we'll be back here next time. Yeah, let's take care of it when we do." "Agreed." They stood up, and Aiul carefully watched the surroundings. It seemed her mind was a little disturbed. She thought about the demonic domain, about erasing it, and laughed. Jewel's heart was pounding. The things they said were so absurd, yet there was a strange excitement. Now, he understood why so many people were drawn to someone like Encrid, the renowned hero. Were they good at fighting? There were plenty of people like that. Rem was one, and there had been heroes in the Western lands before. Were they handsome? That wasn't it either. Dream. The way they chased after their dreams was what shone. Their approach to life was what made them so bright. That was why people gathered around them. This moved Jewel, and without realizing it, he started crying. "If you're scared, just piss yourself. That's better than crying." Rem scolded him. Jewel, still crying, la. It felt like what they were saying was already coming true. "Should we bring a priest to check on this guy?" Rem muttered with concern. Chapter 492. A vow of vengeance. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he spoke. "Father, I will avenge you." Once a genius shaman of his tribe, the man declared this as he cut off his finger and cursed himself. It was all in preparation to kill one person. Unable to succeed with regular methods, he would resort to anything, even relying on luck if necessary. The man made up his mind. Leaving the silenced demonic domain behind, the group veered southward, and patches of grassland began to appear. With the grass came an increase in monsters. There were 2 demonic domains in the west. One was the silence, and the other was the river of sand, from which no one returned. The grassland they saw now was a place made barren by the demonic domain of silence. Naturally, the monsters weren't a problem for the group. It was still like a picnic for them. Even if ghouls, who fought like knights, appeared, they could easily kill them without losing an arm or a leg. With Rem's assistance and Encrid's current strength, it was a certainty. Nishigen. When a ghoul appeared. Hiya! Dunbakel leapt forward to face it. Whenever they passed by an area where monsters were gathered, they would often change course to move toward them. Let's stretch out. That's when Encrid would step forward. Rem just watched idly. He's really improved. His steps were unhesitating, and there was no mercy in the swings of his sword. A ratman lunged forward, thrusting a stick it had picked up, but Encrid dodged it without looking and sliced its neck with Acker in his hand. Swick! The ratman's tough flesh was easily sliced through, and its head flew into the air. Another ratman collapsed with a hole in its forehead. It had been the result of the spark he had pulled out and used. A faint afterimage appeared in front of the ratman with the hole in its head. It was the illusion created by Encrid's body moving at high speed. He was already elsewhere, swinging his sword. The series of strikes was unstoppable and forceful. He slashed vertically, thrust and kicked. All the movements were made in a single breath. 3 actions in one tempo. It wasn't easy, but he was doing it quite well now. 6 more ratmen died before the first one hit the ground. Then a snake-like monster emerged from the ground. Encrid had felt something strange beneath his feet earlier, and now the sandworm had appeared. While large ones could create dunes in the desert, this one wasn't as big. Though smaller, its girth was still as large as an adult man's thigh, and its tail tried to wrap around Encrid's ankle. Encrid jumped forward to avoid it, but as soon as his foot left the ground, he quickly regained balance mid-air and drove the spark into the flat ground beneath the sandworm's head. How did he know its weak point? Rem thought to himself. The sandworm usually hid its head when fighting, and its head was its weak spot. Encrid had intuitively identified and struck it. Instinct. That was likely it. From a hunter's perspective, sandworms hid their weak spot instinctively. So Encrid had attacked only its tail. It was easy if you knew, but difficult if you didn't. Yet, Encrid had been relentless despite not even knowing it. Reluctantly, Rem admitted it was due to Encrid's sneaky, cat-like skills. Rem's assessment was accurate. Encrid could probably sense the enemy's location even with his eyes closed. His sense skills had become far more refined, allowing him to perceive everything sharply. Fighting giants, killing mages, and sparring with Rem. It was clear to Encrid that, despite training the same way, something about his progress was different. It felt as though he was growing more each day. The sword just extends so smoothly. To explain, his physical state was always optimal. He breathed easily, his arms extended effortlessly, and each movement flowed naturally with the next action springing to mind. If a ratman tried to stab with its claws, he would either block, slash, dodge, or counter with dozens of other attack options. Encrid simply chose one and acted accordingly. The outcome was predictable. The sandworm was the same. As soon as its tail appeared, Encrid instinctively knew where its body might be hiding. He struck at the spot, and black blood erupted from the hole he made with the spark. After killing a few monsters, Encrid returned, with just a few droplets of black blood spattering on him. He wasn't even out of breath. Anyone who saw him would think he had just gone for a stroll. A casual conversation like this would have been appropriate, as he returned completely unharmed, having killed more than 10 monsters, including the ratman. Insane. Rem couldn't help but laugh. Once they returned, he figured they'd have to force-feed herbs into the shaman to hurry up and find a solution to get him the magic. Dunbakel's gaze seemed unusual. She appeared lost in thought as she watched Encrid. Lurgan simply nodded. Enjoying it means forgetting your limits. It seemed she had come to some conclusion. At any rate, the group continued moving. When not fighting, they often chatted. Whenever Jewel became immersed in cooking, Ayul would tell an amusing story. Sometimes hunting groups from the continent settle near the western desert, close to the northern area. They say you can't come back once you go in there, right? It was a story about the outsiders living near the desert. Yeah, they just stay on the outskirts. Greed causes trouble. If you crawl into the desert, you end up as a skeleton soldier. But that's a long way from here. Rem chimed in from the side. As Jewel stirred the pot with barley, oats, and thinly sliced salted meat, adding oil and frying it, he spoke. The hunters come for the jewel-tailed lizards and jewel-eared foxes. Sometimes they venture out to the desert's outskirts to catch them. It was the first time Encrid had heard of such creatures. The West was home to many strange animals, and these were among them. According to Jewel, the animals had jewels attached to them. The lizards had jewels on their tails, and the foxes on their ears. They lived on sand and were described as quite wild, but didn't die from exposure to water. They were also said to be immune to poison. While hunting them was dangerous, they would often flee if they were sprayed with water. If you succeeded in hunting one, you could obtain a few jewels, but failing wouldn't necessarily cost you your life. Then what was needed? Maintaining your boundaries. Not venturing further and waiting patiently. Luck needs to be on your side. Just waiting won't guarantee you meet them. Luck? Understanding their habits is what matters first. Joel, and Ayul each had slightly different perspectives, but they all seemed to understand. It took a clever and prepared hunter to catch them, and patience was essential. Then how many skilled hunters came to the West to catch the jewel-tailed lizards or jewel-eared foxes? Criminals, fugitives, deserters, debtors, and various other types of people. Many who were desperate came to try. Naturally, the foolish ones often ended up getting into trouble. Jewel said that once, a mercenary group came to hunt foxes and ended up raiding a tribe in the West. Sizzle. Jewel shook the pot up and down. The salted meat and grains bubbled, sending a rich, savory aroma into the air. Encrid, ever the attentive listener, added his own comment to the rhythm of Jewel's actions. So, what happened? This smells amazing. Expect the best. This is the Western specialty, fried barley. What happened? They tried to kill a few, but they ran away. The rest probably became monster food. Occasionally, some hunters managed to wait patiently and return with jewels, but it didn't sound like an easy task. And even if they succeeded, the jewels didn't seem to be enough to change their lives. If Crace hears this, would he organize a whole unit of hunters to come after them? It didn't seem likely. Crace hated leaving things to chance. If, despite everything, they still wanted to catch the gemstone animals, they would first have to understand their habits and somehow find a method, moving in a way that eliminated as much luck as possible. What about Encrid himself? He wouldn't catch them. Krona could be earned another way. It was just idle chatter. Sizzle. Steam rose from the pot. The famous barley stir-fry from the West was ready. The dish was made with wild barley, oats, and various dried vegetables. The seasoning was perfected with finely chopped salted meat, and the taste was beyond words. Taking a large bite, the barley bounced between his teeth and rolled around in his mouth. As he caught it and chewed, the nutty flavor spread, and the harmony of the herb fragrance and saltiness was exquisite. Without realizing it, Encrid gave a thumbs up. Very good indeed. Jewel grinned with satisfaction. The group tidied up the remaining monsters and returned to their tribe. Did you return? The chief greeted them first. Once back, life resumed as usual. And 2 days later, Rem came and said, "I'll be off. Don't cause any trouble while I'm gone." I never thought I'd hear that from you. It'll be fun when I return. Rem laughed as he turned to leave. What exactly was magic? He wasn't sure. But one thing was clear. Ragna had reached the domain of knights first. But Rem would soon reach a similar level. If you're not careful, you could die. The higher the talent, the higher the chance of dying. That's what Encrid had heard about magic. It was something Aiul had told him. He asked Rem about it, and Rem simply turned his head to ask back, "Do you think I'll die?" "No." The answer came immediately. At that response, Rem chuckled and left. Encrid also smirked and finished what he was doing. In other words, wielding his sword, moving his body, and occasionally sparring. "Isn't this boring?" one of the twins asked from the side. One of them was passed out. The two of them alternated saying a single sentence, and Encrid had wondered if the one who fainted would only speak half. But that didn't seem to be the case. Encrid responded to the twins' question with a question of his own. "What? Training? Why would this be boring?" The twin fell silent. Encrid ignored the question in one ear and enjoyed the anticipation. He had learned something from Ragnar, and he would surely learn something from Amram as well. That was what made Encrid's heart race. Later, Aiul came and said it would take about 2 weeks for Ram to return. Encrid thought that wasn't such a long time. During that period, the fortune-teller tribe that had fled was captured, and a young shaman saved a poor cripple from his tribe. It was said he had been a man the cannibals had been keeping as prey. His face was covered with pokemarks, and his left hand was completely severed except for the thumb. He spoke haltingly. While he wasn't exceptionally gifted in magic, his dedication to caring for the sick was remarkable. Because of his own body's abnormalities, it seemed he had a deep understanding of others' pain. He cared for those still under the curse of Boromane, and like Encrid, used the same barracks. The crippled man, always crawling on the ground, made strange noises as he approached. "Shh. The sound of him crawling with his arms on the ground. It had been 5 days since Rem left for the Holy Land. Encrid had gotten up early in the morning and was practicing the isolation technique. It was earlier than usual, and since Luagarn and Dunbakel hadn't yet gotten up, he was alone. As he moved his body, Encrid pondered a thought. If the curses don't work, does that mean magic doesn't affect me? Does that mean I can relax when dealing with shamans? Probably not. But curses don't work. That much was clear. That created a small gap for Encrid. "You know the curse doesn't work on you." The crippled man spoke. Encrid hadn't paid attention, but he noticed that the man's speech had changed. There was no longer the usual awkwardness. Encrid was wearing armor and had Acker at his waist. He was fully equipped. Why was he armed? There was no specific reason. He could train without weapons, but today he had decided otherwise. This morning, Encrid had come to the conclusion that comfort was a compromise, and steady training and repetition were the true sources of strength for tomorrow. So it also meant checking his equipment. That was why he had armed himself. Moreover, he was carrying the bow he had received as a gift, though he had yet to use it properly. That was unfortunate for his opponent. Even if he wasn't armed, it would have been fine. But with armor and a bow, it was even worse for the other side. Encrid could see dozens of possible attack lines, and he knew the opponent's disability was genuine. The enemy was also within the range of his sword. If Encrid wanted to, he could defeat the opponent without even needing to take a breath. "The curse does not work on you. You're a natural enemy," the man said again. Encrid made eye contact, and he seemed to recognize him. He had briefly passed by him, but the impression of the man who he had swung his last dagger at, after killing the apostle, was vivid in his memory. It was him. Was he a member of the fortune-teller tribe? Ah! He was said to be the most talented person after Rem. A member of the fortune-teller tribe. An exceptional shaman, possibly even more talented than Rem. He was a young man from the west, too young to be so gifted. Encrid had noticed him too late. His greasy hair and eye crust were a clear sign, and his missing front tooth seemed as if he had misplaced it. Had he lost his leg due to the dagger he'd thrown? Did he simply cut it off because he couldn't move it? It looked that way. His appearance was a mess. The man laughed. But instead of joy, there was madness in his expression. Madness filled with hatred. It looked as though someone had poured boiling water into his eyes. The steam of hatred seemed to rise from his eyes. His voice matched the madness, filled with such torment, as though his intestines were being torn apart. You thought there was no way once the curse didn't work? With a fake, agonizing laugh, he continued. This is a magic I created by sacrificing everything. My future, my soul. Why did it remind him of the fairy assassin he encountered when he was at Beldar Guard? It wasn't because of negligence. It was because of a gap that he had allowed. That dagger, it was similar. I sacrificed the past, present, and future. The man spoke and stretched out his hand. From his fingertips, something resembling thread came out and touched Encrid's body. It wasn't dangerous, so Encrid ignored it. But he reflexively struck out with his sword. In the time it took for him to breathe, his sword cleaved the man's head in two. Crack, dotto. The man's head split open, his brain and skull spilling out. The world before Encrid's eyes turned pitch black. Even so, he didn't close his eyes. The surroundings spun, and the world flipped. There was a feeling of floating, a sensation he had never experienced except when being hit and thrown. At the end of the floating feeling, a burst of light appeared before his closed eyes, forcing him to shut them completely. The first sensation he felt was heat. It wasn't like the warm sunlight of Oara City or the gentle heat of the west. This was scorching, as though it would burn his flesh. When he opened his eyes, the world was yellow. The sky was high, and there was only sand around him. What was peculiar was that there were 3 corpses sitting on their knees in 3 directions, dried up with no sign of life. Even without looking, Encrid could tell. There was no life left in them. They were already dead. Encrid's strength was in his ability to assess situations quickly. Let's think this through. What happened? One thing was certain. There was something he had learned. Never let your guard down no matter what. Even if you're wearing full plate armor, a sharp dagger can pierce you. He realized this was what had happened to him. He surveyed the surroundings. All he could see was sand. Sand dunes, the heat rising from the ground. He thought of one thing. Wasn't this the river of sand they said you couldn't return from? It seemed like the last resort of his enemy. A technique, not a curse, created by a genius shaman who sacrificed his life and even his comrades. Since the curse didn't work, he had been sent to the desert. Looking at the situation, Encrid concluded that this was likely the case. Chapter 493. Reflections and Choices. Why go this far? Encrid couldn't understand for a moment. Was there truly a reason for such hatred toward him? Though he had seen resentment in those eyes, he couldn't fathom its source. Even if one were consumed by hatred and blame, why him? Of course, Encrid couldn't know. He was unaware that the genius shaman of the soothsayer tribe called the Apostle Encrid had slain father. In the West, there was a saying, "One cannot live under the same sky as the one who killed their father." The young shaman was simply following what he had been taught since childhood. Or perhaps, with everything already ruined, he merely needed someone to blame. In hindsight, it was a foolish thing to do. Why betray the entire West and still cling to its teachings? Yet, in another sense, it made perfect sense. The young shaman of the soothsayer tribe had been brainwashed and pushed into a corner. He had only 2 choices left: accept capture and die, or do something insane. He chose insanity. For this, he staked everything. He sold his soul to a demon and cursed his own body. Even if his soul fell into the flames of hell to suffer eternal torment, he didn't care. He wagered everything, casting bad luck upon himself to absorb it as a talisman, and somehow he succeeded. He even managed to deceive a shaman of the Great Wings tribe, and fortune smiled upon him there. That shaman, seeing him sick and crippled, pitied him. Pretending to be prey for cannibals had worked as well. Fate seemed to favor his actions, so the shaman believed what he was doing was right. Every circumstance pointed him in that direction. The genius shaman thought this way, and his misguided choices led to this outcome. Of course, Encrid had no way of knowing any of this. And so? Would it change the present? No. All Encrid could do was accept it. He let out a faint murmur. The world around him was yellow. Even the wind seemed like it might crackle if touched. The searing heat aside, there was nothing around him to use as a landmark. So, what now? Fortunately, Encrid was not Ragnar. He could wait until nightfall. Though not skilled in navigating by starlight, he could manage. The journey through Grime's path had taught him the general direction of the desert. Southeast should be fine. He had a rough idea. Encrid scanned his surroundings, his gaze traveling over endless expanses of sand. Rivers of sand, lakes of sand, seas of sand. Sand, and more sand. He gave up searching for shelter from the relentless heat. The desert was a wretched place, offering nothing. Hadn't he heard of cacti monsters or animals that thrived in deserts? Yet here, there was nothing. At least, that was what his senses told him. He resigned himself to enduring the scorching sun, the blistering heat roasting his skin. Luckily, his armor mitigated some of the heat thanks to its monster hide composition. It was tolerable. Though unfamiliar with the desert, Encrid knew well enough that moving recklessly in an unknown environment was dangerous. He walked a short distance, observed his surroundings, and then stopped to endure. Endurance was Encrid's specialty. Was I careless? With time to spare, he revisited the techniques he had recently learned. The wait for nightfall seemed long, the sun burning hot overhead. Wasting energy through physical exertion was out of the question. Encrid sat down, slowed his breathing and meditated, waiting for the cover of night. Before a corpse with a shattered head, Jonara stood, accompanied by Luagarn and Dunbakel. Jonara frowned deeply and spoke. A spatial displacement spell. Such sorcery relies on a medium. It could be a totem, a talisman, or even life force offered as a sacrifice. Jonara had prepared for such a scenario, intending to burn his lifespan as a medium if Encrid or had been absent. Using the fire of life to fight with the might of a hero, if only briefly, that had been his plan. Having made similar preparations, she understood. The enemy hadn't merely offered lifespan, but everything. A madman, he muttered. His deductions pointed to the most plausible scenario. A shaman from the soothsayer tribe with talent rivaling Rem's had sacrificed their soul for the spell. Not a totem, but their very life and soul had served as the medium. The traces on the corpse confirmed this. Talent, soul, sacrifice, offering. A desperate, forbidden act. Without it, this outcome would have been impossible. They even cursed their own body first, absorbing misfortune as a talisman. The shaman had faced misfortune deliberately, gambling everything on success. By all logic, they should have failed, succumbing to backlash and dying alone. Yet somehow, they managed to send Encrid elsewhere. Where? No one knew. This was conjecture after all, and there was no way to discern everything. If it was spatial displacement, where was he sent? Not even the grand archmages who master the pinnacle of magic can displace others. The frog spoke. Jonara considered the possibility that even if the shattered corpse were resurrected and attempted the spell again, success would be impossible. It had been a fluke, a shift in the scales of fate, a moment when fortune favored the enemy. In the continent's terminology, the goddess of fortune had extended her hand to the enemy. In the West, this would be described as the scales tipping. The scales tipped unfavorably, Jonara remarked. Speak plainly, human, the frog retorted. What of the benefactor? At that moment, Jiba's mother emerged, blinking her eyes. The atmosphere shattered visibly, tensions broken. The disappearance of their honored hero spread through the entire tribe. Naturally, the Westerners, eager to show their gratitude, gathered. Their chieftain stood at the center, his voice carrying authority. Every Westerner, listen. He swallowed, his eyes blazing, his voice firm. Find him no matter what. And so they began, scouring every trace, following every lead. It doesn't matter if it takes years. We will find him. The chieftain was not one to make promises he couldn't keep. He was sincere. Without loyalty, one couldn't call oneself a Westerner. Ram sat alone in the pitch-black void, deep in thought. How many days had passed? He didn't know. But one thing was clear. The ritual was over. The memories that had flooded his mind during the process flitted past like a whirlwind. As a child, the shamans who observed Rem's talent all said the same thing. If your body can't keep up, you'll explode, so take it slow. The eldest shaman of that time had given the warning, and he still held that position now. Rem half listened, outwardly obedient but secretly doing as he pleased. What? Why? Because it was fun. Why stop something so enjoyable? Through this, he learned the concepts of ancestor spirits and divine shamanism. And it was then he realized he was different from others. Is there no alternative use for this? He thought. It felt like there was. A shift in perspective, coupled with experience and instinct, guided him. Absorbing another's sorcery into one's own body was sheer madness for most. But Rem managed it, even formulating a theory around it. He explained everything to Ayul, who initially recoiled but eventually understood. He knew why everyone, especially the head sorcerer, was worried. Sorcery involved invoking divine spirits to channel their power. However, these so-called spirits could also be demons. The deviant path, an improper, erroneous road, one littered with precedents. Countless tales spoke of cunning serpents deceiving people into creating malevolent spirits. The greater the vessel handling the sorcery, the stronger and more potent the spirits that could exert their influence in the mortal realm. Naturally, this worried people, but with unwavering resolve, he dismissed any doubts. That won't happen to me, he had reassured them. And so he chose his medium. His axe. It was an axe forged of meteoric iron. Even Ram, despite his abilities, needed a medium for his sorcery. He had long designated his custom-forged heirloom weapon as his medium. Thus, there was no need for facial tattoos. Why carve into one's skin, inject dyes, and risk impairment if those marks faded or were damaged? Though Westerners without talent in sorcery often skipped tattoos, most practitioners relied on them. Rem, having no such necessity, never bothered. In the dark, the medium of his sorcery began to resonate. The axe, which had been sulking in refusal, finally complied. The weapon was a double-headed axe. One blade was significantly larger than the other, with the smaller, handspan-sized blade facing him and the larger double its size aimed outward. Though it required regular sharpening like any blade, this axe, functioning as his sorcery medium, neither dulled nor broke. Sharpening it was merely an indulgence for the axe, akin to giving it a treat. After steadying his thoughts and refining his determination, Ram opened his eyes to find the elder sorcerer standing before him. "You startled me, you rascal. Why were you startled? It's been 6 days." Ram had infused his heirloom weapon with all of his sorcery. Yet, during his absence, the weapon's accumulated power had grown disproportionately. For lesser sorcerers, approaching it could cause them to faint. The head sorcerer had estimated it would take at least 10 days for Ram to reintegrate the heightened sorcery into his body. But not for him. From a young age, he had handled spiritual descent and possession without strain. Now, with a stronger physique and honed skills, his vessel had only grown. He'd also finalized his understanding of what a champion was, and the difference from knights. Accepting the sorcery anew had been straightforward. Knights harmonized technique and will. Champions harmonized technique and sorcery. In simple terms, that was it. Though the process of integrating the sorcery took 5 days, 3 of those were spent pacifying his weapon. Including a day of physical and mental preparation at the start, the entire process took 6 days. If a weapon imbued with personality could be considered to possess an ego, then heirloom weapons like his fell into that category. Though it didn't speak, the weapon carried emotions. The emotion Riem had felt upon first touching. It was akin to Ayul's, a sense of sadness. "Why did you leave me behind?" It was still young. Rem soothed it like a child, coaxing it gently. As he finished the final stages of the process, an overwhelming sense of omnipotence enveloped him. One more step, and I could stride directly in front of that directionally dysfunctional fool. With a single swing of his axe, he felt as though he could cleave mountains. The sun, the wind, lakes, the very earth, everything seemed within his power to rend apart. But Rem shook off the feeling. His experiences with countless spirits had already taught him this. Knowing the difference between what could and could not be done was crucial. Rem understood that distinction well. It was why he could fight semi-knights even without sorcery, and when determined, could kill them. The sorcery flowed seamlessly into his expanded vessel. Though capable of holding the immense power, he had deliberately left it behind before, temporarily. Now, with the sorcery restored, the omnipotence returned. And so, that was all. The head sorcerer, observing Rem rise with his axe, looked older, his face etched with new wrinkles. "You've worked hard." Sorcery required invocation and ritual. Not even Rem could casually dive in and return unscathed. The elder sorcerer had likely spent over 30 days conducting rituals. Appeasing the heavens and pacifying the earth, he had sought the permission of all spirits dwelling in nature on Rem's behalf. "Shall we head back? I'll rest a few days first." Impatient, Rem left the elder behind and returned ahead of him. The first news that greeted him was this: Encrid has disappeared. From Luagan. Where did he go? "Don't tell me he went monster hunting alone?" Rem asked. "No. He's not one to get lost." Rumors of spatial teleportation techniques surfaced. With no sheath for his heirloom weapon, Rem carried it in his hand. Everyone around seemed tense. Rem, infamous for his outbursts when displeased, surprised them with a calm response. "He'll return on his own." Encrid wasn't the type to perish over something trivial. Rem's unwavering belief conveyed as much. Ayul and the others blinked in surprise, unprepared for such a reaction. But Rem was confident. He trusted that Encrid wouldn't fall to something as minor as this. Chapter 494. Fortune flows in both directions. Rem crouched before a corpse whose skull was cracked and decaying. With a dagger in hand, he split open the cadaver's chest. Rotten flesh tore apart effortlessly, and the blade, tainted by the decaying tissue, turned black. The rigor mortis had already dissipated, making the task easier. Even if it hadn't, it wouldn't have mattered. From within the chest cavity, he unearthed a heart, partially devoured by worms, riddled with holes and damage. Blackened blood had coagulated into a viscous substance. Interesting. Assessing the situation before the captain's return was a fundamental step for Rem. None present truly understood, but his comprehension of sorcery had advanced far beyond its previous limits. Part of this growth came from innate talent, yet much was due to the lessons gained after slaying the immortal madman, and the inspiration drawn from Encrid, which had reshaped his perspective on life. Examining the traces of sorcery, he gained a rough understanding of what had transpired, specifically what the opponent had done. This isn't typical spirit magic. It was an unorthodox craft, a technique achieved by borrowing power from another entity. After reviewing several possibilities, Riem reached his conclusion. Fortune smiled upon me. He agreed with Janara's assessment. The scales of fate had tipped slightly in their favor. He also gleaned some additional insights: the identity of the unorthodox craft. The sacred demon cult, a heretical sect, worshipped demons as gods. Their priests borrowed divine powers, and it stood to reason that the cultists could do the same. By praying to the rulers of the demon realm, they channeled their power. Would this qualify as divine magic? If Audin knew, he'd throw a fit, yelling blasphemy while launching a double kick on the spot. Still, this technique blended demonic teachings, infernal power, and a prodigious talent for sorcery. They performed a ritual to deify a demon? Understanding the principles and tracing the sequence of events gave him clarity. Yet, acting impulsively wouldn't change anything. There must have been additional sacrifices sent to the intended destination. It's not the demon realm. Muttering to himself, Rem nodded. It's not far off. Of course it isn't, Luagan replied beside him. It was an obvious statement. At most, the journey might take a fortnight on foot. Other offerings would have been placed at the destination, meaning the target wasn't hurled into the demon realm. After all, the realm's silence wasn't easily disturbed, nor was it a place one could casually send someone. With sorcery of this caliber, all the offerings are likely dead. The worst-case scenario was the land beyond the sands of death. If not there, then they would likely emerge somewhere in the western plains, gazing at the stars to navigate his way back. Rem concluded he hasn't gone far. That night, 2 moons lit up the western lands, their light shining brightly as the stars scattered across the night sky. Are you worried? Luagan asked, watching Rem. He had been examining the corpse, organizing his thoughts, but now sat by the fire, lightly roasting wind rabbit meat. Even a slight misstep would burn it, ruining the flavor entirely. Cooking required precision. Staring into the fire, Rem replied, If he were the sort to die from this, he'd have perished long ago. Luagan conceded the point. The initial shock of Encrid's disappearance had faded, leaving behind acceptance. Dunbakel felt the same. When Rem appeared, her confidence in Encrid's return was almost instinctive, followed by a short nod of approval. Though Rem entertained the worst-case scenario, he doubted their leader would succumb to such misfortune. Surviving countless near-death experiences made him immune to luck's caprice. If, by some chance, Encrid had perished, it was an idle thought, one he quickly dismissed. What's the point of gaining magic if it ends like this? Rem chose to wait calmly. Pacing around wouldn't change the outcome. Just focus on your tasks. What's the point in searching when nothing's visible? If it's not the desert, he'll find his way back. And if he's in the sands of death, he'll still return. When the chieftain asked this, Rem responded without hesitation. How exactly? He couldn't say. But Encrid would return, as he always had. Call it baseless faith or trust, it didn't matter. Encrid would fulfill his promises, guarding whatever he held dear. He still needs to taste my heirloom weapon. 3 days passed since Rem inspected the corpse. Encrid had yet to return, and no trace of him had appeared. And meditation, reflection, deliberation. Lost in thought, Encrid watched the sun dip below the horizon. He tried gauging his direction, but the unfamiliar sky betrayed him. There was no sunset glow, only fading light giving way to twilight, and swiftly to night. Under the starless desert sky, the heat vanished, leaving biting cold in its wake. As the temperature plummeted, the frigid air seemed intent on freezing him to death. Then, a sudden warmth rose from within his chest, banishing the chill instantly. Reaching into his pocket, Encrid drew out the source, a dagger emitting a faint crimson glow. A dagger imbued with warmth. Hira had called it when she handed it to him. Its heat formed a thin barrier around him, shielding him from the cold. For now he had warmth. But direction, that was still a problem. Encrid inventoried his possessions. Acker and Gladius, his main weapons, Spark, his fairy sword, a set of throwing knives in a chest holster, one hidden blade strapped to his ankle, and lightweight armor crafted from spider shell. Lucky fish, wasn't it? There was also the preserved food, a bracelet gifted by Jiba's mother, a composite bow made by a craftsman from Oara, and the glowing dagger. Finally, he had a dagger with a long central blood groove, the Calamity dagger as it was called. It was nothing more than a token, its blade unsharpened. Curses supposedly were devoured and scorched by the ferryman, leaving it with little practical use. There was no tool to help guide him in the right direction. All he had were blades and preserved rations. Encrid faced a choice, to move or to stay. But the answer was clear. If standing still changed nothing, movement was the essence of who Encrid was. He began to walk, his steps deliberate and heavy. Starlight blanketed the sky, illuminating an endless expanse of sand. Though there was nothing but desert in sight, he trudged forward tirelessly for an entire night. The warmth from his dagger kept the cold at bay, a small mercy he was grateful for. As night turned to dawn, he tore pieces of his undergarments to wrap around his head. If the sun continued to rise unimpeded, his scalp and face would blister under its merciless heat. Even now, his skin was burning, and his neck felt scorched. By the time the sun rose again, he knew walking during the day was impossible. The cold at night was tolerable thanks to the dagger, so he decided to travel only under the stars, moving slowly and breathing deeply. Perhaps there was another way, like running with all his might, propelling himself beyond human limits by unleashing bursts of will through his thigh muscles. Could he escape the desert in one fell swoop? And if he failed, how many bursts could he manage? 10, 20? Assuming his body could withstand it, would that even suffice to cross the wasteland? No. Such thoughts were folly. The best course was to conserve his strength, move steadily, and endure. As he walked, he contemplated the limits of human survival. People typically died after 3 days without water, but the exact threshold varied. Encrid, with his remarkable stamina and patience, avoided overexertion. He neither sprinted recklessly nor wasted precious energy. Instead, he conserved every ounce of strength and moisture in his body, treading carefully. On the 10th day, a change broke the monotony. A sand dune appeared, peculiar enough to give him pause. The moment he stopped, a sharp object whizzed toward him. Instinctively, Encrid drew his blade, deflecting the attack with a calculated sweep. Thud! A tail. Legion. To be precise, the tail of a scorpion-like beast emerged. With a loud roar, the creature burst from the sand. A magical beast or monster. But its appearance was oddly comforting. Encrid briefly glimpsed countless attack trajectories. He could charge forward and cleave it with his sword or dodge and strike with a fiery thrust. However, each option would cost him stamina. Instead, Encrid flicked his left hand, and the dagger he held flew through the air, piercing the scorpion's head. Crack! The creature's tough exoskeleton shattered, sending chunks of its blackened blood scattering. Adapted to desert life, its blood had solidified, not liquid but crystalline. Not that it mattered. Monster blood was undrinkable anyway. If anything, the sight made his thirst worse. I'm parched. His skin felt parched, too, rough and cracked. As Encrid extended his hand, the dagger returned slowly, as if tugged back by an invisible thread. He tightened his grip, pulling it faster until it landed firmly in his hand. He admired its craftsmanship. A weapon this effective had been a waste to leave unused for so long. Gathering his scattered gear, he adjusted the bow slung over his back. Though it wasn't heavy, it was cumbersome. He briefly questioned why he had brought it. He hadn't even practiced archery. But as he used the monster's shell to create a makeshift shade, the bow proved its worth as a frame for his cover. He reconsidered, realizing the bow had its uses, especially as it endured both heat and cold without issue. Perhaps I could substitute it with ember or the gladius, he mused. But he didn't discard it. By the 12th day, his body exhibited clear signs of dehydration. His urine had turned black and reeked. His skin, dry and brittle, failed to regain its shape when pressed. His armor felt unbearably heavy, but abandoning it would mean succumbing to the day's searing heat. His thirst was unrelenting, as though it constricted his very heart. His lips cracked and peeled, his skin shedding like bark stripped from a tree. Like a molting snake, he thought grimly, staggering forward until dizziness overwhelmed him. You are alone, surrounded by nothingness. What is solitude but torment? Such is the day you have chosen. The ferryman's voice echoed from afar, though there was no river, no boat, not even a lamp. Just the haunting resonance of his words. Encrid lacked the energy to respond, so he merely listened and opened his eyes, resuming his march. Time blurred, the days melting into an indistinguishable continuum of pain and delirium. He wandered aimlessly, directionless, knowing he might never escape the desert. The ferryman had succeeded in his aim, yet Encrid walked on, driven by sheer will. He was still human, after all. Without sustenance, even knights and squires were mortal. Yet he resisted consuming his rations, knowing the salted fish would only worsen his thirst. His restraint was extraordinary. Despite legends of mirages, Encrid saw none. His ironclad patience left no room for hallucinations. So he walked, step after step, crossing countless thresholds of exhaustion. It's hot. When the sun's rays burned through the gaps in his monster shell cover, he finally collapsed, his consciousness fading. Even as he stood at the brink of death, his body, tempered by willpower and training, refused to yield. But Encrid himself wasn't entirely aware of his death. Is this the same day? The unchanging desert landscape made it impossible to distinguish one day from the next. He died on his feet, walking, yet his perception blurred the lines between death and another excruciating day. The ferryman reappeared sporadically, sometimes laughing, other times offering pity. Give up, and you'll find peace, he urged, before vanishing once more. At times, faint voices echoed in his mind, fragments of unspoken conversations. Hey, I can't quite speak yet. If you've got any will left, pour some more into me. Though incomprehensible, these murmurs spurred Encrid onward, his instincts guiding his steps. Today, this way. The desert was a land of no paths, its meaninglessness making the search for direction futile. Some whispered of desert guides, but even they rarely ventured into such inhospitable terrain. One day, a sandstorm consumed him. On another, dehydration claimed him. Each death was followed by more wandering. How many times had he died? How many days had passed in this endless torment? Living was agony, and dying brought no relief. Chapter 495. Watering the seeds of growth, let's summon the Grime. On the 15th day since Encrid's disappearance, Rem spoke those words. He was already prepared to convince everyone. Grime, aside from being the name of a hero, was also the term for a black bird born of wishes, a form of invocation. There was a legend that, after a hero's death, they reincarnated as a black bird to protect the West. Regardless, Rem decided it was time to take a drastic step. What is a wish? It is an intense thought and prayer. But did such desperation truly produce miracles? Not exactly. Summoning the bird of wishes wouldn't instantly locate Encrid, but it could reveal whether he was alive and provide a general direction. The problem lay in the cost. This ritual consumed precious food. Grime, whether hero or bird, was known for its insatiable appetite. Food had to be offered as a sacrifice. Thought, it will be a harsh time if we go through with this, but we might endure. The inevitable hardship and scarcity awaited them. Still, this had to be done. If the West owed its life to this hero, then it was only right to honor him appropriately. That was the Western way. Before Ram could even begin to persuade, the chieftain nodded without hesitation. "Let me explain." Ram started but stopped mid-sentence, confused by the sudden agreement. "Yes, let's summon it," said the chieftain. Ram was taken aback. "Bring the shaman," the chieftain commanded. Aiul moved swiftly, followed by Jewel, who had been sitting in the corner of the tent. Jonanara and Hira nodded deeply. "I will lead the ritual myself, since our head shaman is bedridden," declared Hira. Even without her ritual tools, her eyes burned with intense resolve. While Rem possessed exceptional talent in battle-oriented magic, his ritualistic skill was coarse at best. Asking him to perform this delicate ceremony would be akin to making a request in an argumentative tone. It wasn't something he could change. This required a proper shaman, and Hira volunteered, fully aware the ceremony could leave her bedridden for at least 2 weeks. Yet she showed no hesitation. "But if we use Grime now, what will you do later?" Rem asked, feigning concern over future repercussions. "We'll deal with that when the time comes. The sky God will provide," the chieftain replied, his unwavering faith evident in his gaze. A chieftain was supposed to consider the entire tribe's well-being. Was risking the tribe's safety for an outsider's life wise? Even by the West's principles of loyalty, this seemed excessive. Rem felt uneasy, recalling how summoning Grime had faced opposition in the past. It had been refused during the Great Tribal War. It was avoided when strange weather plagued the West. The Bird of Wishes was a last resort. Had they discovered some miraculous way to reduce the offering in his absence? Apparently not. A large bonfire was lit, and offerings piled high upon it. From lucky charms to precious food supplies, all were sacrificed. The shamans knelt around the flames, beginning their chants. "Nothing's changed," muttered Rem. "What hasn't?" asked the chieftain, his expression calm as he watched smoke begin to rise from the bonfire. "I mean, summoning the Bird of Wishes like this. Is it really okay?" The chieftain lowered his head briefly, his own wish joining the ritual, then raised it again to meet Rem's eyes. "When there's no other way, we must do whatever we can. Life for life." It was a common saying in the West. Gratitude must be repaid with gratitude, and the chieftain embodied this principle. So did the rest of the tribe. This was, after all, what Rem wanted. Still, it felt strange to see the same people who once opposed the idea now more eager than he was. Encrid must have left a deep impression on them, not just with words like honored hero or savior, but by compelling the West to stake their entire tribe on finding him. Thick smoke rose, flames climbed higher, and soot gathered above, forming a solid shape in the sky. No one dared approach the fire. Entering the smoke meant certain death. Convulsions, madness, and collapse followed by death. No one ventured close. Above the heads of the retreating tribespeople, the soot solidified. 50 shamans invoked the Bird of Wishes. A deep caw echoed as black smoke formed wings and a beak. It was a breathtaking sight. The soot-bound bird hovered in the sky briefly before vanishing. That was enough. "He's alive!" Hira exclaimed, before collapsing. The bird flew for 3 days, consuming all the tribe's food. "There!" Hira shouted, pointing as she fainted. Ram followed her finger, looking toward the direction she indicated. Not the deadly Sand River, but slightly to its east. What could possibly allow someone to survive the heart of the desert? Rem's mind raced. He knew the desert, not enough to roam freely, but enough to cross its deadly expanse. Some small tribes even lived near the desert's heart. But escaping the center alive? That was another matter entirely. Luck must be clinging to him like a second skin, thought Rem, realizing the bird had pinpointed the direction. Rem sighed. There goes my chance to become a legend myself. What nonsense are you muttering now? Ayul scowled. Nothing. We'd better prepare to welcome him back, Rem replied. He began walking in the direction the bird had shown. Encrid, if he had indeed escaped, would likely be near death. Over 100 Westerners followed Rem. This is too many, Rem grumbled.
We're all worried, someone replied. I can help, spiritual wife. I can help if you're in spiritual.
I just want to follow. Jiba's mother, Jiba herself, an unnamed shaman, and even a warrior who was just decent at fighting. Every one of them did as they pleased. Demonic charisma, huh? Luagarn mumbled beside him. At one time, Encrid was called the unit commander of demonic charisma. Everyone seemed mesmerized by Encrid back then. Here, too, the room was full of people under his spell. In a way, it was to be expected. Remembering and honoring those who fought for them was a Western tradition. But now they heard that the one who had saved them from threats and crises was himself in danger. How could they just sit idly by? I don't know either. Let's just go with him. Rem spoke and led the way. It was isolation, the ferryman said. Encrid blinked. He instinctively knew it was a dream, though the setting felt different. Was it a reflection of the ferryman's desire to torment him until the very end? Instead of the black river, everything was filled with sand. It was the river of sand he had seen when dying. Sand stretched endlessly in every direction, and a small ferry swayed as it scattered the grains. Was he supposed to be terrified at the sight of sand? Feel as if he were reliving a nightmare? But Encrid felt nothing. A violet lamp cast its light over the sand, held by the ferryman, who spoke again. You walked so well. Today's ferryman seemed unusually solemn. Had he lived so long that his personality fragmented, or was he simply eccentric? Whoosh! The sand scattered, and the ferry swayed. It was then that Encrid realized he was sitting on a stone chair with a backrest. The ferryman was seated in the same kind of chair. A stone table lay between them, and they sat opposite each other. The ferryman's cracked grey skin and violet eyes were locked on Encrid. Had he asked how well he walked? Of course, he walked well. Why wouldn't he? Despite having nothing to protect. I did have something. Encrid interrupted the ferryman's words. The violet eyes stared at him intently. The ferryman's gaze felt deeper and heavier, but Encrid didn't shy away. Before, looking into the ferryman's eyes had made him feel a strange dizziness, but now he felt calm. Was he getting used to it? Perhaps. I protected myself by never stopping. It was the simple truth. He hadn't attached any specific purpose to walking, but over time, that thought took hold. Isolation, loneliness, those weren't the important things. So, was there a meaning to this journey? Wouldn't it be easier to endure and settle for less hardship? Then why walk at all? Why? Because living uncomfortably was better than dying comfortably. He'd arrived at his own answer. It wasn't a profound revelation, just his usual line of thought. It wasn't the source of his will or anything lofty. If he'd wanted to give a simple answer, he could have just said, I walked. The steps he took to escape the sand were all for himself. Encrid spoke, and after a brief silence, the ferryman muttered, A path to protect yourself. To Encrid. The ferryman's voice sounded as if it came from a great distance. Then the voice faded further. The sand transformed into black water, and the ferry dispersed like smoke. Encrid felt himself floating, rising upward toward a light. Droplets of water fell, trickling through the light. A searing pain began. as if a plough had scraped his throat. The brightness made him shut his eyes tightly. When he opened them again, he was awake. "Awake, are you?" A face came into view, and Encrid felt the burning pain in his throat. Yet he had to speak. Still dreaming. His voice was as rough as his aching throat. Was this still part of the ferryman's trickery? Had the environment shifted again, just like the sand river in the dream? Reality still felt distant and surreal. "I was just as surprised, Captain." The person speaking triggered a memory in Encrid's mind. One of his former subordinates. Henry, a plains hunter who had retired to start a life with a widowed florist. Some memories were too vivid to fade. "What are you doing here?" His words were short. Speaking felt more exhausting than swinging a sword for 3 days straight. The scorching desert heat and cold nights had drained his stamina relentlessly, the sweat loss leading to dehydration. Even knights would be risking suicide if they entered the western desert unprepared. Sure, a skilled knight might survive, but even then, the desert could kill them. For Henry, deserts were places where even knights met their end. Yet, somehow, out of that very desert, Encrid had emerged, half dead. If I started explaining why I'm here, it'd fill 2 books. Encrid nodded faintly and immediately passed out. Henry, seeing his captain collapse, fetched water and tidied the area. They were in a village near an oasis on the desert's edge. The low walls reflected the fact that this area was free of most monsters and beasts. Criminals and hunters gathered in this place. Henry's reason for being here was simple. Cronut. After being rejected by the florist, he had briefly worked as a caravan guard. His archery skills, cautious nature, and reliability had earned him a good reputation. With time, he developed an eye for trade routes and heard stories about the West. They said a few gemstones could change your fortune. Could that be true? Of course, stories tend to get exaggerated the more they're passed along. Still, after much inquiry, he concluded that while fortunes weren't guaranteed, obtaining rare gems or Western goods through hunting could provide enough capital for business. So he had invested all his savings into buying a Belopter and ventured here. Henry wasn't one to rely on sheer luck. He had studied animal behavior and prepared extensively. He was determined to start anew, maybe even fulfill his dream of forming a trading caravan. That was when he stumbled upon Encrid. It was a place where skeletal monsters frequently appeared, born from the deaths of adventurers and treasure hunters who had ventured unprepared into the desert. Amidst it all, Encrid emerged. At first, Henry thought he might be a monster himself. The hollow eyes and withered appearance resembled a mummified corpse. But his eyes, sharp and vivid blue, had life. What on earth happened here? Despite his confusion, Henry didn't hesitate to abandon his search for a rare fox gemstone to save Encrid. One look into those eyes, and he recognized him instantly. The equipment and demeanor had changed, but it was unmistakable. Sometimes, a single encounter leaves a lasting imprint, unforgettable for life. Why save him? His body moved before his mind could reason it out. Once upon a time, this man had saved Henry's life, and he owed him a debt. There were no regrets. 2 days later, Encrid opened his eyes again. By then, Rem and the Westerners had arrived at the small oasis village. "I thought you were dead," someone remarked. Encrid, whose throat had improved, replied, "Nearly was. In truth, he had died countless times, but they wouldn't know that. To them, he seemed like someone blessed by fortune itself. Oh, honorable, lucky hero." The chieftain gave him the bizarre nickname. Encrid didn't take it seriously. He simply reflected on what he had realized during his solitary journey. Isolation, loneliness, those were mere words. The ferryman had urged him to walk in solitude, yet out of habit, he had treated it like training. When he woke, he realized that something had shifted. Through the night strike and his experiences, A new understanding had emerged. How would he walk the path of a knight? The answer had become clear, clearer than ever before. Wandering the desert had made it so. The experience was like watering the seeds of growth within him. Chapter 496. Recovery and beyond. Should I call this a gift from the ferryman? No, that wouldn't be right. After all, the ferryman didn't push me into the desert. Then, should I call it a gift from that shaman, whose split head I split open before I took flight? No, none of that was true. It was chance and luck. But if I put it another way, it was possible because of all the desperate efforts I'd made to seize opportunities until now. Encrid stopped mulling over it and stood up. He wanted to test something with his body, but first he needed to restore it fully. The regeneration body, as it was called, endlessly reborn. Thus, movement would only improve his condition. This wasn't based on any scientific theory, just an instinctual feeling. At least he wasn't in excruciating pain anymore. As he began eating porridge and sipping water, he felt himself gradually stabilizing. "You really shouldn't move yet," Henry warned from the side, trying to dissuade him. "I think I'll be fine," Encrid replied, shaking his head. "Is this just extraordinary recovery? Or do you have frog blood from your ancestors?" "It's the result of constant training," Encrid answered matter-of-factly. Though true to Henry, it merely sounded like a joke. It wasn't as if someone who narrowly escaped death by dehydration could recover in 2 days and walk around briskly by the third. Still, there didn't seem to be any issues with him moving. Stretching his arms and bending his waist to loosen his muscles, Encrid noticed some Westerners nearby, nodding in acknowledgement. "You're moving already. Seems like it, as expected." The Westerners had taken up residence here, and no one was in a position to argue with them. At first there had been resistance, but not anymore. This small oasis village, unnamed and barely fortified with low walls, was now effectively under the control of the Westerners. A single fight had sealed that outcome. The village had been a haven for criminals fleeing from the continent or outcasts from the West. Despite the presence of an oasis, it was too small and desolate, sustained only by scraps from the desert. To the west lay the desert, to the east barren wastelands. A handful of foolish locals, unable to resist their habits, had cast lustful glances at some of the Western women and made lewd advances. "Hey, don't you know you need to pay a toll to stay here?" This remark came from the deputy leader of a gang that had occupied the oasis and formed a crime guild. Perhaps the Westerners' shabby equipment and emaciated appearances made them seem easy targets, or perhaps the man was simply an idiot. Living near the West should have taught him how ruthless Westerners could be. To Rem, both ignorance and audacity were unforgivable. So, without a word, he swung his axe. Encrid hadn't witnessed it, but according to Henry, it was like watching an axe perform tricks, splitting the man's head before returning to Rem's head. At that time, Encrid was still unconscious. Awake now? When Rem had finished securing the village, Encrid woke for the third time, only to find Rem's face looming over him. He momentarily wondered if he was trapped in a nightmare. "Am I dreaming?" Speaking felt much easier now, thanks to Henri's devoted care. "Had a bad dream?" Rem asked, showing no sign of concern. "No." "Then what are you talking about? Move your face out of mine." "Damn, is that how you greet someone who came to check on you?" From behind, Ayul tugged on Rem and added, "It's not an unreasonable request." In truth, Rem hadn't been that close. It was just his way of showing concern. Even so, Rem eventually smirked. "Did you enjoy the desert?" "It was interesting." It wasn't a joke. It was sincere. Wandering the desert had shown him a new path. Later, Luagarn mentioned that a bird had led the Westerners here, and Dunbakel remarked she knew he wouldn't die. Idling nearby. After 3 more days of light training, stretching his body, the Western chieftain approached Ram and Ayul, informing them it was time for their people to leave. We must return to our original lives now. Without demanding or expecting anything in return, the chieftain led the Westerners away. Despite their haggard appearances and meager provisions, their demeanor remained dignified. Gurgle. The chieftain's stomach growled audibly as they departed, but Encrid pretended not to hear it. "Come visit us again," said Janara, stopping by before leaving. "This time, I'll show you the taste of magic." "Why not now?" Encrid replied. "I'll spare you for the sake of your health." For some reason, Encrid imagined Rem speaking in the same tone when he grew older. "Sounds good, indeed." With a firm punch to Encrid's chest, Janara bid him farewell. One by one, familiar faces exchanged goodbyes. Jibaha, however, was in tears. "Don't forget me, my dearest husband." To which Luagarn immediately retorted, "Who's your husband? My purity belongs to you," Jiba declared. Ignoring Luagarn's protests, Jiba repeated her vow. "Since when? I'll never forget you. I'll come back for you. Don't run off aimlessly, or you'll end up as a monster's meal." Their back and forth sounded like a comedy routine. Watching the Westerners leave, Encrid silently reflected. Though they'd burned all their rations in the search for him, they left without showing any signs of superiority. Perhaps that was just their way. But listening to Rem's words suggested otherwise. Westerners value what's owed. Encrid felt that what he had received was indeed greater. After all, he still owed Rem. Once the Westerners were gone, Encrid spent half his days practicing the isolation technique and the other half meditating. During meditation, he replayed his recent experiences, not to dwell on pain, but to analyze his actions during those moments when his mind was half gone. It wasn't a fight or a battle, but there's something to learn from everything visible. That's what someone once told him, though he couldn't recall who. It was true nonetheless. As he walked through the desert, when his body felt drained of strength, how had he managed to take another step? He'd briefly wondered if he should have pushed harder when he still had strength. But Encrid quickly brushed away such distractions, channeling his energy into his legs instead. He pushed beyond his limits. Even in total exhaustion, he'd moved forward, step by step. How? Through will. Through will. Everything is will. Moving forward was will. Swinging a sword with the intent to cut was also will. Semi-knights use only a fraction of will. But what about knights? The words of Revat, the false knight under Count Molsan, came to mind. Master each skill to a knight's level. He believed this and modified his own body, becoming a chimera knight. But did that make him a true knight? No, it did not. So why did he make such a choice? It was likely because he focused on what changed when handling will. Encrid didn't know Revat, but he seemed to understand the desires and ambitions Revat harbored. I want to become a knight. Why is this forbidden to me? Even after swinging a sword day and night, why can't I achieve it? Starting from desire and reaching despair, Revat must have noticed something different. When faced with the question what sets a knight apart, he proposed things like strength and speed. But will is something intangible that allows one to surpass human limits. Encrid went beyond the premise of mastering each skill to a knight's level. What if I imbue every action with will? To mimic the strike of a knight, he infused will from the tips of his toes to his fingertips. What was the principle behind it? Did he know? He didn't. Yet he managed to imitate a knight's strike. Eat, sleep, fight, why? Could one imbue will from the moment they rise until they lie down? Would doing so change anything? It was a sudden thought, a conclusion drawn while wandering the desert. What if he imbued will even into the isolation technique? From the process of intent and the rise of willpower to the execution of movements, nothing came easy. It wasn't something he could do just because he wanted to. But that didn't matter. Encrid excelled at taking one step forward, no matter the challenge. He found a proper clue, grasped it, and all that was left was to move forward. This reassurance allowed him to focus. Still, it wasn't the only thing he needed to do. Rem was waiting for him as well. "Let me know when you're ready." They had said things would change once the curse was found. Only someone inhuman wouldn't wonder how much things had changed. Spend more time with Aiul. Once his body healed, it would be time to return. Aiul, too, would have to leave. "Don't worry. I will wait patiently. If Rem dies, please let me know. I need to mourn properly." Rem nodded at Aiul's blessings for her still-living husband. "Yeah, if I die, go find another man. But I wonder if there's anyone out there who fights better than me." Aiul's ideal type had been unwavering since childhood. A man capable of knocking her down, even scouring the Westerners. Such a man would be rare. "If not, I'll raise one myself," Aiul replied casually. Perhaps this was simply the Westerner way. Or maybe it was because Aiul and Rem were male and female versions of the same person. Focused on recovery, Encrid returned to meditation, repeating the same actions. He wasn't certain if the methods he found were correct. But even if they were wrong, it wouldn't change much. When had he ever walked a path knowing where it led? From crawling to walking, he'd eventually stood up and marched forward, finding signposts along the way. Even when there were no markers, he had pressed on. Encrid stayed in the oasis for another week. During that time, Rem summoned some Westerners and proposed forming a trade caravan. Thanks to this, the twins returned to the oasis. "If you draw too much water from this oasis, it'll dry up quickly. It's not particularly valuable land," said the twins. Surrounded by nothing but desert and wasteland, it held no value in their eyes. Henry stepped in to explain. "It does have value." "What kind? How so?" The twins turned their heads in unison, a curious sight to most, but unsettling for Majarai. These two were Westerners who might toss their spears at any moment. Henry believed that successfully trading from here to a commercial city could yield substantial profits. His conclusion was based on his experiences wandering about. Not everything would go as planned, but he was willing to help Encrid if needed. In the midst of this, Majarai received a composite bow that seemed undeniably valuable. "Take it." Recalling the moment he received the bow, Henry continued while holding it. "We could sell desert lizard hides or obsidian from here. Where to? If we take them to the southern trade cities, the profits would be significant. And where are those?" To the twins, the location was somewhere unfamiliar, deep in the southeastern continent. Beyond Norilia, even further southeast, was a southern superpower with a trade city-state at the confluence of a large river. Encrid had only heard of it, but Henry seemed to have worked there before. While long-distance trade was nearly impossible due to monsters and magical beasts, there were rare successes. Sometimes, circumstances and vision aligned. Henry had both. Missing the jeweled fox led to something bigger falling into his lap. Even the composite bow he now held was likely more valuable than the fox's gem-adorned ears. Henry calmly explained while Encrid warmed up beside him. After a week of rest and abundant water, Encrid felt strength returning to his hands. "Rem, come out here. I'll break that cocky nose of yours." Encrid called for Rem in a tone that was both kind and taunting. Yawning and scratching his cheek, Rem stepped outside. "Oh, today, huh? No crying or complaining about pain after I beat you, all right?" Encrid adjusted his grip on Acker and looked ahead. He intended to fight and find out just how effective that so-called curse truly was. At a glance, Rem seemed unchanged. For a moment, Encrid forgot how devious Rem could be. That was his mistake. Whoosh! Without any stance or preparation, an axe flew straight at Encrid, nearly reaching his nose. In that instant, Encrid realized this axe was twice as fast as before. He raised Acker to deflect it. Clang! Instead of bouncing off, the axe vibrated with a metallic hum as it slid along Acker, splitting into 8 blades mid-flight. It was then that Encrid finally saw Rem clearly. Behind him, a faint blue beast-like aura loomed, poised to pounce. Chapter 497. The chieftain wept once more. Bang! Encrid instinctively swung his sword, Aker, in a diagonal slash from lower left to upper right. In that fleeting moment he saw Rem smiling. With a deafening roar, concentric rings of dust spread between the two, sending onlookers stumbling backward and landing hard on their backsides. The axe and sword clashed, their gazes locking through the crossed weapons, blue eyes meeting grey. "You managed to block that?" Rem asked, his wild grin exuding a feral energy, as though he might rip out Encrid's throat at any moment. "Was I supposed to let you hit me?" Encrid shot back. "Rumble die Schauen." "Ah." As Encrid responded, his foot slid slightly backward, a small rock under his heel cracking apart. Neither man eased their grip, the intensity of their clash unwavering. Inwardly, Rem was impressed. That axe strike just now had been comparable to Oara's swordsmanship. The technique was different, but the strength it conveyed was unmistakable. The blow of a knight. And Encrid had blocked it, not simply with a knight's power, but through an intricate combination of strength and skill. He had raised his sword to absorb the impact, letting part of the force flow through his solid wrist, while bending his knees and ankles to distribute the remaining force. Normally, such a blow would have shattered the wrist, leaving bones jutting through flesh. But Encrid's muscular arms and robust tendons compensated for any imperfections in his deflection technique. It was beyond impressive, a feat surpassing even the deceptive tricks of a knight's strike. Against the ghouls they had faced before, Encrid would now hold his ground with ease. How could Rem not admire that? "Don't die on me now," Rem said, his grin widening as his canines seemed to grow longer. Suddenly Encrid lost sight of the axe. The keen perception that allowed him to predict his opponent's moves faltered. He knew from experience that hesitation would lead to death. His first lesson on the battlefield. Bracing himself, he tuned into the primal rhythm of his heart. Raising Acker vertically, he sharpened his senses to the point where he could pinpoint a needle dropped on the sand. This was sensory art, and his razor-sharp intuition identified the axe's trajectory. Upper left. Encrid stepped his right foot slightly back and raised his sword to intercept. Before his elbows had fully extended, sword met axe once more. Clang! The resounding clash echoed again. Encrid twisted his sword to deflect, aiming to counter, but Rem extended a leg, thrusting it like a spear. Boom! The kick hit Encrid squarely in the stomach, the impact bursting the air like an explosion. Though Encrid narrowly twisted his body to avoid fatal damage, his armor tore apart as though reduced to rags by Rem's kick. Armor crafted from beast hide, which had withstood countless sword strikes, had been shredded. "Yee-haw!" Rem yelled, his voice intoxicated with exhilaration. His axe blurred, transforming into a streak of light. "Once again," Encrid responded. Igniting the heart of the beast, he brought his sword down, utilizing a technique honed through repetition. A method to deflect weapons, matching the opponent's angle and diverting their trajectory mid-swing, combining the finesse of a flowing blade with the force of a heavy strike. Thud! The axe and sword collided again, but this time the impact felt oddly light. At that moment, another blade flashed toward Encrid's neck. Swish! Encrid leaned back, seeing the thin line in the air where the weapon had sliced through. In Rem's left hand, a karambit, a curved Western-style dagger, had appeared. The reversed grip covered Rem's mouth, but his eyes were visible, the upturned corners hinting at a grin beneath. Stopping meant death. The Encrid who once closed his eyes in the face of death was long gone. He immediately swung his sword, connecting the dots to form a downward slash, transforming into a white bolt of lightning. With a wild cry, Rem swung his axe upward to meet the descending lightning. The result of the duel? Encrid lost. But it wasn't without resistance. How was that? Encrid asked, brushing off sweat, dust, and hair stuck to his face. You're not bad, he replied with his usual unshakable confidence, regardless of winning or losing. This wasn't a fight to the death but a sparring session. One where he had learned a lot. No, more than that, he had witnessed something truly unique. Why doesn't this lunatic have any preparatory movements? It's called feathered axe play, Rem said, laughing. A little different from when I toy around. The axe spun lightly in his hands, seemingly weightless, though Encrid, having just faced it, knew better. If Rem called that lightweight Lewis mountain axe a toy, the craftsman who forged it might be devastated. Yet Rem appeared euphoric, reveling in yet another victory over Encrid, as though it were his first. I am the great hero Rem, best sorcerer, forget the flattery. One more round, come at me any time. Ha ha, what? Of course I'm solid as a rock. Feathered axe play isn't something you can just learn. You'd need to start with sorcery, but never mind. It'd be useless for you anyway. Resting his hands on his hips, Rem prattled on, his words flowing freely. Though Encrid remained silent, Rem seemed perfectly content with his one-sided conversation. But why did he tilt his head skyward, as if aiming to outshine the heavens? Lure. Yes? Lagan, often seized by shivers lately, answered Encrid's question. Where's the nearest temple? Watching Rem in his overexcited state, Encrid concluded that his head had broken under the influence of sorcery. Perhaps Audin's style of healing, with a hammer, was precisely what Rem needed. Ha. Rem continued laughing uproariously. Is beating me really that exciting? Encrid wondered, though he felt no shame in defeat. He simply sought to learn and reflect, just as always. Ha, let's go again. All right, let's see what I can learn. Just one technique. I'll teach you 20. Rem lifted his chin so high that only his jaw was visible. He had always seemed half crazy, but now he was entirely unhinged. That day, they sparred 3 more times. The watching twins were awestruck by Encrid's relentless attempts and his falls to the ground. Luagarn shivered while pondering what to say to Encrid. Dunbakel, meanwhile, regarded Rem with a grave expression, knowing his exhilaration might soon affect her too. Wait, you damned idiot, I'll slit your throat, Rem roared. Although he had been seeking sorcery for ages, it seemed he had only now decided to proclaim it. Encrid had long thought Rem abnormal, but now he was convinced. The man was utterly insane, a lunatic with no need for further qualifiers. Captain, isn't that Rem a bit dangerous? With curiosity gnawing at him, he approached Encrid and cautiously asked. Encrid responded with a question of his own. Are you a noble by any chance? Huh? Of course not. Why would a noble even be here, hunting like this? Then it's fine. How does that make sense? He's less likely to target you if you're not a noble. Henry frowned at Encrid's additional comment, struggling to grasp its meaning. It wasn't that Encrid had a clear answer. It was simply a casual remark born out of his own contemplations. Rem's axe swings were unlike anything he had ever encountered. How does he manage it? Despite lacking preparatory movements, the sheer force behind his strikes exceeded even the strength of the heart of the beast. Having been imbued with some sorcery, his strength and speed had both increased dramatically. His observational skills, too, were sharper, with every aspect of him seemingly enhanced. He resembled a knight wielding will. That much made sense. But what was with those axe strikes that came out of nowhere? They completely disrupted any attempts to read ahead. There was no room for tactical maneuvering. Understanding everything wasn't possible just by analyzing it. It was a process of inferring steps based on outcomes, but even that wasn't easy. Simply seeing a masterful swordplay technique, like Oara's strikes or Shinar's precision with energy, didn't mean it could be replicated. Through deep contemplation, Encrid began to grasp the principle behind Rem's axe swings. It was nothing but raw instinct. The same method he'd always used, which allowed Encrid to notice the pattern. Without thought, there's no visible attack line. Rem struck, slashed, and broke things as he saw them, trusting solely in his combat instincts. As soon as his mind moves, so does his hand. That overwhelming strength allowed him to wield his axe like a twig, making it impossible for opponents to respond before the axe landed. Every single strike followed that principle. Not only his axe, his entire body moved this way. Arms, legs, his whole being was a weapon. Could such mastery come from sorcery alone? No way. Time spent honing his body, moments of awakening techniques, all layered beneath the sorcery that enhanced him. Sorcery was a tool that supported what Rem sought to achieve. What about will? It was likely the same. Simply possessing will wouldn't make everything possible. The body still had to move to execute an action. Adding what he learned from Rem to his earlier realizations, Encrid rose from his seat. The 3 sparring sessions they'd had were far from the end. There would be more to learn, and time for that awaited him. The sheer thought thrilled him so much that he burst into laughter. Unable to suppress his joy, he laughed aloud. "You damn stray cat, I'm coming for you." Beside him, Rem threw his head back, laughing wildly. "Krrr." Nearby, Luagarn puffed her cheeks in exhilaration. "Naya ha ha ha." The disheveled beast woman laughed along, contagious in their mirth. Rem didn't feel threatened by any hostility from Encrid, and everything seemed to fall into place naturally. Watching them, Henry briefly wondered if trusting Encrid and going along with his plans was the right choice. Is this really okay? He didn't know. The dice had already been cast. As Encrid tended to the chipped blade of Acker, he found 3 new nicks from Rem's relentless axe swings. He'd need a good whetstone to repair it. By the way, are you really okay with giving away that bow? Rem, now calm, brought up the rare gift Henry had received, a precious and meaningful object. Considering he saved my life, I think the giver would understand. Encrid replied, while applying linseed oil to his sword. The bow wasn't suited to him. He lacked the physique, interest, and training for archery. He wasn't entirely clueless about shooting, but it held no value to him. It was far better as a payment for saving his life. "When are you leaving?" "At dawn tomorrow." After a restful night, Encrid prepared thoroughly in the morning, eating a hearty meal and packing supplies. Henry stayed behind with a balopter he'd purchased at great expense, viewing it as a symbol of fortune. After all, the balopter had seemingly sniffed out the scent of luck, leading him to save Encrid's life. "It was good seeing you again. We'll meet again, right? Huh?" "Oh, yes. If all goes well, I'll stop by Border Guard." Once a hunter, Henry now sported a clean-cut look that gave him a respectable appearance. "But why are you even here, Henry?" Rem asked the question just as it was time to part. Henry chuckled sheepishly, but Encrid answered bluntly, "Heartbreak." "Ah." Rem nodded. He'd been dumped. "Captain, being rejected by a widow was just the tipping point. It's about finding new purpose while traveling." Henry tried to explain, but no one listened. He was now a man who had found a new calling through heartbreak. "Let's go then. Twins, help Henry out." The twins nodded, and Rem turned to Ayul. "Don't forget to notify me if he kicks the bucket." Ayul addressed Encrid, standing behind Rem, who hesitated before replying. "Do I look like the dying type? Take care." Ayul responded in a light-hearted tone, but the sentiment behind it wasn't shallow. Both carried an air of mutual trust, unmarred by sorrow or fear. They knew their paths would cross again, bound by a shared belief in one another. Ayul gave Rem a brief embrace. I'll name the child myself. Make it a good one. I will. Encrid couldn't discern whether their bond was of friendship, love, or mutual understanding. All he cared about was practical alternatives should things go awry. If it doesn't work out, come live at Beauregard. I've too much to do in the West. Aiul replied somberly, knowing full well the magnitude of tasks ahead, starting with the food crisis. Let's go. Rem led the way, followed by Encrid, Luagarn, and Dunbakel. It was time to return. What is this? The chieftain of the Majarai tribe stared at the stack of smoked ham, dried fruit, and vegetables before him. The merchant who had transported it here answered from behind his bodyguards. A gift from His Majesty, the wise and honorable King of Norilia, as well as the Rockfried Trading Company under border guard. Why? The merchant blinked. Why indeed? He was just following orders. Transporting this had been exhausting. It seems General Encrid sent word, requesting aid. Through his connections, Encrid had handed letters to those traversing the western lands and the continent. Krang and Cray handled the details, ensuring food supplies were sent after meticulous planning. Realizing the situation, the chieftain wept. Though summer was ending, they were far from ready to resume their nomadic ways. Starvation loomed, with death from hunger a distinct possibility. Grazing animals needed to roam for fresh pastures, yet maintaining livestock required more resources than they had. Such worries vanished with this delivery. His Majesty also wishes to establish diplomatic ties. Please accept. Gladly. The chieftain, weeping, nodded. The merchant, baffled by the display, couldn't understand why the man cried so much. In the distant future, the chieftain would be interred in sacred ground, with the epitaph Chieftain of Tears engraved on his tombstone. But that was a tale for another time. For now, the chieftain wept once more. Chapter 498. Autumn arrives. The way back was similar to when they had come. Watching the crackling campfire, they occasionally trained with Rem. In the meantime, Encrid focused on repeating what he had learned, and reflecting on his previous realizations. Had he really mastered something just because he understood it? That wasn't the case. How can I use will in every moment, even while sleeping? It required contemplation. He needed to think, experiment, and try various things. Not everything would go as planned, but there was no need to rush. It was one of those nights spent camping in the wilderness, surrounded by the warm fire. People, the bright moon and stars, all casting their light, while they sat around the fire, speaking softly. It'll rain in a few days, maybe 3 or 4 at most, Rem said. Translated into the continent's language, it meant it was going to rain. It was the season when the heat faded and seasonal rains fell. The rain would likely fall in sporadic drops over several days before pouring down heavily again. The heaviest downpour was still a little way off. Ugh, rain, Dunbakel grumbled. She disliked rain, not because she had a condition like combat fatigue, but simply because she didn't like water. It was just her preference. Most beastkin didn't enjoy washing, but Dunbakel seemed to be especially averse to it. They had already finished their sparring, and as they walked along they came across a small stream, cleaned their dishes, and even took a quick bath. They could have stopped by Thousand Stone, but since they were on their way back, they chose to camp. There were no issues with that. Luagarn took care of his own meals, and Dunbakel diligently hunted animals. She even managed to catch a large deer, so they feasted. The cooking was handled by Rem, or Encrid, making it quite a nice meal for a field ration. You sent someone west, right? Rem asked after the talk about the rain, because they said food was running low. Encrid replied, slicing off a piece of roasted deer thigh from the one he had caught yesterday, and placing it in his mouth. With some salt and seasoning from the west, the meat became savory and flavorful. It made Rem realize once again that Encrid was surprisingly meticulous. He had been like this even back when he was a squad leader, taking care of the bothersome tasks, and always starting by respecting others. He also listened well, Rem thought. Was it just that Encrid endured, and that was why everyone accepted him as their leader? No, it wasn't just that. Encrid was good at listening to others, whether it was his own words, or those from lost travelers, stray cats, or even religious zealots. Even now, he listened carefully. It was a calm night under the stars with the moon shining brightly, and there had been no monsters to deal with. So they had all spent the day without needing to use their bodies. They hadn't spoken much, but when Rem asked about the person Encrid had sent to the west, he explained that it was to bring back food. By now the person should have arrived, and the chieftain was probably lamenting, since he had always been someone who became sentimental easily. "And I'm thinking of heading back first," Dunbakel suddenly said. Encrid didn't ignore her words, listening carefully. Rem, who had been reflecting on how he had beaten up a beastkin during their sparring the previous day, wondered if Dunbakel had just been tired of being hit. Does she just want to stop getting hit? Though he wanted to dismiss it, Encrid was the first to respond. "Are you?" His tone was casual. The firelight cast a red glow on Dunbakel's face, her white hair and golden eyes illuminated by both the fire and the bright moonlight. The flames seemed to reach up toward the sky as the night grew still. "The east. I'm going to the east," Dunbakel said. "Why the east?" Encrid asked, turning the skewer with the deer's thigh over the fire. Dunbakel wasn't exactly fluent in speech, but she was direct in her response. "I think I can learn something by going under the king of the east." She wanted to learn more. Who would understand her best? Did she really need to go there? Couldn't she do everything she wanted here? Encrid thought of many things to say, but could tell from the thoughtful look on Dunbakel's face that she had likely been considering this for some time. He wondered if she had been contemplating it during their earlier silence. "Go ahead," Encrid said, nodding after meeting her gaze. "Do you think there won't be anyone nagging you there?" Rem chimed in. "It's not to escape the nagging." "And I'll be back," Dunbakel replied. She had built up her sense of self-worth, using her days of fleeing, surviving, and denying herself as a way to prove she wasn't wrong, that she had the right to be born, to live, and to keep living. She wanted to show the world that. It was a form of proof. Dunbakel had always only known how to fight, so she had to be good at it. But simply being good at it wasn't enough. The reason she was leaving was clear. It was Encrid who had provided the motivation. She had initially seen him as a man to be desired, but now it wasn't that at all. Now he was the unquenchable light. The problem was that her own skills weren't enough. What good was a beastkin whose fighting ability was weak? Was she still hoping to prove herself as a woman? "No, I don't want that." Dunbakel was honest with herself. She didn't want to prove herself as a woman, not at least right now. Her experience in the city of Oara had helped her grow, and that was the reason she was leaving. In the east, there was a monster who had risen to become a knight as a beastkin. Dunbakel instinctively realized that the king of the east was a beastkin, and he would be the perfect role model for her. She would learn his skills, even if she had to steal them. It would be the right opportunity. There, in the harsh terrain, she could face death and survive. That was her short-term goal. Once she returned, she would stand by Encrid, proving herself. Encrid's dream was grand and difficult, but no matter the result, she wanted to stand by him, a sword in hand. It was her long-term goal. That was the way she would prove herself. "Good luck with that," Rem said with a sneer. "Unhinged barbarian," Dunbakel muttered bluntly. "Fine, let's just fight again then. A sparring match, huh?" Rem said, getting up and cracking his knuckles. "Let it be," Encrid interjected. Rem wasn't really intending to strike Dunbakel. Her complaints were something that could be indulged once in a while. "The road to the east is long." Encrid explained the path he knew. Dunbakel had her own plan. "I'll stop by Martai to resupply," she said. "Sometimes you actually use what's above your neck, huh?" Rem remarked, impressed. "Yeah, unlike some people." Dunbakel finally got hit on the head. Encrid chuckled. "Laughing at others getting hit is a bad habit. Was it from the time of Oara?" At some point, Dunbakel started blurting out her thoughts. "If you do that in the East, a lot of people might try to kill you," Encrid honestly expressed his concern. "If I couldn't say anything, I wouldn't even go to the East," Dunbakel replied, her resolve unwavering. "True. If you've chosen a path, you should walk it." Luagan, while rummaging through the campfire, spoke up. The crackling of the fire sent sparks soaring into the night sky. Some dreams were like those sparks, flashing brightly for a moment before fading away. But knowing that wouldn't stop anyone. That's why Encrid supported Dunbakel's choice. Whether she went east or anywhere else, if that's what she desired, then that's the right path. The night grew deep. The 3 humans, 1 beast, and 1 frog lay down by the fire to sleep. The moonlight was especially beautiful and bright tonight. If someone were to capture this moment in a painting, it might look like a poetic scene. Amidst that warmth, Rem spoke. "Smelly beastkin, wanna die? It's your watch." Dunbakel groaned and got up. "I forgot. Prideful. Not prideful, anyone could forget. You're not wrong. But why do I feel like hitting you? Because you're violent by nature. You can't be satisfied without hitting someone, Rem." Before Rem could reach for her axe, Encrid intervened and closed his eyes. Despite just narrowly escaping death, Dunbakel hummed a tune. The soft melody merged with the crackling of the fire. A perfect lullaby. When is the peak of a typical human's life? Giants are said to be at their peak from birth to death. Frogs are most faithful to their desires in their prime. That was true. Luagan recently noticed an improvement in her combat style and overall abilities. Humans are said to have a short peak, but their fire burns bright. Fairies or dwarves may not find the idea of a prime meaningful, but for humans, given their short lifespans, youth is often considered the peak. More specifically, for humans and beastkin, youth is considered the peak of life, between their 20s and 30s, or at most by 40. But do humans continue to grow after 30? Yes. Wow. That's why Luagan considered that every peak was different, and there was proof right in front of her. Encrid, though in his mid-30s, was still growing and shining brighter than ever. The peak of a knight's career would have different standards, and perhaps that would define Encrid's future. This thought continued to fuel Luagan's thing, her drive. "It's fun," she said while walking. "What's fun?" Encrid asked. Instead of answering, Luagan began to teach. "Is every night the same?" The question sparked a glimmer in Encrid's eyes. It was an interesting question. He wasn't really curious about what was fun, but that could be asked later. If Encrid didn't want to answer, he wouldn't have to. "Each one is different," Encrid replied, drawing from his own experiences. "It's what the Night of Writing established. Want to hear about it?" The Night of Writing was a historically famous knight, known for both writing and composing poetry. He was a bit of an eccentric who was more passionate about teaching writing than swordplay. "I'll listen." Encrid slowed his pace as the story began. Rem, walking alongside them, also paid attention. It was an intriguing topic, with plenty of room for reflection, especially when comparing it to magic. When a knight is made, what's the first major difference they'll feel? "Sight," Encrid answered immediately. He felt this shift himself. The difference between when he was in Squire Knight and where he was now was clear. Each day brought more changes, and it wasn't just a visual change. He meant a more profound perception of everything. Rem nodded. "The first distinction is sight. It's called future sight. It was like the ability to see a step ahead, to read the opponent's movements and intentions. It wasn't just vision, but the ability to sense, to understand the opponent's nature. That was why it was also referred to as insight or foresight. After sight comes the body, the armor. Luargan looked at Encrid's side, where Rem's kick had torn his armor. Encrid's body was far tougher than an ordinary human's, a result of rigorous training under Audin's teachings. Armor refers to when will permeates the entire body, toughening the skin. Rem nodded again. There were some similarities with magic here. Next is strong legs, firm foundations. Then more concepts emerged. Inside a firm body, stronger legs, muscles that became unyielding. After that came expansion, transfer, language, and time. Expansion meant spreading will throughout the body, while transfer was the ability to send will elsewhere. Language referred to making speech carry will, which even Rem thought was odd. Time described walking in two different times, a concept that half made sense but was difficult to grasp. It's hard to explain in words. You understand it by doing it, Rem added as they walked. There were sensations of omnipotence, delicate feelings that couldn't be explained by mere words. Encrid nodded quietly, feeling like the flame inside him was still burning brightly. He had longed to be a knight, and now with each passing day he was getting closer. The writer also wasn't sure about two things, Luargan continued. What are those? Rem asked, interested but still skeptical. He hadn't found any absurdities in the tale so far. He said there were two stages that never dry up or cease, called Uzesera, and another stage where one's possessions change entirely, called induals. These are ancient terms. This was new to Rem. He let it go, but Encrid engraved it in his mind. He realized once again that no matter what talent or ability one had, they had to work through each step to reach higher levels. Meanwhile, Encrid had already started training in future sight and armor. That training method came from a religious knight's unit, right? Luargan commented. Encrid and Rem had a rough idea of where Audin had learned it. Judging by his actions, it was easy to guess his origins. I'm going, Dunbakel said as she reached a crossroads. She wouldn't die from being attacked by a monster here. Even if she often took beatings from Rem, her skills would make her a monster in small towns. Her sharp ears would keep her alert even while sleeping, so there was little risk. Go ahead, Encrid said. If you die on the way, I'll kill you myself, Rem added. If you walk as you've chosen, that's your true step, Luargan commented. Dunbakel waved her hand and left. Encrid, Rem, and Luargan continued walking, reaching the border guard territory. Encrid, stepping onto land he had received as a general, saw a construction site. New walls were rising and a city was under construction where there had once been nothing. Workers and soldiers were setting up tents. The sound of raindrops began as they quickly picked up their pace. How long has it been since it rained? Luargan asked, delighted. As a frog, she was fond of rain. Encrid, now aware of the autumn's arrival, felt the chill and the seasonal rain. It welcomed him back. Chapter 499. While I was gone, the rain was too light to be called autumn rain. It was still more appropriate to call it late summer. The rain started to fall, then suddenly stopped. It was an ambiguous situation, as it wasn't quite rain, nor was it dry. The ground wasn't even wet yet. The sky had darkened, and it looked like more rain might fall. Who are you? As the three of them entered the border of the territory, a group of soldiers blocked their path. It was clear that Cray wasn't slacking off. The soldiers blocking their way had a disciplined posture. Some soldiers gave off a feeling that they could be easily bribed with a few coins. But the ones in front now clearly belonged to the latter type, soldiers who displayed military discipline. Their grip on their pole arms revealed this. The muscular forearms exposed by their short linen sleeves gave a hint of Audin's influence. They were also well armed, carrying short swords at their hips. Encrid noticed all this with a glance. His ability to observe and process information seemed sharper than before. "What is it? Enki?" A woman in light attire recognized him. She had sweat beading on her forehead, holding a piece of parchment in her hand. It was Leona, the guildmaster of Rockfried Trading Company. "What are you doing here?" Encrid asked, a hint of curiosity in his expression. "Work," Leona replied with a smile. It seemed they were in the process of building a new city. She nodded in response when Encrid mentioned that they were returning and about to enter. Behind Encrid, Rem's face lit up with excitement, a smile full of anticipation. "I see. I wonder how my troublesome subordinates are doing." When he was excited, Rem tended to talk more. Leona wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, then stared at Encrid as she spoke. While he mentioned subordinates, Rem didn't have any under him, so he was likely referring to the members of the unit. "It's been a while since I've been near Border Guard, so I don't know much about the latest news." It made sense. There seemed to be a lot to do here. From the looks of it, they were expanding the city from the Border Guard. That wasn't an easy task. Even here, while settling in, there was work to clear out monsters and gather stones to build with. When establishing a new city, the first step is often to set up a wooden fence to mark the boundaries, and then drive away nearby monsters. Why? If monsters kept attacking while trying to establish the city, there'd be no chance. If the ground was soaked and waterlogged from the rain, that would be a problem too. And there needed to be farmland around the city to support its inhabitants. The idea of a trade city was all well and good, but how many cities on the continent could survive solely by trade? In a kingdom that follows feudalism and centralized rule, even royal territories receive supplies of food and goods, but practically, a city needs to be self-sustaining to be meaningful. That was likely why they were building this city with self-sufficiency in mind. However, there weren't any farmlands nearby, and the forest where the centaurs once lived was close by. Forests, while rich in resources, were also perfect habitats for monsters. They probably didn't intend to wipe the entire forest out, but it seemed they were going to take action to deal with it to some degree. Logs were stacked beside the piles of stones. It was clear that a lot of work had already been done. Encrid looked around. There were obvious signs that someone had been actively working here. He was curious about what Craze was thinking. "The name of this city is Rockfried," Leona said with a smile. She was directly overseeing the construction of the trade city under the trading company's direction. Behind her, Mathis nodded, acknowledging Encrid's presence. "Back already?" Mathis seemed different from before, with more wrinkles on his face. A young swordsman whom Encrid didn't recognize stood next to him. The young man appeared to be Mathis's disciple. The Rockfried Trading Company seemed to have more fighters than Encrid had expected. While not on the scale of Border Guard, they were still a formidable group of soldiers. "Ah, you were a general, right?" A group of soldiers who recognized Encrid, courtesy of Leona, saluted him. "Good. Thank you for your service." "Everyone's doing well?" Rem said with a smooth smile, casually tapping the soldiers' shoulders. The soldiers stood at attention, saying nothing. It was clear that someone had warned them about Rem. They were probably told to ignore the gray-haired man holding an axe and endure whatever he did. Encrid sensed this and instinctively knew the warning was accurate. He remembered his previous mistake in thinking that Rem was simply a mix of continent people, so he had learned the importance of confirming such things. Being cautious was always necessary. There are gaps in everyone, Encrid thought. It was an insight he had gained after nearly dying in the desert and repeatedly reliving the experience in a broken mental state. It was a lesson he'd learned. Always check and confirm. And once gaps are found, action must be taken immediately. Anyone can fall, but not everyone can get back up right away. However, getting back up quickly is key. Think ahead and act. That was the skill to be learned by knights, and Encrid had learned it, bit by bit. His habit of reflecting and looking for paths even in small things was something he had developed over time. "Did someone warn you to be cautious?" Rem casually asked as he walked past the soldiers, and Encrid, following behind, whispered his question. One of the soldiers glanced around nervously before answering. "Instructor Lord Roper. The title of Lord was likely either because he was a squire, or simply a sign of respect. Titles often carried respect in this context. "We'll talk later." Encrid waved at Leona and told the soldier as he walked past. Without warning, Leona asked him, her face expressionless, "Do you have plans to marry me?" Encrid stopped in his tracks, blinking in surprise, while Leona said the rest without a single change in her expression. Just joking. Had she been hanging out with Shinar lately? Encrid thought, as he passed by the construction site, heading toward Border Guard. After walking for a while, the city walls appeared in the distance. It would have been a short distance if on horseback, but on foot, it would take a little longer. Encrid calculated that he would probably arrive before noon, around 3 hours later. Kreis must have had his reasons for choosing this location to build the new city. As light rain began to fall again, Encrid neared the city walls. "General?" "I Kreis world." It was Vengeance, the former platoon leader, now likely a company commander. He greeted Encrid from atop the walls. Encrid could see from far away that Vengeance had recognized him. Vengeance's eyesight has always been sharp. Encrid looked over the soldiers standing guard along the walls. Familiar faces were visible. There were also quite a few unfamiliar ones. The area in front of the wall seemed somewhat chaotic. People were lining up to pass through the wall, and there were others living under tents nearby. Fairies were occasionally spotted, and dwarves could be seen too, in fairly large numbers. Some tents were emitting steam, as people were preparing food on site. It didn't look like they were living in poverty, just that they had settled here. "Please come in." Vengeance greeted him respectfully. Personally, he was a benefactor who had saved his life, and professionally, he was the highest-ranking officer in his unit. As Encrid walked in, everyone tilted their heads in curiosity. Why was this person allowed to pass through so easily? However, no one attempted to stop him or make a fuss. It was clear that Vengeance himself had come down to guide him, and seeing Rem the frog following behind made anyone hesitant to speak up. The man with the black hair walking ahead had an unusual appearance and a presence unlike others. It was clear that his will had naturally begun to spread around him. As Encrid entered and walked along familiar paths, he noticed that much had changed in just a few months. First, there were more vendors selling goods. The border guard was already a major hub for traders, so it made sense. The barracks had expanded. The walls had grown wider, and several new buildings had risen up, stretching toward the sky. Did they rush this construction? Rem commented, clearly surprised. How could the scale have increased so much in such a short time? If anyone saw it, they might mistake Cray for a wizard. But if one knew the details, it wouldn't seem so remarkable. Kreis had cut out unnecessary processes in construction, directly contacting the stonemason and artisan guilds. Usually when nobles start a project, they send orders down the chain, with middlemen taking a cut and making the process slow and costly. "We'll settle the guilds in the city." Kreis spoke as if notifying Lord Graham, the lord responsible for the border guard, and began implementing the changes. No one could stop him, and there was no reason to. The fame of Encrid played a significant role in gathering people. Isn't the general over there the one who stopped a spends, and then swept through Martai and even the Molson territory? Most guild leaders were asking questions like this. Whether it was the stone masons or artisan guilds, people were naturally drawn to him. First, there were the fighters wanting to test Encrid's strength. Then the nobles hoping to secure a future with him. After that came the merchants eyeing the trade routes, and now engineers had joined. Kreis had gathered them all and set the work in motion. Each person in charge will take full responsibility. I give you the right to select 5 people. You can manage them however you like, and half of the payment will be given in advance. He selected skilled individuals, assigning them to recruit 5 more skilled workers to ensure smooth operations. He also created an inspection team, not to uncover faults, but to handle issues whenever they arose. By organizing the team like a unified guild, he was able to make things work where they otherwise might not have. Why isn't this working? The Hunters Guild is selling the hides too expensive. That's the proper price. Do you think getting monster hides is easy? When such problems arose, Trey would immediately send in the military. He would hunt down the monsters himself, not to undercut the hunters, but to strike a deal with the Hunters Guild for a fair price. This quick resolution of problems sped up all processes, and that was why a new barracks had appeared in front of Encrid. Ram made a quick remark about the new barracks before walking in. First, they encountered a large training ground, where more than 20 soldiers were sweating and training. Despite the rain, they were all working hard, training without pause. To Encrid, Riem, and Luagan, it looked like regular training. However, to the soldiers rolling on the ground, it felt more like torture. Captain! From a raised platform, where only one person was sheltered from the rain, Ropert called out. He greeted Encrid warmly. Encrid waved his hand, and Rem walked ahead. Where's that directionally dysfunctional bastard? Rem had already assumed a battle-ready stance. His right hand was resting on his waist, already grasping an axe. He looked ready to throw it the moment he saw Ragnar. They had sparred several times on their way here. Encrid wasn't sure who would win if Ragnar and Rem fought. Rem, with his magic, was certainly at the level of a knight, capable of exuding a pressure akin to a curse, perhaps inflicting fear. Ropert laughed awkwardly at Rem's question. Is something wrong? Encrid asked, but the soldiers didn't stop their drills. They were clearly focused on training, a powerful display of discipline. There had likely been several demonstrations of force before. Well, Ropert scratched the back of his head and explained. He went out for a walk and hasn't returned in 4 days. Is he insane? Rem couldn't hide his disbelief. How could someone who couldn't even find their way go out for a walk? Where to? Encrid asked calmly. He said he'd briefly explore the mountainside, Ropert replied. Why send him alone? Encrid asked. He said if anyone followed, he'd kill them. Of course, Ragnar must have insisted on it. Encrid didn't need to be told. Had Ragnar gotten lost in the mountains? Couldn't be, he thought. But did he really go to the mountains? If he left from the barracks, he might have already crossed into the eastern lands by now. 4 days seemed too short for that, though. Encrid quickly dismissed his worries. Ragnar was not someone who would perish so easily. What about the cat? He's gone to another city to deal with a problem. Damn it, Rem grumbled. It seemed that 2 others were also absent. That was probably why Ropert was here. Crace is in the city of Green Pearl. Green Pearl had been turned into a fortified city, and the name Green Pearl had been chosen for it. Lord Audin and Lady Teresa have gone to the mountains for a fasting prayer. Encrid wasn't surprised. They were the type to go off on their own without a second thought. He figured they would return in their own time. But what caught his attention was the noticeable change in Squire Ropert. His demeanor was different from before. Encrid could tell that his skill had greatly improved since their last meeting. Naturally, his attention shifted toward Ropert. Chapter 500. A bit empty, I'll be back after handling some of the recruits, Ropert said and turned around. He had his own tasks to attend to. Today was the day when recruits would be chosen to spar and fight against each other, a reward given after their grueling training. You promised, right? Anyone who defeats me will immediately be under the general's command, Ropert said as he stepped onto the platform. A drop of water fell from the roof's edge, landing on his hair and dampening it. Behind him, Rum grumbled. Didn't these idiots notice we were coming and run off? If either Ragnar or Saxon had predicted Rem's rise to knight rank through magic, he should have been wielding a crystal ball, not a sword. So naturally, they hadn't run away. Encrid, having heard Ropod's words, turned his gaze toward him. Although it wasn't something he had authorized, it seemed that Crace's influence was at play here. While Audin was the best at managing recruits, motivating them was another matter. For that, one needed to understand how to handle people. Audin, despite being good at isolation techniques, wasn't the best at this. "Try this. I can't apply any strength." "No, you're doing it." "My arm won't move." "No, it will." This was Audin's approach. Was Ropod any different? He had spent nearly his entire life in the Knight's Order. He had faced fierce warriors and dealt with criminals, but handling and leading people was another matter. Training wasn't just about building strength and stamina, it was about understanding who people were. To do that, one had to sometimes push them or provide proper rewards. Encrid accepted that Crace had likely influenced this situation. While Cray wasn't seasoned in mercenary life, he understood how to handle people, especially ordinary ones, better than anyone. Audin had learned the hard way through his isolation technique. The recruits gathered here were drawn by the name Encrid, though some were skeptical of his abilities, unable to trust rumors. After all, rumors were one thing, but actual abilities were another. Marco was a spear master, who had earned recognition from a famous spear specialist in the Western trade city. He honestly didn't think much of rumors and believed that if the so-called legends in the West were truly as skilled as claimed, they would be much stronger. So, Marco had come to prove himself. However, the hero who ended the Civil War was absent. Without training, there would be no chance for a duel. So Marco followed the orders, but frustration was starting to build. Now, seeing Ropod, he could tell the man was no pushover. But he wasn't the demon slayer. Should I show my technique first? That would be a disadvantage. Most martial artists in the continent believed revealing their techniques first was a mistake. Marco thought so as well. He had no doubt he could defeat anyone with his spear. After all, he had learned spear techniques from books and had few rivals in his youth. Even among those he met later, it took at most a month to catch up with them. However, there was something about this encounter that had him intrigued. If Audin wasn't fasted, if Ragnar hadn't gotten lost, if Fel had been sociable enough to be here, Marco wouldn't have been thinking this way. He didn't look at Ropod. His gaze was fixed on Encrid. The rain had turned his curly hair into something resembling seaweed, and Marco brushed his face with his hand. Krrr. Behind him, a gray-haired beast bared its teeth, but Marco's focus remained on Encrid. Encrid, the general, the hero who ended the Civil War, the demon slayer, the protector of the border guard, the king's close friend, the destroyer of the fog. His titles were endless. Seeing him in person, Marco could tell that Encrid wasn't a mediocre fighter. Would I lose for sure? Probably not. Marco was confident. He had trained his whole life, and he had never been defeated in a way that left him finished. Even if Encrid was a formidable opponent, Marco was ready. "Can I choose my opponent directly?" Marco spoke up. Many soldiers came to the border guard for the high salary, but many also came to test their abilities. Encrid understood this. With just a look, it was clear what was about to happen. Marco wasn't backing down. "Is it all right?" Encrid wouldn't reject those who wanted to face him. He had learned that much even after long travels. Ropod asked, and Encrid nodded, setting down his backpack. He considered drawing Acre but decided on just his gladius. The scabbard was loose from frequent use, and the blade rattled. He would need to visit a blacksmith in the city when he had time. Marco readied his spear, which was a little longer than his own height. He gripped it firmly, and took a stance that made him look like a seasoned warrior. For someone not belonging to a knightly order, it was impressive. Marco could be considered a lower-tier squire knight. To Encrid, the term lower-tier squire knight seemed almost meaningless. If I'm hit, I'll die, but there's a definite skill difference. No matter how much Marco thought about it, he didn't think he'd lose to someone like Roman, or even Aisha, who had returned to the royal palace. I don't think I can hold back, Marco said, and Encrid smiled. He could tell Marco was serious. The stance, the atmosphere, all of it was obvious. I'll need to show my skills. Encrid tossed his gladius into the air and caught it with the reverse grip. Is that your weapon? Marco asked, noticing Encrid's simple weapon. Encrid simply flicked his fingers, acknowledging the question. The rain fell heavily as Marco charged, his spear flashing with lightning speed. Thud-dutti. The blade struck the spear's edge as Encrid simultaneously closed the distance. With his bare hand, he jabbed at the man's abdomen. It was a thrust inspired by Rem's kick, which struck like a thrown spear. Encrid planted his foot firmly on the ground, propelling his arm forward without incorporating any rotational movement. Relying purely on raw strength, the motion was quick and lacked any telltale preparation. Crack, dotun, kondehan, tiwan, kiners, Marco's feet briefly lifted off the ground from the impact. Yet, he never let go of his spear. Suspended diagonally for a moment, Marco flopped onto the ground with a wet thud. His eyes were drained of energy, staring blankly. While he hadn't completely lost consciousness, he looked dazed, as if his soul had momentarily wandered off. Still holding onto the spear, huh? That thought crossed Encrid's mind. If this had been a test, he would have called it a pass. Ultimately, it was a series of simple movements, blocking, evading, and striking, nothing more. Swah. The rain intensified, its drops growing heavier. Grkk. Marco crawled across the floor. Encrid had controlled his strength, but it wasn't a light hit. If it had been a proper strike, internal bleeding and broken entrails might have poured out of his mouth. What's this? I couldn't even see it. A few of the trainees muttered. The difference in skill was evident. Anyone else want to try? Report asked. All of the trainees lifted their heads. The meaning in their eyes was clear. What could they challenge after seeing that? Robert smiled brightly in the rain and spoke. How about facing me? It had been a while since Ragnar left, and Robert had been itching for a fight. More importantly, there was something he wanted to show when Encrid returned. Robert raised his blade high, taking a high guard stance. Encrid gripped the gladius hilt and responded, If it's a welcoming match like this, I'm all for it. Encrid was curious about the changed Robert. Robert focused. He split the moment and stretched time. His focus burned like a fire, making him forget everything around him, the falling raindrops, the situation, and time itself. What occupied his mind was the sword in his hand, and his opponent. Even after learning from Loagarn, he kept sharpening his skills, continuously rolling with Ragnar. This way, Robert had gained something new. He called it the Eagle's Eye. By focusing all his senses on the opponent, it felt like watching them from the sky, as though his vision had expanded beyond natural limits. Encrid remained still. Robert watched, waiting for any movement. Then, Encrid moved. Suddenly, a blade crossed Robert's vision. Without any preparation, Encrid had thrown the gladius. Well, there had been some preparation, but it was so fast that Robert's reaction was slightly delayed. In an instant, Robert swung his sword downward. Clang! The gladius bounced off. Zing! The world seemed to shake. Robert felt it, and at the same time sparks flew in front of his eyes. Huh? Why was the world spinning? Robert collapsed to the ground. You should be mindful of your opponent before charging. Rem's voice came from the platform, calming down from the excitement. Now that was interesting, but there's still a long way to go. He continued in a bored tone. I know. Robert let out a brief exclamation as he slumped in the mud. He had thought he'd caught up a little. After seeing Ragnar strike the trainees earlier, he thought he might be able to match the opponent with his sword. But it was utterly impossible. Trying to catch up to a genius is this hard, Robert said. Ah, so that's how it is. All the trainees watching agreed with his words. Robert shook his head. His head still rang. Encrid, throwing his sword, closed the distance, then followed up with a high kick to the chin with his left foot. Everything happened at an absurd speed. Robert was still feeling the impact of the blow. The trainees fell silent. As for Encrid, he had nothing to say to the label of genius. Neither pleased nor displeased, he simply felt indifferent. If someone viewed him that way, so be it. Robert knew that the term genius or talent couldn't encompass everything one had built over time. I'm going inside first. After landing a hit on the squire, Encrid gathered his things and passed through the training ground. Behind him, Ropert's voice rang out loudly. Hey, if we work hard, we might one day be able to do that. Ropert had quickly turned into a man full of determination. Big dreams. Not everyone can be like that, which is why the world is unfair. Rem and Luargan spoke in turn. Did you used to laugh at others' dreams? Encrid asked, looking at Rem. Didn't you know? I laughed when the commander said he wanted to be a knight for the first time. It had been funny. If there are those who give dreams, there must also be those who remind others of reality. Luargan spoke like a hermit, hiding in a back mountain. Typically those hiding in such places weren't wise, but scammers. Nonetheless, Luargan's words weren't wrong. If a dream could be broken by such words, then so be it. Encrid walked on, and his unchanged quarters came into view. After dropping off his bag and washing up, it would be good to eat something proper, not just another field meal. He opened the door of his room. Blue eyes, long black hair, and still some of her skin showing through her robe. A mage sitting in an antique chair caught his attention. She looked at him as he entered. You're back? She spoke as if they'd seen each other just yesterday. Next to her, there was a fairy with an even more ridiculous office desk than an antique chair. She put down the carving tool she had been using on the desk and looked up. You've returned, my fiancé. The usual fairy-style joke. Esther only spoke those words, but Shinar didn't turn her head. Her eyes were clear and focused. Shh. Wow. The pouring rain in the door, closing softly behind him. The fire in the center of the room crackled as Shinar asked, Where's my gift? Encrid wondered what kind of gift she was talking about, as he hadn't been on a trip. He set his bag down and almost said he didn't bring anything, but then stopped. He realized there were things he had picked up for everyone. For Jaxon, a hidden blade dagger. For Esther, some magic items he had accidentally brought. And for Audin, a broken relic. Can I really call this a gift? Probably not. Nevertheless, he gave something to the fairy who had been discussing presents. It's a dagger that prevents misfortune. A sacrificial dagger that might not be useful to him, but could be to someone else. Shinar, after glancing at the dagger, tucked it into her coat. Something's changed. When the rain stops, let's spar. She then chose the words that would please Encrid most. In these ways, the fairy was quite thoughtful. That's not a bad suggestion. Encrid cleaned up, ate, and tidied up his things. Still, the feeling of being back was somewhat hollow. It was because everyone who should have been there was absent. They would return soon, but for now, it felt a bit empty.